Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order by Da Bai Bu Xiong. Chapter 276-300. The dim yellow light immediately poured out, tinged with a faint blue. Aaron saw a wide passageway paved with old flagstones, with stone doors on either side, labeled with words like, materials, potions, and documents. At the end of the passageway, there was a staircase leading downwards, extending into the darkness, as if leading to the abyss. Dunn, holding the hurricane lamp, walked at the forefront, with Aaron following behind him towards the stone steps leading into the deep darkness. By the time the lamp's light had turned completely blue, they had already reached the second basement level. Here, strange walls made of steel, bricks, earth, and silver created one partitioned area after another. Some places were open, while some rooms were tightly shut, each containing a sealed artifact. In the dim and profound depths, Aaron actually felt a warm and pure power. He immediately followed his spiritual intuition and looked over. In a semi-open compartment, inside a box made of pure blue crystal, lay a simple, ancient badge about half the size of a palm. Dunn also stopped and looked in the direction of Mr. Attendant's gaze, explaining in a low voice. "This is Ting'an City's preserved, mutated Sun Holy Emblem, numbered 30782. Its sealing method is to place it in a sealed container made of deep-sea profound ice. This both isolates its negative effects and maximizes the purifying effect of the sealed artifact. The mutated holy emblem containing the blood of the eternal blazing sun." This thought flashed through his mind, and Aaron nodded slightly, continuing his steps. Most of the sealed artifacts behind Channy's gate in Ting'an City belonged to Grade 3, while there were only 3 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. In his spirit vision state, Aaron looked at the source of the black fine lines permeating the area behind Channy's gate. It was a palm-sized square urn, stored in the deepest part of the second basement level. The box looked like it was made of pure silver, yet it also gave the feeling of bone. It was covered in mysterious patterns, and the closer Aaron got, the more he felt a chill, as if coldness was rapidly seeping into his blood. Without Dunn's introduction, Aaron could guess that this was the sealing core of Ting'an City's Channy's Gate, the Grade 1 sealed artifact, Saint Selena's ashes, and also the item Ince Zangwil had painstakingly schemed to acquire. His gaze moved from the urn and the array spread across the floor. Aaron looked at the 4 compartments in the innermost area, which surrounded Saint Selena's ashes, in a 4-cornered formation. Aaron, guided by the light of the hurricane lamp, looked at the items placed in the 3 compartments closest to him. A silver cup containing a clear and lustrous liquid, a wooden door sealed separately, and a thick, petrified blood vessel. Dunn continued walking, carefully avoiding the array patterns on the ground. After bypassing these 3 Grade 2 sealed artifacts, he stopped at a room with a partially open stone door. Inside, it was profoundly dark, without a single speck of light. As the faint blue light shone in, a pure black bookshelf, inscribed with array patterns similar to those on the ground, came into Aaron's view. On it lay an ancient notebook with a hard, pitch-black cover. That Antigona's family notebook. The black fine lines extending from Saint Selena's ashes, wrapped around the bookshelf in layers. Anyone attempting to approach and touch it would be met with the full counterattack of the sealing core. Honachus, Flegre, Honachus, Flegre. Watching Dunn remove the seal using the Nighthawk's internal contingency measures, illusory voices drilled into Aaron's ears, confirming that he had found his target. Stepping inside, the black fine lines actively avoided Aaron's body. Just as he picked up the Antigona's family notebook, the original illusory whispers instantly vanished. Looking at the notebook in his hand, which felt like a dead object, Aaron raised an eyebrow slightly, but since Dunn was right beside him, he said nothing more. After one last glance at Saint Selena's ashes, he quickly departed. Watching the black iron double doors, emblazoned with 7 holy emblems, slowly close, Dunn let out a long breath. His taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. Just then, he heard a slightly amused voice. "You can call Klein down in a moment. I'll wait for him in the duty room. Also, do you mind if I take some of your flesh and blood? This won't harm you." Just consider it a small experiment of mine, and I will help you recover from any injuries caused. He looked at Mr. Attendant, who was holding the Antigonus family notebook in one hand, with some surprise, and asked uncertainly. You need my flesh and blood. He didn't suspect that this duke was going to do anything harmful to him with this flesh and blood. He was just an ordinary Sequence 7. The disparity in their status was too great. If he wanted to deal with him, there was no need for such complexity. As a loyal believer of the goddess, after receiving a positive reply from Mr. Attendant, he did not decline. Just consider it a thank you gift for saving old Neil back then. Thinking this, Dunn watched as a somewhat peculiar-looking container, radiating a strong aura of life, suddenly appeared in Mr. Attendant's empty right hand. Blackthorn Security Company, Nighthawk's Recreation Room. Klein pushed the door open with a bewildered expression. He wanted to find the captain to report information about the psychology alchemists and 2 potion formulas, but he couldn't find Dunn in the office, so he tentatively looked here. His steps paused slightly. Klein saw Leonard, Sika, and Fry sitting around a round table, but they weren't playing cards. The room was so quiet, no one was talking, no one was joking, and the atmosphere was almost solidified. Klein, who was about to ask something, felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw the captain, whose face seemed pale from blood loss but was much more energetic. He quickly reported his findings. Dunn nodded silently, motioning for Klein to follow him. They arrived at the staircase leading underground. Dunn turned and looked at Klein, saying, I'll have Leonard continue to follow up and monitor what you reported. You have something more important now. The person sent by the Holy Cathedral to assess you has arrived. The person to assess me is here. But I only submitted the special application yesterday morning. Klein's nerves immediately tensed, then he felt a bit astonished. The wind blowing from underground carried a chilling coolness. Klein felt a sense of relief amidst his tension. It's finally here. As long as I pass this hurdle, at least for half a year, I won't have to worry about similar matters. Once I advance to Sequence 8 and become the so-called clown, I'll gain true combat ability. Coupled with the assistance of divination and the fallback of the Sun Flame Charm, even if I encounter significant danger, there's a considerable chance I can overcome it. Just as various thoughts flashed uncontrollably through Klein's mind, Dunsmith adjusted his shirt collar and said in a low voice. The one in charge of this assessment is Duke Aaron, whom you've met before. This shows how much the Holy Cathedral values you. Mr. Emperor. Klein immediately felt a toothache. The thought of being alone with that gentleman soon made him feel a bit uneasy. Dunn took a breath of the cool underground air and said reassuringly. I've already spoken with him. His attitude is very kind, and he still thinks highly of you as always. He's in the duty room now. Go over there quickly. Nodding gently, Klein descended the winding stairs leading deep underground, step by step, then turned left at the crossroads and passed through the secret door to the duty room. Just as he reached the doorway, Klein's spiritual intuition was suddenly stirred. He felt as if something in the room was calling to him, emitting a thumping sound like a heart expanding and contracting. Klein subconsciously looked towards the duty room. A black notebook, extremely familiar to him, lay quietly on the table. The usual sinister feeling had disappeared. Next to this notebook, a gem, shimmering like a myriad of stars, flickered faintly. Klein's mind instantly went blank, as if he had fallen into an inescapable dream, until he was startled awake by a voice. Very good, it seems your seer potion has indeed been fully digested. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, not daring to look at the 2 items on the table again. He subconsciously took a step back before looking towards the source of the voice. Aaron leaned back leisurely in his chair, a slight smile on his lips, and pointed to the high-backed chair opposite him, saying, You can sit there first. Klein controlled his gaze, took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and sat down in his designated seat. At the same time, he mentally rehearsed how to reasonably explain his accidental summary of the acting method, awaiting the Duke's inquiry. Watching Klein's emotional colors gradually stabilize, Aaron continued casually. Although you've been with the Nighthawks for less than 2 months, I think your understanding of your companions is better than many others. I intend to share some experiences with you, but according to the Holy Cathedral's regulations, you must swear to the goddess that you will not tell anyone who doesn't know about these things the content of our conversation. Is that all right? Does this mean I passed the assessment? But you haven't even asked anything yet. Klein immediately felt a sense of gain and loss, like punching cotton. Although the prepared rhetoric wasn't used, he still nodded without hesitation. No problem. Very good. Aaron nodded, leaning forward slightly, and pointed to the gem bestowed by the Evernight goddess, adding, "Then you may swear upon the holy artifact." This is actually a holy artifact. No wonder that notebook was as quiet as a dead object. This thought flashed through his mind, and Klein had no other choice. He placed his hand on it, while praying that the gray fog space wouldn't cause any trouble at this moment. A cold but not biting sensation passed through his skin into his brain, instantly smoothing out the distracting thoughts and worries in his heart. "Repeat after me." Aaron looked at Klein and spoke solemnly. "All right." Klein nodded. Then, he heard the Duke in front of him switch to Hermes language and say, "Evernight goddess, more exalted than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. I swear to you with my true name and my spirituality. I, Klein, from now on, will absolutely not reveal the corresponding details of the acting method to anyone who does not know about it. Should I violate this, I will accept your punishment. Please witness my oath." Klein suppressed his various thoughts and solemnly recited the oath in Hermes language, following Aaron. Vaguely, he felt that he had established a subtle, obscure connection with that gem, and with a certain existence infinitely far away. The Evernight imprint emitted fluctuations, and Aaron seemed to sense a certain gaze. His expression immediately became serious. After Klein finished reciting, he drew a crimson moon on his chest and said, "Praise the goddess." Then Aaron looked at Klein and smiled slightly. "Nighthawk Klein Moretti, in the name of the goddess, I solemnly inform you that you have passed the Holy Cathedral's assessment. Congratulations. With your merits, you can now receive a promotion and become a Beander of Sequence 8. As he spoke, Aaron extended his right hand forward, taking out a bottle of liquid with interwoven gold, yellow, and red colors, yet exceptionally clear, from his spatial pocket. He handed it to the somewhat dazed Klein and explained, "This is the potion for Sequence 8 Feet Clown. You can also divine to confirm it. I am waiting here to handle any unexpected situations after you consume the potion. You can rest assured, as long as the problem isn't severe, I should be able to salvage it. This is a spatial mystical item." Klein looked at the Duke, who had conjured the potion out of thin air, somewhat dazed. Then, as if coming to his senses, he took the bottle of potion. He cleared his throat. Although it felt somewhat disrespectful to the Duke, since this was the potion he was about to consume, Klein still took out his citrine pendant and performed a divination. After receiving confirmation that there were no problems, he picked up the clown potion again. "Drink it, and I'll become a Beander of Sequence 8. With that thought, Klein no longer hesitated. He tilted his head slightly and gulped down the potion. Looking at Klein writhing on the ground, Aaron's expression was slightly playful. He took out a rather unique camera from his spatial pocket and took a few posed shots of the twisting, squirming Mr. Fool on the ground. Then, as if nothing had happened, he put the camera away and waited quietly. Snapping back from the terrifying whispers of Honachus, Flegre, Klein, who had officially advanced to Sequence 8 inches clown, weakly crawled up from the ground. Aaron watched the newly promoted clown try various movements quietly, until the other party completely stopped. Then he nodded gently and said, "You must remember one thing. Within the same sequence pathway, high sequence powerhouses can, to some extent, influence the corresponding mid and low sequence beyonders. Of course, some weaker individuals can also achieve this by relying on items of extremely high Beander characteristic. The whispers or screams occasionally heard during a Beander's advancement might just be certain messages they deliberately transmit." Honachus, Flegre, Klein's heart skipped a beat. He instantly thought of the gray fog space, and his thoughts immediately raced, but the emotions on his face were very natural. This was also the ability of a clown. He nodded solemnly and said, "Mr. Attendant, I will remember that. I will not be tempted by those whispers and screams, nor will I be corrupted by them." Aaron glanced at him, drew a crimson moon on his chest, and stood up, picking up the Antigonus family notebook from the table. He said with a smile, "May the goddess also bless you." Walking slowly to the door, Aaron turned slightly to look at Klein, who was somewhat bewildered, seemingly still savoring the clown ability, and said in an enigmatic tone, "Klein, once you walk this pathway, there's no turning back. Although it's a bit hard to believe, I just got home. It feels like the chaotic rush of last October all over again. After this first week of the new year passes, it shouldn't be so busy anymore. I'll take a leave for now. The last time I said I'd take a leave, I immediately got proven wrong. I'm truly speechless." Klein looked up in surprise, finding that the Duke's figure had already vanished into a door of light. A strange sense of urgency lingered in his heart, making him feel as if something was stuck in his throat, and the joy of his advancement lessened considerably. "Once you embark on this path, there's no turning back," Klein repeated in his mind, sighing. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a pale blue brooch quietly placed where Aaron's figure had disappeared. His steps paused. Klein bent down to pick up the brooch. Before he could divine, the spiritual light points attached to it merged into his palm, and the corresponding information appeared in his mind. Traveler's brooch utilizes space concealment, ability to distort and isolate an area within the spirit world. Then, by leveraging the overlapping and chaotic nature of the spirit world and reality, and relying on solidified correct coordinates, it can achieve storage functionality. The isolated space is only the size of a storage room. The power of space concealment needs to be reinforced every 3 months, otherwise, it will gradually become ineffective. Furthermore, the negative effects of any sealed artifacts or mystical items stored within can still affect the wearer. After processing the information that flooded his mind, Klein's mouth slightly opened. There truly was a potion sequence that could involve spatial abilities. Looking at the brooch in his hand, he immediately took out his crystal pendant and performed a divination. All the information in his mind was accurate. The only thing to note was that the special nature of this brooch essentially relied on the spirit world, making it unusable in certain special areas where the spirit world could not be connected or was chaotic. A very powerful mystical item. Was my desire too obvious just now? Although Klein didn't know why the Duke suddenly gave him this item, after thinking for a moment, he still pinned it to his shirt, feeling somewhat like a person with many debts has nothing to lose. With a hint of anticipation, Klein infused his spirituality into it. The look of anticipation on his face slightly froze. The space accessed by the traveler's brooch was empty. There was no additional surprise he had hoped for. Surrounded by transparent shadows of indescribable forms, and with clear, bright lights of different colors above, containing countless pieces of knowledge, Aaron strolled through the spirit world, heading towards the corresponding spirit world coordinates of Backland. Suddenly, the surrounding illusory objects changed abruptly. Aaron found himself standing inside a majestic palace. Here, the walls had collapsed and were in ruins. In some places, moss and weeds even grew. Through the holes in the surroundings, one could see the mountains outside and the white clouds almost touching the palace. At the very top of the palace was a huge stone-carved chair, inlaid with dull gems and gold, seemingly not prepared for humans. This enormous chair was empty and mottled, as if it had endured the baptism of long years. On the chair, countless transparent maggots seemed to be clustered together, slowly wriggling and growing wildly. Everything before his eyes was instantly dispersed by surging dark gold mist. Aaron reopened his eyes, his light gold pupils gazing at the notebook that had somehow flipped open in his right hand. A strong sense of yearning tempted him to go to another area. His demigod status and the uniqueness brought by the Nation of Disorder meant Aaron no longer needed to divine. Simply by approaching danger, he would receive a warning. After all, the essence of most divinations relied on the astral body roaming the spirit world to gain revelations, which, simply put, originated from one's own spirituality. Manipulating chains of order to completely cover the Antigonus family's notebook, preventing it from interacting with the spirit world, Aaron then turned his head to look at the area to his front right, a deep, ink-like blackness that even the clear, bright light above could not illuminate. Having experienced multiple spirit world traversals and having created spatial pockets in the spirit world using the secret method necklace, space concealment, Aaron knew that the existence of the spirit world was quite wondrous. It completely overlaps with the real world. In the spirit world, there is no up, down, left, or right. Past, future, and present can all converge here, like a strange ocean formed by the compression and aggregation of countless knowledge, countless information, and countless illusory spirits. Because of this, revelations obtained from the spirit world can only be various symbols, not direct answers. But it is precisely this conceptual world that allows everyone to receive revelations from the spirit world at any time. Aaron, who had already achieved demigod status, could selectively receive messages. The fact that he was unknowingly passively fed images was something the Antigonus family's notebook could not do. This notebook was not derived from a uniqueness, it merely contained a residual trace of power from Antigonus, who was half a fool. Able to bypass my perception and subtly draw out this power, Aaron's gaze slightly narrowed as he looked at the indistinctly distant gray area and whispered, Hornassus. This should be the spirit world projection of the nation of disorder, before Antigonus was sealed, or the corresponding area in the spirit world that emerged from the puppet city Antigonus once constructed for the mystical realm. The residual aura within it, utilizing the special area of the spirit world, had influenced the formation of the influence. Thinking this, Aaron suppressed his curiosity and moved away from the area. Regardless of whether this was a contingency Antigonus left for himself by using the authority of deception when he was half a fool, or if certain existences deliberately did not destroy it to prevent Antigonus from being completely replaced by the Lord of the Mysteries, consciousness, Aaron was unwilling to be the one to step forward at this moment, but he still recorded the spirit world coordinates of this area. After moving away from that area, the Antigonus family's notebook fell back into silence. Aaron then recalled how the Evernight goddess had specifically asked him to bring this notebook back to Backland. Gently shaking his head, the Evernight mark emitted a faint glow, applying a concealment status to him. Aaron stepped out of the spirit world, and what met his eyes was a pure black church with two symmetrical bell towers. Inside a quiet room in St. Samuel's Church, Saint Anthony Stevenson, one of the 13 archbishops of the Evernight Goddess Church and the head of the Backland Diocese, looked at the Antigonus family's notebook on the table and lightly tapped the surface. The surrounding light suddenly vanished, as if swallowed by the dimness within the room. Throughout the entire church, all the praying believers felt the descent of darkness for that brief moment. Everything quickly returned to normal, and the notebook also disappeared. Looking at Aaron opposite him, Archbishop Anthony nodded slightly. Lady Ariana has informed me that this notebook will be sealed by St. Samuel's Church. Thank you for your assistance, Duke. Making a crimson moon sign over his chest, Aaron smiled and said, I heard Audrey went to the southern continent with Crested on an airship. I have quite a few enemies in the southern continent. Although they won't directly attack the church, everything is uncertain once they reach the southern continent. Therefore, I have also arranged a powerful individual in the southern continent. This is both to ensure Audrey's safety and to smoothly promote the code of law in Nicephorus City. Because his identity still needs to be concealed, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I would like a token from you. Looking deeply at Aaron, Anthony's hand produced a pure black ring, which he flicked to the Duke, and then said in a deep voice. Take this ring, and Crested will understand. He will cooperate with your actions in West Balam. Fainapotter Kingdom, Fainapotter City. Aaron, having left Backland, stepped out of the door of Traveler, and what met his eyes was a familiar, dazzling golden expanse. He looked at the continuous golden churches, and the holy emblem of life, surrounded by symbols of wheat, flowers, and springs, engraved on their outer walls. A uniquely shaped infant puppet silently appeared on his shoulder, a demigod creation gifted by Matron Roland. An invisible fluctuation spread. Moments later, a green-haired woman wearing an archbishop's robe flew out from the sprawling palace complex covered by towering trees, appearing before Aaron in an instant. A clear, cold voice came. "Blessed One, the pontiff has ordered me to receive you. You may call me Archbishop Melanie." Looking at the archbishop with green hair mixed with wheat ears, Aaron reached into his spatial pocket and took out the uniquely shaped container. It held the flesh and blood of Dun. Along with it, he also took out a dark, profound, gem-like gelatinous substance. This was a nightmare Beander characteristic separated from the Beander characteristics sacrificed from Moon City. Aaron handed both items to the classical alchemist, explaining, "I hope the church can help me refine a body using this flesh and blood, and also incorporate this Beander characteristic." Archbishop Melanie first took the nightmare Beander characteristic and closed her eyes to sense it for a moment, then spoke softly. "A very clean Beander characteristic, without mixed pollution or spiritual imprints. I can help you fulfill your request. This Beander characteristic can replace the incomplete spirit and most of the materials to complete an ultimate, life alchemy. However, the cost is that the final product will lack the most crucial soul, being merely a puppet that you can control. A Sequence 7 puppet would be of no use to you. If you need, you can capture some spirits to integrate into it, but this will cause a certain degree of mutation." Receiving the Archbishop's affirmative reply, Aaron nodded in satisfaction, peeling off a cluster of spiritual light points containing Dun's likeness, and handing it to Melanie while adding, "No, just refine it into a body. There's no need to add other spirits, but the appearance must be exactly the same. Lacking a soul doesn't make it a complete life. I can place it in the spatial pocket beforehand." Aaron silently added in his mind. After agreeing on the retrieval time, he opened the door of Traveler and departed. Inside the palace shrouded in dense dark gold mist, Aaron, leaning against the throne, looked at the two items he had just sacrificed. His spirituality stirred, illuminating two brilliant stars on the dome. Watching the pure black ring given by Anthony merge into the star symbolizing Fow's Allen, Aaron took out Ariana's emblem from the pile of sundries and threw it, along with the gem bestowed by the Evernight goddess, into the star symbolizing Cavendish Lancer. With this Evernight emblem, Cavendish Lancer could also use it to summon Ariana's historical void image, indirectly gaining the protection of secrecy, and minimizing the chance of being tracked by those few in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, outside the sanguine holy city, Carmia, Cavendish Lancer looked at the two items floating out from the dark gold double doors, feeling the instant surge of darkness around him. His wildly warning spiritual intuition made him abandon the idea of divination. Only after digesting the information that flooded his mind did Cavendish Lancer look at the gem, which seemed to contain stars, with a surprised expression. He then glanced at the slowly closing door of sacrifice and bestowal, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke in Hermes language. "Evernight goddess, more exalted than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity, you are the Crimson Lord, Mother of Concealment, and also the Empress of Calamity and Fear, Lord of Slumber and Silence. Please listen to my prayer and grant me the protection of secrecy." The low prayer echoed. The Evernight emblem instantly dimmed, and the gem slowly dissolved, seeming to merge with the surrounding darkness. Through the connection of the Evernight mark and the aid of his true vision, Aaron saw a figure wearing a layered long dress adorned with star dust, her face seemingly veiled by layers of thin gauze. A thin, night curtain, gently drifted down, silently covering the holy city, Carmia, and the surrounding area. Until this curtain shattered, everything here would be concealed. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Suppressing the urge to look up, Cavendish Lancer finally relaxed after the figure vanished and the night curtain she transformed into completely enveloped the area. He then took out the bat token given by the sanguine from his pregnant and began to constantly reach forward with his arms. His face instantly paled a few shades. Cavendish Lancer, with trembling arms, dragged 3 illusory figures from the historical fog. They were the 3 sanguine dukes. The bat token then collapsed inward, turning into 3 drops of blood entangled by crimson threads. After the blood, which exuded a rich life aura, merged, the originally somewhat illusory figures gradually solidified, and Cavendish Lancer, as the summoner, also felt his spiritual burden lighten considerably. The 3 sanguine dukes, already prepared, did not waste time with pleasantries. Even if he could borrow spirituality from his past self, Cavendish Lancer could only temporarily bear the historical void images of 3 angels. Duke, purple moon, Liana's body emitted a dense yin power, and a blood-red full moon appeared behind her. The figures of the remaining 2 dukes appeared in 2 other directions of the holy city, Carmia, with blood moons simultaneously rising behind them. The blood-red pattern spreading on the 3 blood moons intertwined and swirled above the holy city, Carmia, forming a massive array pattern, with a pair of enormous bat wings at its core. The darkness rippled, revealing a silver full moon, and the residual divine power of the 3 ancient gods filling the holy city, Carmia, also erupted at this moment. Indescribable roars spread wantonly from the deepest part of the ruined city, but they were swallowed by the dense darkness. The blood-red array pattern, which had already formed above, was now slowly disintegrating, as if time had been fooled, attempting to retreat to its origin. Broken black thorns and a black-red sea of blood surged from deep within the city, tightly binding the silver moon, as if trying to break through the barrier of night with its help. The darkness boiled like a tide, instantly engulfing the gushing thorns and sea of blood, causing them to be infected by the power of darkness and directly dissolve, becoming part of the tide. With the help of the darkness tide, the array patterns, which had shown signs of collapse, gradually stabilized. The 2 angels, Joanna and Ulmer, looked at each other from afar, their figures actively dissolving, and 2 crystalline drops of blood flew towards the illusory giant bat wings within the array patterns. As these 2 drops, based on the blood of a mythical creature and condensed with the faith of the sanguine, merged into the illusory wings, they seemed to be endowed with life, evolving from an abstract concept into a special form. This was a power only possessed by the life-giver. The dense yin power diffused around the holy city of Camia weakened at an incredible speed. The illusory wings, after absorbing these powers, gradually solidified, and various bizarre and distorted symbolic patterns appeared on them. Duchess Liana, the oldest sanguine currently alive and one who personally experienced the cataclysm, relaxed her grave expression slightly. Her figure flickered, and when she reappeared, she had merged with the colossal bat wings that could obscure the sky, and terrifying pressure raged. Although only one historical void image remained to be summoned, the spiritual pressure Cavendish Lancer endured only increased. His spirituality seemed to be sucked into a bottomless pit. If he hadn't been able to borrow spirituality from his past self, he wouldn't have been able to hold on when the wings merged just now. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron, observing with his true vision, keenly noticed that the all-encompassing night curtain was gradually thinning. After all, this was within the isolated forsaken land of the gods. Even with the power transmitted through the Sephira, the remaining divine power mobilized was limited to this area to avoid attracting the attention of the true creator and Aemon. Most of it had already been consumed in the confrontation with Kvastir, the aberrant king, and Phlegre, the demonic wolf. Without any slack, Aaron continued to raise his perspective, using true vision to observe if any anomalies, such as certain guys wearing monocles, appeared in the area around the hidden holy city of Camia. The blood-colored bat wings spread open, and Duchess Liana's pupils had completely turned blood red. Obscure symbolic patterns vaguely appeared on her forehead, indicating she was using the nation of moonlight to sense the fragmented divine kingdom. The silver moon, floating in the black-red tide, suddenly burst forth with light. Liana, without hesitation, slowly vibrated her wings, plunging into the tide like a kunpeng entering the sea. The strange symbolic patterns on the wings delayed the overall collapse. Even facing the erosion of multiple divine powers, they still managed to touch the silver moon. Her wings dissipated into points of light in the tide, and the blood contained within them was completely consumed. Yet, Liana's face showed a relieved joy. With the cooperation of the night curtain, her figure transformed into a drop of fresh blood radiating a dense aura of life, enveloping the illusory silver-white full moon, and departed from the holy city of Kemia. Accompanied by an unintelligible roar, a profound stream of light was peeled from the black-red tide by the night curtain, following the silver moon and flying towards Cavendish Lancer. Having no time to examine the item that had appeared in his hand, Cavendish Lancer looked at the holy city of Kemia before him, which caused his spirituality to tremble. The terror contained within it seemed to have been completely awakened. Opting not to teleport to avoid appearing in an unknown location within this land of degradation, Cavendish Lancer quickly exited the night curtain, and, using his sequence 3-level flame jump, rapidly moved away in the opposite direction of the Moon City. Aaron gestured, drawing the Black Emperor card to obscure Cavendish Lancer's tracks with the authority of the Nation of Disorder, interfering with any potential divination or tracking. The occasional flashes of lightning in the sky once again illuminated the area. A deathly silence became the main theme, but the power that caused people to mysteriously disappear in the darkness was extremely thin. This level of change was quickly noticed. A young man dressed in a black classical robe and wearing a matching pointed soft hat appeared at the edge of the deep pit, overlooking the bizarre city that twisted and expanded in the darkness. Interesting. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye, then directly jumped into the deep pit, leaping into the bizarre city. In less than 10 seconds, Eamon, wearing a monocle, reappeared at the exact spot he had stood, the smile on his lips becoming even more pronounced. The next moment, Eamon split into countless figures. Some were pure clones, some were symbolic replicas, and some were afterimages left behind by continuous, flashing, and actions. The sky enveloped in darkness and the surrounding wilderness were now filled with Amons. They were densely packed, wearing pointed soft hats and monocles, blocking every loophole. Some of these Amons transformed into mottled, ancient, blue-black intertwined wall clocks, while others became pure starlight. They simultaneously raised both hands, thumb to thumb, index finger to index finger, forming an oval. Within the oval, starlight illuminated, perfectly encompassing the holy city of Kemia in the deep pit. Immediately after, the Amons, hands abruptly spread apart, as if tearing something, making it seem a bit heavy. From numerous monocles, layers of shimmering light surged out wildly, annihilating the power continuously gushing from deep within the city. With a tearing sound like paper shattering, the area where the holy city of Kemia was located seemed to turn into glass, and under the intense impact, countless cracks appeared, breaking apart piece by piece, inch by inch. He intended to steal this ancient city that had undergone an anomaly. As if sensing something, the Amons' smiles simultaneously vanished. They looked at the slowly peeling space with some regret, adjusted their monocles, and actively gave up on stealing. Their figures, covering the mountains and plains, then disappeared. On the plain not far away, a dim yellow light was particularly dazzling. A terrifying 4-meter-tall figure emerged, followed by dark, illusory feathers that intertwined with light and shadow, forming 4 pairs of deep yet sacred wings. This was Stiff, the Angel of Holy Word, a devoted follower of the true Creator. An extremely dark and defiled aura formed across, both illusory and real, around this Angel of Holy Word, and a curtain of shadow subsequently appeared. Stiff, the Angel of Holy Word, first gazed at the now anomalous city of Kemia, then slightly tilted his head to stare at the plain where the Amons had gathered earlier, and his deep, hoarse voice echoed. Blasphemers shall be punished. The 4 pairs of deep yet sacred wings gently flapped, drawing the curtain of shadow to cover the plain, and an extremely degenerate aura permeated the air. Worms of time emerged from various corners of the plain, gathering to form Eamon. He calmly looked at the curtain of shadow, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It was as if he was saying, "I'll remember you." With a melodious chime, an ancient and mottled clock appeared, and its hands paused simultaneously. This caused the surrounding environment to solidify, and Eamon, in plain sight, departed under the gaze of the cross. The desolate plain once again returned to deathly silence. After an unknown period, Stiff's deep but sacred wings slowly retracted, and the illusory cross had long vanished without a trace. This, angel of holy word, silently left the holy city of Kamia, and after discerning the direction, walked into the depths of the darkness. The time limit for borrowing spirituality had expired, and the stinging pain in his mind forced Cavendish Lancer to stop his flame jump, finding himself now in a square. The light formed by the flame jump seemed to be hindered by an invisible force, only able to illuminate half of its usual range. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, momentarily brightening the surroundings. Using this lightning, Cavendish Lancer saw incomplete statues erected around the square. Some had their hands bound behind their backs, others were wrapped in thorny roses, and some resembled mummies, giving an immediate sense of restraint. Aaron, seated on his throne, also witnessed this scene, but he did not sense any hidden danger in those incomplete statues. In his mind, he recalled records about Kvastir, the aberrant king. Ugly and distorted, mummies wrapped in thorny roses and bandages. To have arrived at a city-state that once worshipped this aberrant king immediately after leaving Kvastir's fallen land. Although he found it somewhat coincidental, given Cavendish Lancer's current state, Aaron did not let him explore further. After all, finding a relatively safe place, quickly recovering his spirituality, and promptly sacrificing the few items he had painstakingly obtained to the nation of disorder was the most crucial task. Tingen, Zudaland Street, 124. Given the intelligence provided about Hood Eugen of the psychology alchemists and his recent promotion leading to spiritual instability, Dunn readily granted Klein a full 2-day leave. Watching the sky gradually turn yellow, several tarot cards suddenly appeared in Klein's hand. With a whooshing sound, the cards, like sharp blades, diagonally embedded themselves into the wall. Nodding with satisfaction, he put the tarot cards back into the space within the traveler's brooch. Klein muttered with some emotion. Is this what a clown is? With this mystical item, my close combat abilities can even rank among the top in the Nighthawks team. I really look forward to what abilities the next sequence will bring. After familiarizing himself with his newly acquired Beander abilities, Klein locked the door and sat on his bed, beginning to meditate. He cautiously and slowly controlled the slight overflow of the potion's power through this method. When he opened his eyes again, the red moon was already high in the sky. After a moment of thought, he took out his dagger, set up a spiritual wall in the 4 corners of the room, walked 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived at the gray fog space. Klein stood at the head of the bronze long table, looking down, only to see the boundless gray fog and crimson stars that seemed to remain unchanged forever. However, after advancing to sequence 8, he found that he could connect to more stars, meaning he could draw in more members. Thinking this, Klein noticed that the crimson star, which had been quiet for a long time, once again showed faint contractions and expansions. Klein extended his spirituality with great interest and once again saw the young man who had spoken giant language before, seeing him kneeling in front of a pure crystal ball. This young man still wore a black tight-fitting suit, different from the styles of the northern continent's various nations. His appearance was blurry and distorted, only vaguely showing brownish-yellow hair. He knelt there, constantly praying in an exceptionally pained tone. Klein listened intently, understanding what the other party was saying with his rudimentary knowledge of giant language. Great God, please cast your gaze upon this place you have abandoned once more. Great God, please free us, the people of darkness, from that cursed fate. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, to please you with my blood. Abandoned place, people of darkness. Klein silently repeated these keywords, recalling the forsaken land of the gods, mentioned in both church scriptures and Emperor Russell's diaries. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, unsure if his guess was correct, but remembering what Mr. Emperor had said after his promotion, a strange sense of urgency lingered in his heart. This might be an opportunity. His fingers tapped the edge of the bronze long table. After 3 taps, he made a decision, extending his right hand to touch the illusory crimson star. The crimson mass immediately erupted, light flowing like water. Having activated his spirit vision beforehand, Klein looked at the young man who suddenly appeared at the very end of the bronze long table and had already realized he was still an ordinary person. After a simple Q&A, Klein was basically able to confirm that this orphaned young man indeed came from the legendary Forsaken Land of the Gods. After all, he didn't even know the 7 deities. Klein couldn't think of any other possibility for such an isolated land of darkness. Thinking of this, his thoughts immediately diverged. Klein leaned back in his chair and leisurely spoke. I have no interest in the blood and souls of mortals, but I can give you an opportunity. I am a fool who likes equivalent exchange. You can obtain what you desire from me, and from others similar to you, with everything you can acquire. Note, the value must be equivalent. This can make you powerful. Perhaps one day, you can rely on yourself to free the city of silver from its curse and let the sun reappear in the sky. Derek listened quietly, then silently lowered his head. After a while, he replied, I want to become the sun. I want to obtain its initial sequence potion formula from you. In exchange, I am willing to offer you the most common giant pathway initial sequence, Divine Blood Warrior, potion formula from the City of Silver. Divine Blood Warrior. Klein was stunned for a moment, guessing that this might be an ancient name for the warrior potion controlled by the god of combat church. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Good thing the request wasn't excessive, otherwise this fool would have to renege on a debt. But the suffering I endured while divining the eternal blazing sun finally came in handy. Recalling the scene in the Chaos Council, Klein, using his connection with this gray fog space, replicated the sequence 9 inches barred potion formula from his mind into a spiritual light spot, allowing it to merge into Derek's body. The anxious expression on his face instantly froze. Feeling the information suddenly surging into his mind, Derek became even more convinced of Mr. Fool's greatness. However, the surprise on Derek's face quickly faded. Whether it was crystallized sunflowers or adult firestone birds, these clearly did not exist in the abandoned land eternally shrouded in darkness. I'm still rushing a report that I need for a client meeting with my boss tomorrow, so I have no choice but to take a leave of absence. This week has been much busier than I expected. Writing reports and attending meetings has almost made me depressed. My energy is spread too thin, and updates have definitely suffered. However, this is the last time I'll be taking leave. If you ask, it's because I've used it all up. Things should calm down significantly after this week. Please bear with me. Buy promises to save up more drafts in the future, just in case. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Observing the emotional colors of the young man from the City of Silver, Klein instantly understood the problem. Maintaining his posture, he calmly added, I've organized a gathering here, with people similar to you. You can exchange items that you or the City of Silver might need. However, for the next 2 days, it's best if you don't go out and try to avoid staying in the same room as others. Derek breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the parchment that suddenly appeared before him, he wrote while responding in a low, somewhat nervous voice, Thank you for your generosity. What price do I need to pay to join your gathering? Based on his control over this gray fog space, Klein had already learned the Divine Blood Warrior potion formula without even needing to retrieve the parchment. Main ingredients: iron-backed rhinoceros's horn, 20 grams of magic patterned worm powder. Auxiliary ingredients: 100 milliliters of pure water, 10 grams of dragon blood grass. Another potion formula. Klein restrained the curve of his lips, tapping his fingers lightly on the table's edge. I am a fool who loves long histories. You only need to tell me the history of the City of Silver as you know it. The crimson light receded, and Klein watched as the young man opposite him turned into a phantom and gradually dispersed. The creator of everything, omnipotent and omniscient God. Klein leaned back, repeating the keywords from Sun, Derek's earlier words in his mind. He was not unfamiliar with the creator of everything, the creator mentioned in the Book of Storms, the revelation of night, and folk legends had similar titles, and the true creator, worshipped by secret organizations like the Aurora Order, was also described similarly. However, omnipotent and omniscient God was the first time Klein had heard it in this world. Neither the Evernight Goddess, the Lord of Storms, nor the mysterious Lord of Order had ever claimed to be omniscient and omnipotent. Another member duped, no, another member developed. Klein reined in his thoughts, then couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, mocking the current strength of the Tarot Club. The leader, the fool, was only sequence 8, and had just advanced at that. And the City of Silver, which, Sun said had no hope, possessed at least 3 high-ranking powerhouses at sequence 4. Sighing, Klein took out the citrine pendant. Previously, to deal with the inevitable inspection from the church, he had put aside the matters of Baron Ramda's first generation and Mr. Azek, which he had learned from exploring the ancient castle, and had not yet dealt with them. I should tell the Nighthawks about Mr. Azek's matter. Looking at the divinatory statement manifested on the parchment, he performed a pendulum divination. The answer from this pendulum divination was a counterclockwise rotation, meaning, should not tell. Putting down the citrine pendant, Klein, who always followed his instincts, thought for a few seconds and decided to try dream divination again to be safe. This time, his divinatory statement became the consequences of concealing Mr. Azek's related matters within the Nighthawks. Holding the parchment, after silently reciting it 7 times, he leaned back and entered a slumber through meditation. In that illusory, hazy, fragmented world, he saw himself, sinking and struggling in a sea of blood. At that moment, a hand reached out and pulled him from the sea of blood. The owner of this hand was Azek, with bronze skin and tiny black moles near his ears. The scene shattered and reassembled. Klein saw himself inside a dark, cold mausoleum, with coffins all around him lying open. Azek stood beside him, gazing at the front, seemingly searching for something. Just then, Klein exited the dream and once again saw the illusory, grayish-white, boundless mist. The symbolic meaning of the dream just now is that if I conceal matters related to Mr. Azek for him, then when I fall into a certain crisis in the future, I will receive his help. Klein crossed his hands, resting them on his chin, but his brows furrowed. After the recent recollection, he realized he seemed to have overlooked something. He had actually forgotten to divine the identity of the mysterious person who stole Mr. Azek's descendant's skull, which was very unusual for a seer. A bad premonition surfaced in his mind. Klein didn't hesitate and immediately performed another dream divination. In the hazy dream, he once again saw the somewhat familiar red chimney. Klein's heart pounded violently. Even without a mirror, he could tell his expression was very grim at the moment. Did the mastermind living in the red chimney house, besides secretly creating coincidences, also come to Ramda's ancient castle and take the head of that black full-armored knight? What exactly does he want to do? What is his true purpose? Looking at the seemingly unchanging grayish-white mist, Klein took a deep breath. This wasn't entirely bad, at least he now had a common enemy with the equally mysterious Mr. Azek. Having made up his mind, Klein didn't linger. He extended his spirituality, enveloped himself, and plummeted downwards. In the forsaken land of the gods, the frequency of lightning streaking across the night sky became denser. At the edge of the square with the dilapidated mummy covered in thorny roses, Cavendish Lancer opened his eyes. Ariana's night emblem hovered above his head, emitting tranquil and peaceful fluctuations that smoothed the deep darkness outside the bonfire. Cavendish Lancer, however, frowned, looking at the 2 items before him that were like dead objects with no aura fluctuations. A silver-white light cluster covered in wriggling blood threads, and an illusory object shrouded in dark mist, which could only be sensed by those holding the night emblem. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, but his wildly warning spiritual intuition made Cavendish Lancer dare not divine rashly, especially in such a dangerous place as the forsaken land of the gods. After praying in his heart and receiving a response, he no longer hesitated, retrieving items from the historical mist and setting up the sacrifice and bestowal ritual. Watching the mysterious and ancient gate of sacrifice and bestowal form and slowly open, Cavendish Lancer gently held up the silver-white light cluster and the dark mist with both hands, throwing them into the gap of the illusory gate, into the deep, boundless darkness behind the door. Patterns on the dark gold double door lit up one by one. The void darkness suddenly gained substance, seemingly forming an invisible barrier that blocked the silver-white light cluster just past the double door, leaving it floating, unable to move forward. Above the throne, Aaron, who had been observing, instantly noticed the anomaly. Indeed, the seal of the Forsaken Land of the Gods restricts high-level items. However, I am closely related to the Nation of Disorder, and can use it to respond, but this cannot exceed a certain limit. However, that fragment of the divine kingdom is at most a remnant of an ancient god, it's inherently incomplete. Even if it's related to a uniqueness, the connection won't be too deep, so this kind of barrier isn't impossible to overcome. Aaron frowned slightly at this scene. After integrating the Black Emperor card into his body to further elevate his Beander characteristic, he suppressed the repulsion from the Nation of Disorder itself, attempting to leverage the power of the Sephira to influence that barrier. At the same time, the dark mist, also blocked within the dark gold double door, seemed to gain a life of its own, directly covering and enveloping the silver-white light cluster. Aaron, who had already activated his incomplete mythical creature form, keenly noticed that the resistance suddenly weakened by more than half. Following his spiritual intuition, he immediately raised the sun-chasing scepter in his hand, and a dense dark gold mist poured into the now substantial void darkness. A crisp sound, as if echoing deep within the spirit body, reverberated. The deep, illusory shadow instantly vanished into the rippling barrier. Deep within the Forsaken Land of the Gods, at the peak of a mountain, stood a massive cross, between reality and illusion. A blurred figure was hanged man there, with several ancient wooden stakes piercing his body, stained with still flowing but not dripping blood, nailing him to the cross. An illusory, unreal crisp sound echoed across this desolate land. The hanged man figure on the massive cross suddenly faded, spreading into a curtain of shadow that connected the sky above and the earth below. Behind the curtain, a pair of cold eyes seemed to be watching the entire world. The next second, the shadow curtain split open, revealing a dark, lightless interior, with faint echoes of illusory tides. A wisp of dark gold mist was exhaled, landing before those cold eyes. In the central part of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, the Angel of Holy Word, Stiff, who was searching for blasphemers, stopped. He slowly knelt, his expression solemn and devout, closing his eyes, and praying in a low voice. The giant formed by dark gold mist looked down at the items flying out of the dark gold double door. Aaron, who had activated his incomplete mythical creature form, suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation. Before he could ponder, the illusory shadow originally attached to the surface seemed to have exhausted its power, flung out by the suddenly expanding silver-white moonlight, transforming into an unreal, void crystal that fell into the corner of the Grand Palace. The entire Nation of Disorder reacted, like water boiling to a fever pitch. Vast power, like boiling steam, spontaneously activated, converging into a torrent that completely submerged, layer by layer, and tightly bound the suddenly expanding silver-white moonlight in Densian power. As the controller of the Sephira, Aaron clearly sensed that the fluctuations generated by the two opposing forces had nearly reached the level of a king of angels. The power spontaneously activated by the Sephira far exceeded the level Aaron himself could mobilize. Feeling the Sephira's rampage, Aaron, who had been in his semi-mythical creature form, did not stand idly by. For him, this was also a rare opportunity. A surging dark gold mist, carrying a brilliant chaotic crown embedded with a reddish gold eyeball at its top, appeared above Aaron's head. It was precisely the most precious crown of chaos from the Ghost Empire. Golden threads emerged from the reddish gold eyeball, carrying awe-inspiring majesty directly into the dark gold vortex that enveloped the silver-white brilliance. The chaotic strangeness within the grand palace paused for a moment. The two entangled forces were abruptly separated, becoming two distinct worlds. In his own territory, Aaron, using his incomplete mythical creature form and the Saphira's enhancement, manipulated the Crown of Chaos to collect and gather the destruction caused by the two forces. This peculiar sensation lasted only for an instant. The incorporeal dark gold giant nearly disintegrated. From the brilliant stars covering the dome, vast and complex prayers echoed, soothing the backlash from using the Crown of Chaos. Aaron, catching his breath, didn't hesitate at all, throwing the crown from his head directly towards the two worlds that were about to merge. In the suddenly erupting tide of power, an object abruptly appeared, manifesting before Aaron, who was unable to sustain his incomplete mythical creature state. It had a dark cover and an interior made of parchment. It was precisely Grossel's travels. Aaron, relying on his essence that could differentiate into mist of order, collapsed into an illusory bookmark, and embedded himself into this travelogue, using it to block the endless tide of power, enough to make an angel change color. Even with the buffer of the dark gold mist, the seemingly unchanging palace developed cracks. The part closest to the center of power directly collapsed and fell, revealing the boundless dark gold world outside. The surging dark gold mist slowly subsided. The dim silver crescent moon fell to the ground, no longer as violent as before, and a similarly much dimmer crown fell not far away. The reddish gold eyeball embedded at the top showed fine cracks in its pupil. The surrounding dark gold mist was drawn into it, and those cracks gradually repaired themselves. Just then, a pale hand pressed on the reddish gold eyeball. Aaron, who had recovered his form, looked at the damaged Crown of Chaos in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. This sealed artifact left by the Night Emperor contained the complete Beander characteristic from Sequence 1 to Sequence 9 of the Justiciar pathway. This also led to its rather high Beander characteristic, and even with various means of enhancement, the power of the Nation of Disorder that could be mobilized was still directly shattered. Even if it's an ally, I wouldn't feel at ease handing over an item of this level. It's very likely to leave hidden dangers, not to mention the need to pay corresponding compensation. Aaron, who is only at Sequence 4, could only rely on this place, which belonged to the highest level of the Justiciar pathway, to effectively suppress and gradually dissolve and differentiate it over time. But since obtaining this sealed artifact, my separation stopped abruptly at Sequence 4. The Sequence 3 inches Chaos Hunter, Beander characteristic, which I most desired and needed, has been elusive. And the only ones who control the Justiciar pathway are the Castia family and the Augustus family. Unlike LotM, even with Erodes' help, Aaron would find it very difficult to accurately hunt a Chaos Hunter in the unfamiliar Faceac. Startling the snake would easily attract the attention of the Castia families, Hand of Order, making the benefits uncertain and the risks extremely high. And the only Chaos Hunter I know of is Prince Grov. Unlike Chuni's Korg, who has already become a Beander characteristic, Prince Grov, who holds a Grade 0 sealed artifact, ranks among the top 5 in the Augustus family. Such a powerhouse, who absolutely knows the secrets of George III, if attacked, would directly make me lose the advantage of foresight and bring uncontrollable changes. Before I have the strength to overturn the table, it's better to develop discreetly. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Looking at the shattered reddish gold pupil, Aaron's spirituality diffused. With the suppression of the Nation of Disorder's Beander characteristic, he finally succeeded in separating that Chaos Hunter Beander characteristic. In the center of the palace, as if swept by a hurricane, Aaron stood amidst the ruins, gazing at the translucent hexagonal crystal in his hand, with faint golden patterns shimmering within it. It was worth the effort. Aaron contentedly put away the Chaos Hunter Beander characteristic in his hand, then looked at the surrounding, utterly catastrophic scene. The dispersed spirituality connected with the Nation of Disorder, conveying the intention to restore it to its original state, and within 2 breaths, the magnificent palace returned to its former glory. Aaron sat back on the throne and beckoned for the other items he had obtained from Kamiya, the holy city in the forsaken land of the gods. Looking at the silver-white crescent moon in his hand, shrouded in dark golden mist as if it were a dead object, constantly suppressed by the nation of disorder, Eren carefully sensed it, leveraging the Saphira's authority. A divine kingdom is an ability exclusive to a true creator, an extension of the corresponding sequence authority. Its nature is very peculiar, it is a unique domain generated by authority. Although this was only a fragment of a divine kingdom, Eren intentionally activated it. During the clash of authorities, he could still glimpse some information and analyze it through this. Divine kingdoms are very similar to many mystical items that still have many effects without Beyonder characteristics. They are all like talismans or divine descent vessels, which, although lacking Beyonder characteristics or uniqueness as their foundation, contain power derived from Beyonder characteristics or uniqueness. Although the abilities they possess are powerful, they have time limits. However, a divine kingdom's duration is nearly infinite because the power it contains and its essence are simply too high-end. This is the only special property bestowed by a true creator. The best example is City of Miracles, Levite, located in the deepest part of the subconscious ocean within the book world of Grossel's Travels, which shielded Eren from disaster just now. However, due to the visionary's peculiarity, Eren didn't want to leave a mark in the subconscious ocean there, to avoid leaving a handle and to prevent awakening the sub-personality of the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, contaminated by the Chaos Sea, which lies in its deepest part. Eren had never deeply explored it. Eren withdrew his gaze from the silver-white crescent moon floating before him, pondering the information he had obtained, his thoughts drifting far away. Sequence 1 Foot Attendant of Mysteries, of the Seer, pathway is an angel who serves mysteries. Only by initially grasping the authority of the corresponding domain can one create a prototype divine kingdom like the Realm of Mysteries. What about the Arbiter, pathway? Or rather, at what sequence can I, with the nation of disorder, establish my own divine kingdom prototype? Eren's gaze involuntarily turned to the surrounding magnificent palace, seemingly unchanging since ancient times. He suppressed his curiosity and understood why the Sanguine were so eager to obtain the Divine Kingdom fragment. Although the Sanguine currently control most of the Divine Kingdom, the incomplete authority due to its fragmentation, coupled with the precarious astral world barrier and the surrounding outer gods, means that the Sanguine's own pathway is closely related to outer gods, and they will only be increasingly affected. With Lilith feigning death and unable to personally protect them, the Sanguine currently either seek the protection of other deities or complete the Divine Kingdom, using the symbol of complete authority and their bond with the Sanguine to resist potential corruption. Pinching his brows, Eren condensed a cluster of spiritual light points and cast them into the star symbolizing Louise on the dome, informing her to prepare. The three Sanguine dukes would know what to do next. Not rushing to open the door of sacrifice and bestowal, Eren, waiting for Louise or rather the Sanguine's reaction, looked at the unreal void crystal. Eren, who had used true vision throughout, knew the origin of this item clearly. It was an item taken from the holy city, Kamiya, by the Evernight goddess's power projection. It was also with the cooperation of the Evernight goddess's residual divine power within it that Eren, by coordinating from inside and out, pierced the barrier and retrieved these two high-level items from the forsaken land of the gods. This should be why the Evernight goddess didn't propose an equivalent condition before. This characteristic itself is one of the conditions. The holy city, Kamiya, should still contain other Beyonder characteristics left by ancient gods, but unfortunately, the divine power there has been completely activated and is unusually dangerous. Moreover, such a large commotion must have been noticed by the true creator and Aemon. Thinking this, Eren fell silent, looking at this void crystal, which was very likely a sequence 2 inches servant of concealment, Beyonder characteristic, until layers of prayers came from the star above his head. Moonland, Castle Hall. Louise looked nervously at the three dukes surrounding her, quickly relaying the information that had appeared in her mind. Through this period of contact, Louise had realized that the Sanguine high-ranking members already knew about the Lord of Order, behind her and were even cooperating, which gave her a sense of relief from being recognized and a sense of mission to bear the heavy responsibility of the Sanguine's revival. Looking at this fortunate Sanguine Jr., the true core of the Sanguine, Duchess Lyanna, Purple Moon, slowly nodded. After exchanging glances with the other two dukes, an invisible wave simultaneously emanated from their bodies. Marquis Mistral, waiting outside the castle hall and not yet privy to the inner workings, suddenly stood up, his gaze shifting from the hall to the outside. The red moon that had occupied the entire sky suddenly turned blood red, and the yin power became increasingly active. Marquis Mistral, already a sequence 3 inches high summoner, immediately felt that the summoning door, which he could normally summon with a mere thought, seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, and even his perception of the spirit world became blurred. What happened? Does it require the 3 dukes to jointly seal the ancestral land? Marquis Mistral pondered, turning his gaze back to the castle hall sealed by an invisible barrier. His intuition told him that this matter was related to Louise. Although Louise, limited by her sequence 5 level, could not specifically sense the changes in the spirit world, she also noticed the changes in the yin power at this moment. Seeing the 3 dukes showing no intention of leaving, Louise, feeling a little anxious, prayed in her heart. After receiving permission from that great existence, she breathed a sigh of relief and no longer hesitated, setting up the sacrifice and bestowal ritual under the angel's gaze. Watching the dark golden double doors slowly open, Duchess Lyanna, Purple Moon, who was secretly mobilizing the power of Moonland's crimson pupils suddenly constricted, as if trying to see the void darkness behind the door through it. When the silver-white crescent moon emerged from behind the door, the already extremely dense yin power surged again. The terrifyingly cold power even made Louise, who was herself a sanguine viscount, feel uncomfortable. Guided by the aura, Lyanna seemed to see a magnificent palace shrouded in dark golden mist, where an existence hidden in the mist coldly overlooked everything. At his feet, a blazing golden figure with 12 wings on his back lay prostrate. This scene lasted only for an instant before disappearing. Lyanna subconsciously took the silver-white crescent moon, and the terrifying gravitational pull quickly brought her back from the glimpse she had just seen. The dim silver-white crescent moon was like a gluttonous beast, greedily devouring the yin power of the entire Moonland. As it devoured, a silver moonlight shone through the castle to the outside world. Quickly suppressing the thoughts in her mind, Lyanna looked at Louise, whose face still held a dazed expression, and quickly said, "Please express the Sanguine's gratitude to that existence. Furthermore, the Sanguine will not forget their promise." As soon as she finished speaking, this oldest living Sanguine disappeared from the spot. At the same time, a bright silver moon suddenly appeared beside the blood moon that had occupied the entire sky. The 2 moons attracted each other and slowly approached. The entire Moonland trembled. If not for the combined efforts of the 3 angels to seal the interaction between Moonland and the outside world earlier, the current anomaly would likely have been noticed by the outside world, which was also why Aaron gave the Sanguine time to prepare. Duchess Joanna, New Moon, smiled, her lips curling slightly as she looked at the 2 moons merging in the sky, and chuckled to Duke Olmert, Full Moon, who was also looking up intently. "I have waited for this day for a long time. Lyanna needs to repair the divine kingdom and is unable to suppress the power of the ancient god on the wilderness. The rest of the matters still require our action." Olmert nodded slightly, withdrawing his gaze from the sky. This ancient Sanguine, who also existed before the great catastrophe, looked at the black vines and thorns covering the hills. They were constantly growing, emitting an evil and mad aura. Looking at the prayer scene, Aaron's thought moved slightly, and the blazing white angel with 12 pairs of wings on its back suddenly disintegrated, transforming into the sun-chasing scepter. Witnessing the repair of the divine kingdom's authority firsthand was also a rare opportunity. It was also a chance to directly witness the changes in rules. However, as the rules were completed, the originally clear prayer scene gradually blurred. Only when the scene completely turned chaotic did Aaron withdraw his gaze. This was the complete divine kingdom's inherent repulsion and suppression of other pathways. Although mobilizing the power of the Nation of Disorder could open this barrier and continue to receive prayer scenes, there was no need for that now. The feedback from witnessing the rule changes with true vision completely digested the already scarce, imperative mage, potion in Aaron's body. Backland, in a spacious basement that resembled a temple, Mr. A, clad in a hooded black robe, knelt in the gloom, murmuring something devoutly. Before him stood a statue nearly 3 meters tall, depicting a hanged man whose legs were bound by chains extending upwards. This hanged man had the unique vertical single eye of a giant, his arms outstretched, forming a cross. At this moment, a man in a black robe entered and humbly reported. Mr. A, the demonist sect people have left. We can complete that altar in 2 months at the earliest. Well done, Mr. A said without turning his head. The man in the black robe hesitated for a moment, then asked. Chunas from Military Intelligence 9, who had been cooperating with us, seems to have been secretly hunted down by some force. He knows a lot about us. Do we need to investigate which organization did it? Mr. A, with his head bowed, spoke indifferently. No need. You must remember, this is a critical period. Try to avoid creating new problems. The Augustus family's dog being hunted is the Augustus business, they will figure it out. What we need to do is to make the continent chaotic. We need to attract as much attention as possible to welcome the return of the Lord. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. As he spoke with excitement, Mr. A suddenly laughed, then coughed violently, coughing so hard that he prostrated himself on the ground. Cough, cough. He coughed up clumps of blood-colored fragments, and these fragments, upon landing, still wriggled as if alive. The man in the black robe immediately lowered his head, pretending not to see anything. After a long while, Mr. A finally calmed down. He crawled forward, his mouth pressed against the ground, licking back all the blood-colored fragments he had just coughed up. At this moment, Mr. A no longer seemed as leisurely and indifferent as before, always maintaining a condescending attitude. Now, he seemed very suppressed, struggling to control something, and the sense of danger he exuded sharply increased. Sweat unconsciously seeped from his forehead, and the man in the black robe controlled his voice to be low, saying, Yes, I will engrave your teachings in my heart. I will do everything to welcome the Lord's advent. I will continue to contact Military Intelligence 9. I shall take my leave now. Nodding silently, Mr. A slowly stood up. Ignoring the hurriedly departing black-robed man, he walked directly to the statue. Suddenly, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, rolling down several steps. He lay there, and the shadow beneath him rapidly turned crimson. Flesh and blood then melted, seeping into it, making the shadow like a new, skinless, monstrous person separating from his body. After a moment, Mr. A's breathing gradually calmed, and his taut body slowly relaxed. And the separated flesh and blood flowed back again. Everything seemed to return to normal. Mr. A, with an extremely beautiful, feminine face, showed no sign of pain. He quietly knelt before the inverted giant statue, resting his forehead on the cross, remaining motionless for a long time. Suddenly, he tilted his ear, as if listening to something. After a brief pause, Mr. A suddenly raised both hands and snapped off his right index finger with a slap of his left palm. He put the bloody finger into his mouth, chewing it with a crunching sound like a snack. Gulp. Mr. A's throat moved, swallowing the bitten finger into his stomach. His body suddenly trembled, as if being grabbed and shaken by an invisible person. In this state, Mr. A extended his right hand and wrote words on the ground with the blood flowing from his wound. Those words were not the giant or dragon languages that could leverage natural powers, nor the Hermes language used for rituals, but the most ordinary and common Loan script. The crimson color quickly condensed, and the words formed several sentences. Find the origin of order and darkness. The great emperor of the Chaos Sea. The Lord of Order who wields rules. Find his favored and followers. As the content of the divine revelation ended, Mr. A stopped trembling, and a new finger grew from the wound, wriggling. He lowered his head, carefully looking at the words he had just written, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up in the shadows. Only obey your divine oracle. Mr. A humbly prostrated himself on the ground, seemingly having found the meaning of existence. At the same time, almost identical blood-red characters appeared in various hidden branches of the Aurora Order across the northern and southern continents. The saints and divine envoys above sequence 5 of the Aurora Order received this divine revelation almost simultaneously. This humble author, Jun Mingtian, has a rather important business knowledge assessment tomorrow morning, so I need to review and practice tonight. However, tomorrow's update will be much earlier. Some readers also helped point out a few typos in previous chapters, but my permissions only allow me to modify chapters from the last few days. Earlier chapters are already locked, and I can't change them, so those few typos will just have to remain as they are OT-O. Also, regarding the many readers who asked when Cthulhu will appear, I'll take this opportunity to give a unified reply. Based on the timeline, there are still 2 years, but most of the previously laid plot threads have been resolved. Only 1 or 2 remaining loose ends haven't been tied up yet, such as the Ghost Empire and the Forsaken Land of the Gods. After these remaining plot holes are filled, the next 2 years will be fast-forwarded while maintaining a smooth narrative, so it should arrive very soon. Please don't worry. To be honest, I never expected my first book to reach over 400,000 characters, and I want to thank everyone for their continuous support. Please be understanding of any parts that weren't written as well. P.S. If I need to take a leave of absence later due to special circumstances, I will inform everyone in advance and won't make you wait, Omega. After listening to Mr. Fool's teachings, son, Derek saw light erupting from the opposite side into his side, stretching out 3 blurry figures. Audrey looked around half a circle, suddenly froze, and then heard Mr. Fool's perpetually steady voice. This is a new member, code-named, Son. A new member. Audrey was startled at first, and her excitement, which had been due to arriving in the southern continent, grew even more joyful. She was very happy to see the Tarot Club grow and expand, possessing a strong sense of ownership. City of Silver. Unconsciously tapping the back of his chair, Aaron looked at the somewhat nervous and awkward young man, a smile playing on his lips, and immediately said, "Respected Mr. Fool, I have collected 2 new pages of Emperor Russell's diary. I wish to exchange them for an item imbued with your aura. Additionally, for a period of time recently, I may be in a rather special situation, so I would like to request leave for next week's gathering." Alger, the hanged man, whose thoughts were originally racing due to the addition of a new member, immediately shifted his gaze, looking at Mr. Emperor, with some surprise. Judging from his previous observations, Mr. Emperor's strength was at least at the level of a pirate general, and possibly even a pirate king. What could possibly put such a person in a situation where he couldn't attend the gathering? Alger remained outwardly calm, but his mind was frantically conjuring scenarios, while secretly observing the fool's reaction to the matter. Audrey, who had completely digested the spectator potion and was preparing to leave the airship to advance to sequence 8 inches telepathos, upon arriving in Nikifor City in West Balam, quickly entered spectator mode after her initial surprise, observing the reactions of the other members. Klein, shrouded in gray fog, was more aware of Mr. Emperor's strength than Alger. Although curious, he feigned nonchalance and responded, "You may. If any of you find yourselves in an inconvenient situation on Monday afternoon, you may request leave in advance through prayer." Alger, the member most likely to encounter such an awkward situation, finally relaxed, and then cautiously asked, "I wish to purchase the sequence 6 feet wind-blessed potion formula." Even with the help of the acting method, he had only digested a small portion of the Seafarer potion, but this did not prevent him from planning ahead. Seafarer potion formula, followed by Elf Songster's Seafarer. Alger looked at the newcomer with some surprise, paused for a moment, and then realized that the other party was using the ancient name for the corresponding sequence 5, Elf Songster, and not the more modern, Ocean Songster. Feeling a little uncomfortable under the gazes of the other members, Derek hesitated and struggled for a while before continuing. I can help you get this formula. But it will take some time. After speaking, he felt guilty for not being able to produce it immediately and forced an explanation. This sequence originated from the elven race. Although our city of Silver was once under the rule of the giant king's court, after the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord appeared, the city of Silver became independent. The city of Silver once explored city-states under elven rule. Due to the difficulty in finding materials, the wind-blessed potion formula was not strictly controlled. In every previous exploration mission of the city of Silver, members of the elite squad would more or less obtain some formulas, materials, and strange items from monsters and from those abandoned and ruined cities. And in this process, it was quite normal for someone to secretly keep a little something. As long as it didn't involve anything too important, the captains and higher-ups tacitly chose not to pursue it. Over time, certain formulas began to circulate through unofficial channels in the City of Silver, but due to limitations in potion materials, for example, there was no ocean near the City of Silver, the value of sailor pathway potion formulas was not high. Elves, City of Silver, all-knowing and all-powerful Lord. Audrey's eyes sparkled, and she instantly recalled the ancient history Aaron had once told her, becoming even more curious about the new member's origins. Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Sung to reveal his background so quickly, but he didn't speak up. With Eamon present, he had no immediate plans to explore the City of Silver. Moreover, his energy would soon be devoted to exploring the Lost Nguyen. Alger, the Hanged Man, only felt that this new member was also very mysterious, but he did not inquire rashly, only lowering his voice to respond. All right, I'm not in a hurry. You can state your request. Derek breathed a sigh of relief and hastily added. I wish to exchange for one crystallized sunflower or the tail feather of an adult firestone bird. The fool, who had been observing everything, finally decided to step forward. He had already prepared an anonymous account at Backland Bank, and it was time to put it to use. After negotiation, Derek would provide Alger with the wind-blessed potion formula, while he, as the fool, would give Derek the light supplicant and solar high priest potion formulas to make up the difference for Alger. Alger, in turn, would provide Derek with one crystallized sunflower and also provide £1,500 in operating funds to the anonymous account of Mr. Fool's Deer. Considering Mr. Hanged Man's financial situation, Klein thoughtfully offered him the option of installment payments. Watching the transaction conclude, Aaron could imagine the upturned corners of Klein's mouth behind the gray fog. With this series of maneuvers, he had netted a Sequence 6 formula and £1,500. Looking at the delighted Derek, Aaron lightly coughed and said calmly, I must remind you, the City of Silver is different from the outside world. To trade smoothly, you had best make a list of materials that can be found around the City of Silver. This will facilitate bartering, unless you want to trouble Mr. Fool every time. Derek was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly nodded in agreement. Alger, who had unknowingly taken on a heavy debt of £1,500, sighed inwardly. He looked at Justice Audrey, opened his mouth, but then worried if he could still afford the reward. Mr. Hanged Man, sensing his gaze keenly, Audrey asked curiously. Alger thought for a few seconds before speaking. I received intelligence that the great pirate Keelangos, known as Vice Admiral Hurricane, has secretly come ashore and infiltrated Backland. I don't know what he intends to do. I hope you can help me find his whereabouts. As for subsequent matters, you don't need to risk yourself. Vice Admiral Hurricane, Keelangos. One of the 7 pirate generals. Audrey's eyes widened slightly, almost losing her spectator state. Yes. He is also a Sequence 6 Beander, a Wind Blessed, of the Sailor Pathway. He also possesses a mystical item, also known as a sealed artifact. He is quite cunning and cruel, so do not attempt to confront him, Alger solemnly introduced. Listening to Mr. Hanged Man's reminder, Audrey glanced at Mr. Emperor, with some guilt, then explained in a low voice. I apologize, Mr. Hanged Man, but I haven't been in Backland recently, so I may not be able to help you. Hearing Audrey's response, Alger was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein, saying, Mr. Fool, may I request your dear to provide assistance at a crucial moment? I will offer a price that interests you. My dear is only myself. Klein eased his emotions by internally complaining, and smiled slightly. Provided my dear happens to be in Backland. All right. Alger withdrew his gaze, a mix of disappointment and anticipation. After discussing what needed to be discussed and sharing what needed to be shared, Klein, the fool, seated at the head, smiled and announced that the meeting was over for the day. He then watched the 3 old members rise and bow skillfully, and saw, Sun, imitate them a beat later. He pressed his right hand forward, severing the connection, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he rematerialized the 2 diary pages provided by Mr. Emperor. Adjacent Meander pathways can be interchanged at high sequences. A mysterious organization wielding the blasphemy slate. After a long while, Klein finally put down the diary pages, feeling both eager and puzzled. After calming himself, he beckoned to retrieve Mr. Azek's copper whistle from the pile of sundries. Klein wrote down a divination statement on paper, closed his eyes, and leaned back against the chair. In the hazy, indistinct world, Klein suddenly saw a black mausoleum. It resembled a pyramid but was inverted and embedded into the ground, almost buried. And within this ancient mausoleum, dense black fog obscured everything. The scene shattered, and Klein abruptly awoke, opening his eyes. This is definitely not the style of mausoleums in the northern continent, nor even the 5th epoch. Using divination to recall the knowledge his original self had learned in the history department at Hoi University, as well as the information he had reviewed within the Nighthawks, Klein quickly pinpointed the origin. This is a reverse pyramid from the southern continent, signifying entry from the human world into the underworld. And whether in the former Balam Empire or its branch, the Highland Kingdom, only the so-called descendants of death could build such mausoleums for themselves. In a sense, this is a symbol of death. Thinking of this, Klein was lost in thought, and a terrifying idea suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Mr. Azek is a descendant of death, or rather, that he obtained such a long life because he made some kind of deal with death? According to the relevant chapters in the Revelation of Night, and the internal records of the Nighthawks, death was an evil deity who had caused a catastrophe in the northern continent at the end of the 4th epoch. That period was known as the Pale Era. Although the initial age of Ramad Castle is untraceable, it wouldn't be earlier than the Pale Era, so that means. Klein sat silently on the bronze high-backed chair, and above the gray fog, a deathly silence fell. East Tark County, Irusal, Duke's mansion. The crimson before his eyes faded, and Aaron slowly rose, putting away the gold coin he had exchanged from Klein. After dispelling the spiritual wall and opening the door, he saw his father, Gusman Will, looking gravely at Palace Soloi, whose figure was somewhat illusory, sitting in the living room, while Alwyn Gallo stood silently by the window. Seeing Aaron appear, Gusman's expression softened slightly. He gestured inquiringly at Palace Soloi, and after receiving an "It's fine" reply, he slowly spoke. The ancestor already knows your plan. You can summon his projection if necessary. Additionally, he told me to give you this item. As he spoke, a pale blue illusory portal opened, and a dazzling crown, seemingly carved entirely from gemstones, flew out. It was precisely the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Crown of Stars, held by the East Tark family. Because Valna's true state needed to be concealed, Aaron had not asked it to come along, but the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Crown of Stars, which was essentially formed by an apprentice, pathway sequence 2 inches planeswalker, might prove to be of great use at certain moments. Aaron did not decline. He took the Crown of Stars, and watched it gradually become transparent, leaving a pale blue mark on his left arm. Then he looked at Palace Soloi, whose figure was illusory on the sofa, and smiled. The necessary preparations have been made, Elder Palace, we will still need to rely on you greatly. Let us first rendezvous with our allies. Pallas subtly glanced at the mark on Aaron's arm, and his figure dissipated, revealing the trickery pendant. Using this anchor, Aaron nodded to Alwyn Gallo, was grabbed by the shoulder by this ancient bane, and instantly entered the spirit world. With the power of an angel, in just a few breaths, Aaron arrived outside the nation of disorder. Stepping out of the spirit world, he saw a somewhat nervous Shartis, and standing opposite her, a stunning woman draped in a long purple robe with intricate patterns. Having observed her with true sight in the forsaken land of the gods, Aaron recognized her at a glance. This was the oldest member of the Sanguine, Duke, Purple Moon, Liana. Through the subconsciousness left in the nation of disorder, Aaron clearly perceived that the aura emanating from this Sanguine Duke was far beyond what it had been before, already surpassing Alwyn Gallo, who stood beside him. The elevation in status brought by a complete divine kingdom. This thought flashed through his mind, and Aaron's face broke into a brilliant smile. Congratulations, Duke Purple Moon, on successfully restoring the nation of disorder. Next, I may have to trouble you. Liana, who had already sensed that this demigod was not simple, withdrew her gaze from the somewhat nervous Shartis, turned her head, and gently responded. It's no trouble at all. This was already the Sanguine's promise to you. The long-cherished wish of several epochs has finally been realized thanks to that esteemed one. The nation of disorder has just been restored and still needs someone to guard it, so I will accompany you on your exploration. Moreover, if necessary, I can temporarily borrow power to break through the seal and return you all to the nation of disorder. After Aaron nodded, he looked at Shartis. The lost Nuan is at the bottom of the sea. At that time, I will have to trouble your majesty to take care of us. Electric light shimmered around her, obscuring Liana's gaze. Shartis's right pupil turned silver, and an unfamiliar, cold voice emerged. You can rest assured, I have already signed the contract, and naturally, I will not violate my previous promise. Having received a satisfactory answer, Aaron felt incredibly confident now. 4 angels, several grade 0 sealed artifacts, and the ability to summon Will Osepton's help if necessary. He dared to venture in even if Aemon was hidden there. No longer hesitating, the subconsciousness within the nation of disorder slightly raised its hand, and a star above the dome suddenly lit up. This was formed by the prayer of the former Black Emperor's first mate, Fear Viscount, Bird Mustang. Aaron intended to use this to pinpoint the location of the Black Emperor, and with the corresponding coordinates, he could directly traverse the spirit world to reach it. As Aaron poured his spirituality into it, this star continuously contracted and expanded, not by much, but persistently. Amidst the illusory, overlapping whispers, Aaron saw a slightly blurry image. Thin mist permeated the azure sea, where a massive, 3-masted sailing ship, nearly 100 meters long and covered in pure black, floated. 3 paint black sails hung high like banners. On its deck, leaning against the cabin, stood a mottled stone chair 2 to 3 meters tall. Seated on the stone chair was Nast, wearing a spurred crown and a magnificent long robe with a black base and silver trim. The entire Black Emperor was far from as bustling as when Aaron first encountered it. It seemed only Nast's most trusted confidants remained. In any case, as the most renowned ghost ship of the 5 seas, the Black Emperor did not need people to pilot it. Aaron's gaze, however, did not linger on Nast but on the crow's nest, where a figure was looking out towards the mist-shrouded west. It was a lady wearing a lace-collared blouse, with an ankle-length gray skirt and high leather boots that seemed somewhat unconventional. Her soft hat, from which a fine black veil hung, had chestnut-colored long hair flowing naturally down both sides. Bernadette is here too. Aaron's brow slightly arched. But putting himself in Nast's shoes, the best helper would indeed be this former princess. However, this is also good. It's a chance to show these two the rallying power of me, the Lord of Order. Although not yet revealed to the world, my high-end combat strength is already comparable to more than half of a righteous deity's church. This might even reduce the difficulty of incorporating Nast. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Aaron raised his perspective. As his true vision, through the thin mist, marked the spirit world coordinates corresponding to the Black Emperor, he suddenly detected something unusual to the west. However, limited by his vision, he could not determine the source of that feeling. Bernadette seemed to be looking in that direction earlier. This thought flashed through his mind. Aaron reopened his eyes and found that several angels seemed to be watching him. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes, and the somewhat stagnant pressure immediately dissipated. Aaron transmitted the marked spirit world coordinates to every member present, finally adding, "The remnant of the Solomon Empire from the fourth epoch hid its final treasure within, lost Nuanus. Besides the dangers of that hidden place itself, one must also be wary of the Solomon descendants, who may or may not still be alive. For easier exploration, I have also invited the King of the Five Seas and the Queen Mystic. They have been searching the Fog Sea for a long time. The spirit world coordinates I just provided are the current location of the Black Emperor." Duke Liana, Purple Moon, listened with an eager expression, without a hint of tension. The summoning door, inscribed with numerous mysterious patterns, appeared behind her. She then continued Aaron's words. "You can come with me." With the summoning door, the fluctuations caused by several angels traversing the spirit world can be minimized. I think it's best not to make a grand display at this time. Nodding slightly, Aaron said no more. Holding the tricky charm pendant, which housed Pallas Soloia's, in his right hand, he stepped into the summoning door, with Elvin Garo. Shatis's silver right eye had faded. Seeing Aaron's figure disappear behind the door, she hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. After all the members had entered, Liana's aura suddenly intensified by several points. A blood-colored bat pattern appeared on her forehead, seemingly echoing the Moon Kingdom, located in some space behind her. After completing all this, her figure and the summoning door vanished simultaneously. Fog Sea, a certain sea area west of Rasha Island, where Emerald City is located. Sensing a vague summons, Bernadette, who was gazing westward, suddenly looked up sharply. The thin mist was swept away by an invisible fluctuation, forming a vacuum area, and an illusory portal abruptly appeared. Nast stood up abruptly, his deep black eyes flowing with dark red light. Black patterns rapidly spread from his body to the entire Black Emperor. The remaining confidants, such as Viscount Bird Mustang, instantly felt a pressure originating from their life level. They only avoided kneeling by relying on the twisted power diffused throughout the Black Emperor. Under the hidden shock of the two pirate kings, Aaron was the first to emerge, followed by the remaining angel demigods, who stood quietly behind Aaron, their meaning self-evident. Two unfamiliar angels, this thought appeared almost simultaneously in the minds of Bernadette and Nast. Both of them had risen after the Russell era, so they naturally did not recognize the two angels who had been dormant since the fourth epoch. His gaze swept over the elf, who, despite being only sequence 4, gave him a strange sense of trepidation, and Aaron, who stood at the forefront of the angels. Nast was shocked by the strength of the Chaos Council, and extremely glad that he had brought Bernadette. There was no superfluous pleasantry. After giving a show of force, Aaron motioned for Elvin Garo to restrain his pressure and landed on the deck of the Black Emperor. Looking at Nast, whose massive figure was comparable to an ancient giant, he asked, "You should understand the purpose of my visit. Tell me, what have you gained from your search during this period?" Looking at Bernadette, who appeared beside him, Nast was silent for a moment before his deep, majestic voice rang out. "I used the Solomon bloodline to activate the token, and with Bernadette's prophecy, the sea area where Lost Ineus is located has been delimited to this vicinity. But no matter how I continue, I cannot make further progress to find the specific location." Looking at the token that appeared in Nast's broad palm, Aaron, with permission, took it. An unusual feeling instantly arose in his heart, as if separated by an invisible barrier. No wonder it could only be used by a Solomon descendant. However, the Solomon survivors who fled into Lost Ineus back then certainly wouldn't have set such a high difficulty. This could only mean that Ineus had influenced the arrangements left by the Solomon survivors. Thinking of this, Aaron frowned slightly, looking at the azure sea, while his peripheral vision noticed Shadis's somewhat strange expression, and Bernadette, who had been gazing westward. Recalling the anomaly he felt after raising his perspective in the Nation of Disorder earlier, and relying on their current numerical superiority, Aaron pointed directly at where Bernadette was looking and said, "What did you find?" Bernadette's azure eyes blurred for a moment, and she replied in a dreamlike tone. "I feel that there is something there that is intertwined with my destiny. It is being subjected to an invisible interference. The sensation is very vague, yet I cannot confirm it." This clearly indicated that she had already used her clairvoyant abilities to make a prophecy, but had not received any more specific revelation. Aaron tried hard to control his expression and immediately dismissed the idea of going to investigate. He had overlooked one thing earlier. Russell's last resting place, an island, was also in the Fog Sea. Recalling his repeated offenses against outer deities, Aaron was unsure whether Russell's self-seal, which had been corrupted, had loosened, allowing Bernadette to sense certain auras. Moreover, characteristics of the same sequence attract each other. In the ethereal realm, beyonders, sealed artifacts, and beyonder items of the same sequence would gradually converge towards higher-level existences. The fact that, Lost Ineus, which contained the Solomon Empire's treasure, Nast, a Sequence 3 frenzied mage, and the original island housing the tomb of the previous Black Emperor, all appeared in the same sea area within the vast Fog Sea, was too coincidental, making Aaron worry if it was a trap set by that outer deity. Aaron did not want his hard-won powerful allies to be unknowingly corrupted, so he could only look at Bernadette and persuade her. The hidden dangers in this sea area might be beyond your imagination. My previous promise to you is still valid. I should be able to help you complete the ritual and assist you in advancing to angel within half a year. Many things, only at the angel level do you have the qualification to understand them. Otherwise, merely understanding them will bring irresistible corruption. A flicker of something unusual passed through Bernadette's azure pupils. She looked at Aaron, who was still only Sequence 4, and a slight curl appeared at the corner of her lips beneath the fine black veil, but she still nodded and no longer gazed westward. Nast, who also heard Aaron's words, saw the dark red light in his eyes flicker slightly. The sense of urgency and uncontrollable curiosity made him even more eager to achieve Sequence 2 Duke of Entropy. Seeing that his objective had been achieved and the United Front ideology established, Aaron then looked at Shadis, who was gazing at the azure sea. Sensing Aaron's gaze, Shadis, whose right eye had turned silver at some point, curled her lips. After nodding, silver-white electric arcs surged around her, and she leapt directly into the sea. Signaling Bernadette with his eyes, the deep red in Nast's eyes grew even darker as he stared at the azure sea. Although he didn't think the elf could solve the current predicament, this was also a good opportunity to observe the other party's true capabilities. Tingen City, Olsna Street. The afterglow of the setting sun cast its light upon a luxurious detached house. A lady in a black dress, with fair and smooth skin, half knelt before an open safe. Her brown hair flowed like a waterfall, yet it could not conceal her ample figure. Madame Sharon stared intently at the black and white photograph on the bottom layer of the safe. It depicted a young man with delicate features. Her eyes flickered with disgust, pain, and finally, transformed into madness. Amidst suppressed cries of pain and madness, Madame Sharon, surrounded by black flames, took out a deity statue carved from white bone and placed it before her, beginning to pray in a low voice. The statue was palm-sized, vaguely depicting a beautiful woman with extremely long hair that extended down to her ankles, each strand distinct and thick like venomous snakes. At the tip of each strand of hair, an eye was carved, some closed, some open, densely packed. The prayer, whose meaning was unknown, was suddenly interrupted by a maid's knock on the door. A dark glint flashed in Madame Sharon's eyes. After putting away the primordial demoness statue, she opened the door. The maid, also dressed in a black dress, stood outside and spoke softly. "Madam, Councilman Maynard invites you to be his guest tonight." A smile blossomed on her exquisite face. Madame Sharon, picking up the maid's face with her right hand and looking at her blushing cheeks, said alluringly. No rush, tonight, I have all the time in the world. Nikifris City, West Balam, Southern Continent. The city walls, previously ravaged by war and largely collapsed, have now been repaired and perfected, but the various array patterns attached to the walls to resist Beyonder attacks have not yet been fully replenished due to material limitations. Aside from escorting the rotated Grade 1 sealed artifacts, the airship's cargo hold stored mostly spiritual materials prepared by the Church of the Evernight for this purpose. Audrey stood by the French window, looking at Nikifris City under the setting sun with a face full of surprise. The architectural style, so distinct from Backland, Eastchester County, and even Lowen, fully satisfied her curiosity. Daly, with much less makeup, stood beside Audrey, holding Susie's leash, and reminded her as Nikifris City grew closer. Miss Audrey, Nikifris City experienced a year of war before, and many facilities were severely damaged. There isn't a dedicated port for airships, so the landing will be a bit bumpy. Recalling the feeling of weightlessness, Audrey quickly nodded and moved away from the French window with Susie. On the top floor of the airship, something on the surface of the silver-white box in the hand of Crestet Sessima, the sword of the goddess, instantly shattered and disintegrated, receding like a tide. Almost in the same second, the top floor of the airship seemed to plunge into darkness, and all the surrounding brilliance appeared to be drawn into that box. Crestet Sessima's body rippled as if merging with the darkness. He quickly opened the box and took out the pure white bone sword inscribed with mysterious patterns. After a low prayer to the goddess, Crestet Sessima drew a crimson moon on his chest and raised the pure white bone sword, temporarily unsealing the airship's seal, which had been personally set by Archbishop St. Anthony. A brilliant dawn instantly appeared in the darkness, but it was smoothed away by the deep darkness. A dark green eyeball floated above the bone sword, with a faint halo flowing around it. The sealed artifact, Demon Slaying Eye, serial number 1-37, originated from a demon hunter who fell at the end of the fourth epoch. Its holder can gain exaggerated strength and a spirit between God and man, can conceal their malice and certain actions, and effectively interfere with divination and prophecy. It fully retains Beyonder abilities such as the Demon Slaying Eye, and is sensitive to traces of evil, corruption, and pollution. The side effect is that after more than 10 minutes of use, the Demon Slaying Eye will merge into the holder's spirit body, turning them into a monster eroded by madness. Considering that Nikifris City had previously faced a siege by zombies, although a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway would have been most suitable for handling it, the few pieces preserved by the church all shared a common drawback. They couldn't distinguish between friend and foe when creating area of effect attacks, and they also affected friendly Beyonders. Especially since it had an instinctive restraint on the Evernight pathway, the prayer power required just to seal it behind Channy's gate was something the Nikifris diocese, which had just undergone the ravages of war, could not bear. After various considerations, the Holy See finally chose 1-37, which also had a restraining effect on evil and corruption but had lower sealing difficulty and cost. With thoughts flashing through his mind, Crestet Sessima took a deep breath, suppressing 1-37, with the holy relic, letting the deep darkness engulf his figure. Nikifris City, Evernight Church. As a focal point for Folsack and the Rose School of Thought, the originally towering and majestic church now appeared somewhat dilapidated due to the war. The afterglow of the setting sun suddenly disappeared, and within the entire church, all the praying believers felt the arrival of darkness for a moment. In front of Channy's gate beneath the church, a beautiful lady in the Evernight Church Archbishop's robe calmly watched Crestet Sessima's figure emerge from the darkness, her clear voice carrying a soothing tranquility. Praise the Goddess. The Holy See and His Excellency, Eye of the Goddess, from Voltec City have already informed me. Thank you for your escort, Deacon Crestet. Looking at 1-37, behaving obediently in Archbishop Lycia's hands, Crestet Sessima couldn't help but feel a little disconsolate. Even if I gain the recognition of a holy relic, and my combat power can rival a newly advanced Sequence 4, my control over power is still far from sufficient. I wonder when I can advance further. Despite his myriad thoughts, Crestet Sesima's expression didn't change much. After drawing a crimson moon on his chest, he responded. I will be responsible for leading the team to clear Beander incidents near Nikifrus City. After I'm done, I'll hand over the Grade 1 sealed artifact that needs to be sent to the Holy See. Thank you for continuing to guard Channy's Gate during this time. The aftermath of a war involving a large number of Beyonders does not end with the war itself. If not dealt with promptly, a large number of dead wraiths could breed even more terrifying monsters. The previous Duke of East Tak has already left the southern continent, and Lycia must remain at Channy's Gate to guard the activated Grade 1 sealed artifact to prevent accidents. The battlefield outside the city has not undergone large-scale cleanup. Channy's Gate behind Lycia slowly opened, and darkness surged out like a tide, engulfing the Archbishop, leaving only a gradually weakening voice. The team sent by Duke East Tak has also arrived in Nikifrus City. They can temporarily fill the vacancies left by the many Nighthawks who died in battle and will provide assistance for your cleanup. Crestet Sesima nodded slightly, looking at Fos Ellen, the frenzied mage, who revealed his figure in the darkness not far away. This frenzied mage wore a pure black ring on his right hand, dispelling the hostility of the sealing power behind Channy's Gate. In the higher-lying western district of Nikifrus City, Audrey had just stepped off the airship's gangway when she saw Alfred, who had been waiting for a long time. Her gaze subconsciously swept around but did not find the person she most wanted to see. Although a little disappointed, Audrey quickly entered the spectator state, adjusted her emotions, and approached Alfred with Susie, her melodious and sweet voice carrying a hint of confusion. Alfred, how did you know I was in West Balam? I clearly told Father we were supposed to keep it a secret. Rubbing the golden retriever that nudged his feet, Alfred, realizing Susie had grown even larger, explained with a smile. The southern continent is not like Loan. Although you have also become a Beander, a Sequence 9 is still too fragile. To prevent any accidents, the Church of the Evernight has already informed the Duke about your situation. Audrey pursed her lips slightly, stroking Susie's soft golden fur, and said unhappily. I originally wanted to give him a surprise, but since he knows I'm in West Balam, then he. Looking at Audrey, Alfred took out a wooden box from his pregnant, inside which was a palm-sized object with constantly changing colors and a soft, undulating surface. Audrey's face was reflected with various constantly alternating colors, and an intense desire immediately arose in her heart. She subconsciously picked it up, feeling a slight prickle and numbness from her palm. It was then that she discovered an unopened letter at the bottom of the box. This is a gift from the Duke to you, the pituitary gland of a rainbow lizard dragon. That letter is also what he left for you. Audrey, I once opposed you becoming a Beander because this path is too arduous, too dangerous. As the daughter of Earl Hall, you could have had better choices. But as I learned more, I realized that many times we have no choice. Only by becoming a stronger Beander can we protect those around us. Aaron had already informed Alfred of the promotion ritual for an imperative mage. For his brother-in-law, he also gave his full support. Therefore, Alfred also had some understanding of how powerful the forces Aaron, or rather the East Tak family, had secretly accumulated, and he also had some terrifying conjectures. Looking at her solemn second brother, Audrey, whose mood had brightened, nodded quickly and promptly put away the main material for a telepathist in the letter. As the afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded, the mist lingering over the sea began to thicken, and a dull roar echoed across the entire sea area. Aaron and Elvin Gallo, who had been waiting on the Black Emperor for nearly a quarter of an hour, and several angels simultaneously looked at the deepening sea. A faint mushroom cloud rapidly shot towards the surface. The dark red light in Nestor's eyes flickered, and the Black Emperor, controlled by Nestor, lifted off the sea and hovered in midair. A few seconds later, a huge whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. Among the surging layers of tsunami, streaks of silver-white lightning snakes were mixed, carrying a strong, almost tangible aura of tyrannical destruction. They densely struck the surroundings, enveloping several kilometers of the sea in a forest of lightning. As pirate kings, both Nestor and Bernadette had clashed with Sea King Arnaud Courtenay of the Church of the Storms. Feeling the tyrannical aura of destruction, the two pirate kings exchanged glances, both seeing the hidden surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. "What did you find?" Aaron frowned, looking at the gradually calming sea. A silver-white light shot out from it, transforming into shadows on the deck of the Black Emperor. The elf's expression was a little strange. Her silver pupils examined the heavily corroded metal bar, whose original appearance was unrecognizable, and a piece of hard, black, honeycomb-patterned mud in her hand. The obscure fluctuations that had originally remained on them were gradually dissipating. When Aaron saw these items, a dark golden mist immediately appeared before his eyes. Aaron had a similar feeling every time he held a tarot club meeting. This was the instinctive repulsion between different Sephiroth. Underground pollution, remnants of the Chaos Sea's aura. These two terms quickly surfaced in Aaron's mind. Aaron looked at Shadows and asked concisely, "What did you see?" Putting down the strange items that had returned to normal, the silver pupils looked at Aaron, and Gosinam slowly spoke. "I sensed an unusual aura at the bottom of the sea. With the help of my authority, I entered an even deeper sea area. There seemed to be a patch of architecture I had never seen before. They were completely collapsed and decayed, making it impossible to imagine their original appearance. However, one could tell that they must have been quite large in scale before, though they have shrunk a lot now. I couldn't peer into the depths of that architecture. I even felt it had no bottom. Its interior was profound, as if something was slowly summoning me." At this point, he pointed to the strange items brought up from the seabed on the deck. After the attached aura dissipated, only the corrosive remnants remained, with irregularly spreading, bizarre patterns. He continued to explain, "These are the remnants of those structures. More accurately, they are just the remnants of the exterior. The inner structures seem to be just some kind of projection. After taking these two remnants, I felt the aura that was attracting me gradually intensify. It seemed there was some power preventing me from leaving, but fortunately, that power had not reached its peak, and my current strength could still allow me to escape." Aaron glanced at Nestor and Bernadette, shaking his head imperceptibly. At their Sequence 3 level, even without the corresponding oceanic authority, 1,000 meters of seabed is nothing to them. Their previous lack of findings likely means that the ruins were obscured by the residual aura of the former Chaos Sea. Gosinam is essentially a Sequence 2 profane presbyter of the secret supplicant pathway, which is one of the 5 omniscient and omnipotent pathways corresponding to the Chaos Sea. Moreover, he likely pastures a discerner and a calamity, both belonging to the Chaos Sea's corresponding pathways. This level of Beyonder characteristic aggregation might be the fundamental reason why Gosinam discovered the anomaly upon his first entry into the sea. Nestor and Bernadette's own pathways are not compatible with the Chaos Sea, and their own Beyonder characteristics are insufficient to break through the aura's blockade. With various thoughts flashing through his mind, Aaron glanced at Shadows, who looked bewildered as the silver light receded, and said nothing more. He directly took out a mirror with a complex symbol drawn in blood from the traveler's bag, and the gold coin he had exchanged from Klein. Automatically ignoring Pallas Zorost's somewhat strange gaze, Aaron directly pressed the gold coin onto the mirror surface, simultaneously infusing it with spirituality. Under the gaze of the angels and saints, the blood color on the mirror surface faded, and ripples spread. "Great Duke Aaron, humble Aro." The golden text immediately froze. Only when Aaron tapped the mirror did it continue to appear, trembling. "The lowly and insignificant Erodes greets you, Great Duke. I think the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery is not so unacceptable. I am willing to stay a little longer." Looking at the intermittent words, Aaron could feel Erodes's nervousness just from the font. He then pointed to the sea and explained, "Don't worry, they are just helping me explore lost Inus. I wouldn't openly rob the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Hey, of course, if you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I could try." The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Bernadette's azure eyes narrowed slightly as she watched the golden text on the mirror surface, which had regained its vitality, rapidly reorganizing as it swayed. No, 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 this would be very dangerous. The humble Erodes dare not put you in danger. So, is this summoning to test Erodes with a question? Dare not. I think it's unwilling, isn't it? Aaron didn't make things difficult for Erodes and affirmed its question. He then placed the remnants Gosinum had brought from the seabed, as well as the token held by Nestor that could only be opened by a Solomon descendant, in front of Erodes. The direct problem with rushing drafts during this period is that some plots related to the subsequent story were missed, causing some parts to deviate from the original ideas, and I was too busy with work to follow the outline, so I got stuck today. Therefore, I will rest today to sort out the plot and make some additions regarding the timeline. A long time ago, I changed the Chaos Council to the last day of each month to make it easier to match the time, so the story is mostly advanced in terms of months. After advancing to Sequence 3, the timeline will speed up a lot, including the real confrontation with Adam later, and bringing out the blasphemy slate through the diary trope. Looking at the petrified Erodes, Aaron pointed again to the calm tsunami below the Black Emperor and asked, I want to know how to enter the lost newness with the least cost, or how did the Solomon remnants get in when their high-sequence powerhouses were almost completely wiped out? The mirror, which had flown out of the Chaos Sea, instantly became dim, and illusory, blurry light and shadows floated on its surface, finally twisting and transforming into a token engraved with an inverted cross. Aaron, who had been paying attention to Erodes, frowned slightly. The moment a sense of familiarity arose in his heart, he remembered that this was precisely the true creator token that Anderson had stolen from the Iron and Blood Cross Order. As early as when he obtained the token, Aaron had carefully examined it. This token was somewhat similar to the mutated Sun Sacred Emblem in Tingen. However, unlike the well-preserved blood of the eternal blazing sun, this older token, which might have even formed in the early Fourth Epoch, had lost most of its original power over the long passage of time, especially after the true creator was expelled to the forsaken land of the gods by the seven deities and could no longer directly interfere with the outside world. Only its shell remained, which was similar to the key that Aaron had acquired from Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards, a key that could open the Giant King's court. It was more like a token of some kind. True Creator, Dark Angel Sorcerer, Chaos Sea. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Aaron saw large sections of pale text appear at the very top of the mirror's surface. There was once pollution from underground, but after the cataclysm, the pollution receded, coupled with the abyss's repulsion, leaving only residual traces of the pollution. After the Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire fell, that existence protected the Solomon remnants who fled to sea, allowing them to enter the lost newness. Unlike the fallen Solomon, Erodes dared not directly display that being's name, but beside the pale text, on the chaotic mirror surface, a one-eyed giant was depicted, hanging upside down by chains on a cross, with a pair of indifferent eyes opening from the shadowy curtain behind the cross. This was the widely circulated image of the true creator in the outside world. Viscount of Fear, Bird Maston and other trusted subordinates had already been transferred to the bottom of the ship by Nastor when the summoning door appeared on the Black Emperor, as these secrets were like poison to them, who had not even mastered divinity. Excluding them, the weakest person present was a demigod, and everyone had already realized who Erodes dared not name. Looking at the pale text, pollution from underground, appearing on the mirror, Duchess, Purple Moon, Liana, who had experienced the cataclysm, and Shaddis, whose eyes were silver, immediately changed their expressions, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. The text on the mirror did not stop there, and the inverted cross illusion disappeared. Your great Duke, the most convenient and least costly method I know is to have a high-sequence Beander of the secret supplicant pathway use that corrupted token to recreate the former passage. However, the remaining aura of the underground pollution will also attract the attention of that existence in the forsaken land of the gods, and it is highly likely to attract the Angel of Fate from the Aurora Order. Humble Erodes has answered your question. The aura above the spirit world is about to disappear. I look forward to the next opportunity to serve you. Looking at Erodes, who was making excuses to slip away, Aaron did not make things difficult for it. He put away the mirror, pondered the method Rhodes had mentioned, and looked at shadows with an inquiring gaze. Aaron, who was still thinking about how to speak, saw shadows close her eyes, her body becoming dim. In front of her, a sea that encompassed all colors and all secrets, difficult to describe in words, faintly appeared. In the collective unconscious sea composed of many dim lights, a ray of light detached and transformed into a blurry phantom in front of shadows. A not quite real, pitch-black eye appeared on the forehead of this phantom, as if a dense shadow was hidden within. In just a breath's time, the phantom became as black as ink, emitting a strong aura of corruption. Bernadette, who possessed a strong adventurous spirit, observed the strange black shadow appearing before the elf with her azure eyes. Silently, a pair of eyes also appeared on her forehead. Unlike the previous one, these eyes were almost transparent, cold and emotionless, and lacked eyelashes. The eye of peeping. As these eyes rotated slightly, Bernadette endured the corrupting aura spreading through her senses and noticed two illusory, unreal thin lines extending from the elf's body. One was connected to the strange black shadow, while the other merged into the collective unconscious sea. Her spirituality continuously surged into the eye of peeping, yet she still couldn't clearly see the source. With the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder, Aaron also observed this scene. However, he understood shadows, or rather Kahim's, true nature better than Bernadette, and a guess had already formed in his mind. Kahim's true body might be hidden in the unconscious sea near the Sunia Island elven ruins. This should be her virtual personality, separated by borrowing the authority of Herding, the discerner. Shadows had already reopened her eyes, glanced coldly at Bernadette, and pointed to the black shadow filled with corrupting aura in front of her, saying, "It can also fulfill the mirror's request, but due to some limitations, it can only reopen the passage for a maximum of 3 minutes." Whether it was the true creator's token or the aura of the Chaos Sea, these pollutions could directly erode and infect the island of consciousness and the spiritual world. Although the virtual personality medium could delay the erosion of pollution, given her current state, exceeding 3 minutes would affect her main body. Looking at Kahim, who was so cooperative, Aaron was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Under the watchful eyes of several angel demigods, he skillfully set up the ritual, responding to himself, and took out the true creator's token from the Nation of Disorder. It wasn't until the dark golden double doors slowly closed that Nastor couldn't help but take a small step forward. The dark red light flowing in his deep black eyes shook violently. He felt an indescribable sense of majesty and a craving from the depths of his spiritual body. That irresistible sense of submission, even Emperor Russell, whom his father had last brought him to see in his memories, had not given him such a feeling. One must know that at that time, he wasn't even a demigod when he met him, but now, he was just a step away from being an angel. "You little rascal, I can still deal with you." Aaron's lips subtly curved upwards as he caught a glimpse of Nastor's slightly unusual reaction. The subconsciousness in the Nation of Disorder stopped prying into the power of the Sephira and no longer oppressed this, King of the Five Seas. Taking his gaze away from the angels whose expressions were normal, Bernadette glanced at Nastor, who had the strongest reaction. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully, but she did not speak. Aaron did not directly give the token to Kahim. He glanced at Nastor, pointed to the Black Emperor beneath their feet, and reminded him, although that evil god is isolated in the forsaken land of the gods by the 7 deities, his angel of fate is still active outside. Later, whether successful or not, it might attract that ancient angel. As an angel of the fate pathway, he can easily find the source of destiny's anomaly. Even if the Black Emperor escapes through the spirit world now, it's only a matter of time before it's found. Recovering from the deterrence brought by the Nation of Disorder, Nastor's face immediately grew even uglier. Without even a Grade 0 sealed artifact, his ability to firmly hold the top position as a pirate king with only Sequence 3 strength was inseparable from the Black Emperor's blessings. Looking at the several angels accompanying this duke, Nastor remained silent for a long time before his deep, authoritative voice resonated again. I have fulfilled my promise and found the location of lost Nuinus for you. I wonder if Duke has any way to help me solve this problem. Playing with the token in his hand, Aaron watched Nastor finally reveal his true intentions. You must have seen the summoning door just now. I can help hide the Black Emperor in a location where Ouroboros cannot sense it. I can guarantee that after we leave Lost Nuinus, you will see the Black Emperor completely intact. Nastor's hands, originally hidden beneath his luxurious black and silver-trimmed robe, clenched abruptly, but then slowly relaxed after feeling several highly oppressive gazes fall upon him. Recalling the aura he had just felt from the dark golden double doors and Aaron's previous promise, Nastor still nodded in silence. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Bird Maston and his other trusted subordinates, forbidding them from leaving the Black Emperor's bottom deck during this period. Looking at Nastor, who had succumbed to coercion and enticement, Aaron was in a good mood and looked at Duchess, Purple Moon, Liana. Although Will Ossepton might be able to help conceal their tracks, directly taking control of the Black Emperor was clearly more in line with his own interests. The reason Aaron had prepared so many angels back then was, on one hand, to deal with the dangers in the ruins, and on the other hand, to display his strength and directly dispel some of Nastor's irrational thoughts. A blood-red bat mark appeared on Liana's forehead, and ripples spread behind her. A bloody gate, inscribed with many strange symbols, emerged within the gradually thickening mist. Under Nastor's manipulation, the Black Emperor gradually dematerialized, then was enveloped by the silvery white light that poured out from behind the opened blood-red door. As the blood door vanished, Aaron didn't hesitate, directly throwing the token in his hand to Shadows, who had been waiting for a long time. Black tentacles extended from the phantom in front of her, wrapping around the token and rushing directly towards the deep sea. As the token integrated, a layer of shadow covered the face of the illusory figure, and the aura it emitted became even more terrifying. One pair after another of pitch-black wings spread out from its back. The crimson moonlight suddenly vanished, and darkness became the ruler of this sea area. However, this darkness was different from a normal night. There was no moon, no starlight, only blurry shadows appearing one after another. Standing in such darkness, Aaron always felt as if someone was pressing against him from behind, yet he clearly knew it was an illusion and did not blindly turn around. Under true vision, he saw that when those pitch-black wings covered the sea surface, a large amount of illusory, pitch-black gas immediately surged from the depths of the seabed. At one point, Aaron seemed to see another illusory, pitch-black, viscous ocean within it. This feeling was fleeting, and before he could ponder it, the sea surface beneath his feet seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, and a massive whirlpool appeared. Nastor, whose face had been fluctuating between light and dark due to the Black Emperor escaping his control, suddenly looked at the center of the whirlpool, an entrance that seemed to lead to an endless abyss. The token, which only Solomon bloodline could activate, emitted waves of fluctuations. "Quick! Damn it!" a slightly hurried voice rang out. The originally layered, sky-obscuring pitch-black wings, after absorbing the pitch-black gas rising from the seabed, uncontrollably dispersed into black mist, vaguely forming a giant cross. "It's only been 1 minute." Aaron, who also noticed the change, cursed inwardly. His intuition told him that the true creator's swift reaction this time was not only due to sensing the residual aura of the Chaos Sea, but also possibly related to himself. Looking at the reappeared passage, Aaron no longer hesitated, tightly grasped Shadows, followed closely behind Nastor, and entered the bottomless pitch-black passage with the several angels. The out-of-control, virtual personality, directly dissolved into the black mist. A blurry shadow hung upside down on a cross, its indifferent eyes, however, peered through the black mist towards the west. It was an island covered by dark green, almost black, giant trees, yet there was no birdsong, no roars of beasts, no sounds of insects crawling. It was so peaceful, as if time had frozen, and so deathly silent, as if no living beings existed. At this moment, blood-red cracks appeared above a black mausoleum deep within the island. Vaguely, Beyond the fissures, a blood moon hung silently, gazing remotely at the cold eyes on the cross. In the depths of the spirit world, where 7 different colors of clear light slowly moved, a silver light suddenly paused and materialized into a figure. All the spirit world creatures in this area seemed to feel immense fear, scattering wildly in all directions. The figure was male, dressed in a simple and plain linen robe, with long silver hair. His features were gentle, his face beautiful, and his eyes held a hint of indifference within their tenderness, as if he was observing destiny and every person in the world from an outsider's perspective. The moment the figure appeared, behind him, one light after another formed illusory, layered, pure wings, spreading outwards. It was precisely the angel of fate, the tail swallower, Ouroboros. Listening with devout expression, Ouroboros's indifferent eyes briefly lost focus. In his pupils, beneath his feet, and within the layered wings of light behind him. One by one, transcendent and mysterious wheels emerged, converging into a flowing, illusory long river, connected head to tail like snakes, collectively reflecting a scene. An illusory cross, obscuring the sky, hung over the pitch-black sea. Viscous black liquid flowed from the indifferent eyes behind the shadowy curtain, and a faint blood moon appeared at the end of the image. The angel of fate, Ouroboros, simply watched silently, remaining still in the depths of the spirit world for a long time. Ting'an City, Lanris Steel Company's temporary outpost. Crimson moonlight spilled in. Lanris, clutching his chest in agony, squatted by the window. Tearing off his shirt, he saw the skin between his chest and abdomen had turned deep red, and a faint, inverted human figure was vaguely forming as his flesh wriggled. How is this possible? How can there still be the true Creator's divinity within my body? Struggling to get up, Lanris cursed intermittently, involuntarily looking towards the part of the room that emitted an even more terrifying aura. On the soft couch in the bedroom, Megos's once smooth forehead was bulging with dark veins, and her body secreted a liquid full of blasphemous meaning, looking extremely grotesque and terrifying. Yet, her eyes remained tightly shut, as if she was trapped in an inescapable nightmare. Her lower abdomen was highly distended, as if something was restlessly wriggling within. Just then, a sudden sound echoed in the deep, dim, and quiet room. Wah! It was the cry of a baby. A sharp pain shot through Lanris's brain. Blood instantly dripped from his nostrils, the corners of his eyes, and his ears. All his capillaries seemed to have burst open. Escape! I must escape, and I must escape Ting'an City. There was no time to think about what was happening. Only this thought remained in Lanris's mind. Such a large commotion would surely attract the major churches of Ting'an City. Neither the Beander teams of the church nor the true Creator's offspring, which he himself had planted within Megos, were something a Sequence 9 like him could handle. Struggling, he leapt from the window. Kneeling on the deserted street, Lanris immediately felt the discomfort in his body ease significantly. He vigilantly looked around but found that the piercing cry of the baby had vanished, and the expected chaos did not occur. His heart pounded fiercely. Lanris subconsciously looked at the window he had jumped from, discovering that it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadow. Within the shadow, the previously distended lower abdomen suddenly stiffened, becoming eerily flat. Megos, who had begun to mutate, returned to normal. Aside from the messy bedsheets, the room appeared no different than usual. Outside Ting'an City, Zhangwil suddenly gripped Alzuhan, which was writing ceaselessly without anyone holding the pen, and found several new paragraphs on the notebook. The layout of Ting'an City does not seem to be developing in the direction Zhangwil desires. Dun Smith's problem has been alleviated. His condition is clearly improving. He has actually mastered the acting method. And this was taught to him by the Nighthawks, Klein Moretti. And the evil god's offspring hidden within Megos seems to have sensed the aura from the sea of fog, wanting to be born prematurely. Poor Zhangwil's ultimate plan is about to be aborted before it even begins. His pupils, blue to the point of appearing deep black, stared intently at that paragraph. The single-eyed Zhangwil's forehead twitched slightly, and he quickly added to the end of the notes. The evil god's offspring within Megos suddenly lost its perception of the outside world, so it, not yet fully nurtured, fell back into slumber. This is a very reasonable development. Lady Sharon of the Demonist sect, in order to completely pit the conservatives and the new party in Ting'an City against each other, and to vent the madness accumulated little by little after her body transformation, decided to risk killing Senator John Maynard. Although her reasons were insufficient and her motives not strong enough, she still acted, as everyone has moments of unclarity, and she was in such a phase. Moreover, she had full confidence in not being discovered. Lady Sharon was finally dealt with, and Seenley of the Nighthawks team also died. Dunn was very remorseful and, as per custom, consumed the Beander characteristic left behind by the other party. In the constructed dream, Dunn personally saw the statue of the primordial demoness worshipped by Lady Sharon and suffered more subtle pollution. His digestion process was also interrupted and stagnated as a result, and his mental state became quite unstable. Under a series of coincidences, Zhangwill's plan returned to the right track, but he no longer intended to wait. To prevent any further unforeseen circumstances, he decided to bring the story of Ting'an City to an end next week, and Zhangwill would also successfully advance to a demigod. Whoosh, the pages flipped rapidly, and the manuscript snapped shut, leaving only the brown cover facing outwards. Within the Lost Nuance, Aaron reopened his eyes and vigilantly looked around. Contrary to the expected complete darkness, scattered specks of light revealed a ruined city below, with architectural styles distinctly different from the outside world. The once towering metal buildings had long since decayed, and black, fine holes appeared in every corner of this steel ruin. It was hard to imagine what had happened here. The initial concept of the chained pathway is that the mind is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. This refers to bound madness and suppressed desires, also representing those who are suppressed, with their spirituality and desires bound by reason, body, and the world. As a sequence to ancient bane of this pathway, Elvin Gallo was extremely sensitive to the aura of curses and pollution. He sensed chaos and distortion from the ruins below, seemingly affecting the minds of all intruders. His body rapidly expanded, finally transforming into a giant rag doll entwined with sinister vines. His blood-red eyes stared intently at the center of the ruins. As one of the participants who had personally nailed the final nail into the coffin of the Solomon Empire, he seemed to have discovered something. The creeping deprivation pendant floated out on its own, and the figure of Pallas Zoroast appeared, looking with complex eyes at the several corpses on the massive altar in the center of the ruins. Before the two angels who had experienced the Solomon Empire era could take further action, the surrounding soul fire-like specks of light suddenly intensified, and a giant, pitch-black arm pierced through the altar and stretched out. The chaotic arm directly grabbed towards Aaron and the others floating in the air. From its color and state, it looked more like a part of a shadow, but it wasn't a thin layer. Instead, it was filled with flesh, appearing extremely bizarre. Another arm also extended, supporting itself on the ground with its elbow, moving forward with difficulty, as if trying to pull the subsequent, larger and more terrifying part from beneath the ruins. Relying on the large number of angels, Aaron did not move, coldly watching as that arm was shattered by several attacks. Through his true sight, Aaron saw more and, combining it with his knowledge of mysticism, made some conjectures. The order within the Lost Nuance is chaotic, but it differs somewhat from the chaos of the God's War ruins. This is like a loophole in order, or rather, a shadow. When those remnants of Solomon entered here, affected by the aura of the Chaos Sea, their souls eventually seemed to merge with that Duke of Entropy Beander characteristic, forming a consciousness aggregate manipulated by chaos. This could be considered an alternative form of Beander characteristic activation. When outsiders entered, this loophole, this shadow, was discovered by order and began to undergo repair. And repair led to an enhancement of the original chaos, causing the entire ruin to undergo mutation. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, as several angels attacked simultaneously, Aaron keenly perceived that the chaos within the ruins reached its peak at this moment. The previously mottled specks of light seemed to transform into miniature suns, rapidly merging into the black giant crawling out from beneath the ruins. Golden patterns covered its body, which constantly manifested distorted faces. The monster's previously shattered arm recovered in the blink of an eye, but the auras of all the angels and demigods, including Eren, simultaneously weakened by a few points. This is also the most crucial ability of the Duke of Entropy, entropy change, used on a specified unit or range of targets through a loophole in order. It directly manipulates the target's chaos index, causing the target to undergo entropy increase or decrease, which can both weaken the enemy and strengthen allies. The energy released or consumed during this process is obtained from the area covered by the Duke of Entropy's order shadow. The higher the degree of chaos, the greater the energy that can be obtained. The description of the Duke of Entropy's abilities from the family's ancient texts flashed through his mind. The Truncest family initially held the Black Emperor pathway, so they were naturally very familiar with angel-level abilities. The chaos here diminishes. His pupils suddenly turned golden, and the dark gold mist within the Grand Palace boiled accordingly. Dense chains of order emerged from Eren's body, enveloping the entire underwater ruin with the Saphira's blessing, and also isolating any potential external prying. Seemingly sensing the aura of the Nation of Disorder, the Duke of Entropy, besieged by several angels, emitted black mist from his body. The concept of space seemed blurred, and he charged towards Eren like a madman. The ruins, covered in fine holes, were stirred into a pulp of waste. He desperately drew upon the energy of entropy change, and the ruins abruptly plunged into complete darkness, but he finally managed to barely break free from the encirclement of Elvin Gallo and Liliana. Just then, in the darkness, brilliant light arrows, extremely white and inscribed with dark gold patterns, suddenly appeared, shooting towards the Duke of Entropy, who was rushing towards him with an extremely weak aura. Endless light erupted, mixed with a little dark gold mist, spreading outwards. Eren, wearing the star crown, ignored the scorching white flames that could burn angels, and appeared directly before the Duke of Entropy, who had collapsed into black viscous liquid. The brilliant gems of the star crown lit up, and the scepter of the sun appeared in Eren's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly plunged it into the black viscous liquid, which was still twisting and wriggling, trying to reform its shape. Accompanying the crisp sound of shattering, countless roars that simultaneously erupted gradually subsided. The souls that had merged into the Duke of Entropy Beyander characteristic were finally completely purified. Seeing that this activated Beyander characteristic had fallen into silence, Eren did not hesitate. Following his spiritual intuition, he looked up at Pallas Zoroast, who had not yet acted. Pallas sighed softly, looking with complex eyes at Elvin Gallo, who was collecting the Solomon treasures scattered throughout the ruins. His figure dissipated, forming a colossal, ancient, mottled phantom above the ruins. This phantom was like the surface of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 sections in total. Each section was either grayish-white or greenish-black, intermingled with clear boundaries and distinct symbols. As the hands rotated, an indescribable, invisible torrent emerged, as if traversing long history. Feeling the invisible torrent enveloping him, Eren, who was already prepared, subtly moved his thoughts. A certain star above the dome within the Nation of Disorder immediately lit up. Forsaken land of the gods, Moon City. The high priest Nim, standing on the high platform, prostrated himself devoutly. Under his leadership, the residents of Moon City, who had already gathered around the platform, chanted together. You are the source and shadow of order, you are the great emperor of the chaotic realm, you are the chaotic beacon who wields rules. You are the creator, maintainer, and judge of the world's order. Prayers originating from the canon of order, mixed with the chains of order spread throughout Moon City, seemed to connect to the Nation of Disorder. With the Saphira's authority, Eren connected all of this to the invisible river of destiny constructed by Pallas Zoroast. The chains of rules within the Lost Nuance, originally permeated by shadows, were slowly being replaced by dark gold chains of order. Using the authority of fate grafting from the Trojan horse of destiny to allow this avatar of Pallas to temporarily gain the complete Sequence 1 authority, with Aaron's active cooperation, the Sequence 1 Palace stole the anchors and authority he had condensed from Moon City, grafting and replacing Nguyen's original chaotic rules. A sense of incompatible control surfaced in his heart. Resisting the urge to immediately advance, Aaron subtly moved his thoughts, and the previously chaotic ruins were immediately separated. All the Solomon treasures hidden beneath the ruins flew towards Elvin Gallo, who had dispelled his mythical creature form. "You all go first. My staying here to advance is enough." The chains of order vibrated slightly, and an undeniable, majestic voice immediately appeared in everyone's minds. Duchess Liliana of the Purple Moon nodded slightly, glancing at Aaron, who seemed to have merged with this world, and opened the passage to the Moon Kingdom. Bernadette, who had gained quite a few Solomon treasures through her eye of secrecy, glanced at the brilliant crown on Aaron's head. She said nothing but pulled Nast, who still wanted to say something, into the blood door. Once the ruins fell silent again, Aaron, who controlled part of the underlying rules of this space, immediately retrieved the Chaos Hunter Beander characteristic and 2 auxiliary materials from the Nation of Disorder. When advancing to Imperative Mage, Aaron had already sensed the anomaly in the Nation of Disorder. The mutation brought by advancing to Chaos Hunter could very likely be noticed by Liliana and High Gunam, so he chose to clear the area. Anyway, with the Star Crown, he could leave at any time without worrying about Ouroboros ambushing him. Looking at the translucent, viscous liquid shimmering with golden patterns in his hand, Aaron, who had already delayed for some time and didn't know how long the authority stolen and grafted by Pallas Zoroast could last, drank it without the slightest hesitation. His thoughts exploded. Aaron's last sight saw his body transform into dark gold particles, and lines of unknown meaning intertwined around the dark gold chains of order. Mad, chaotic thoughts instantly filled his consciousness. The Moon Country, where hills once covered in black vines and thorns were now bathed in a soft, silvery moonlight. The barren hills were lush with green grass, flowers, and grains, exuding a powerful aura of life that completely overshadowed the original strangeness and madness. After the incomplete fragment of the Divine Kingdom merged, the lingering will of the variant King Kvastir contained within the wasteland was completely suppressed. Louise stood beside her grandfather, Marquis Mistral, her body shimmering with a faint glow. Even though she was enveloped by dense yin energy and life aura, her current state was still somewhat unstable. This was a clear state of spiritual tide. After the Moon Country was completely restored, its missing authority and symbolic meaning were replenished. The sanguine within the Moon Country became unstable during the full moon. This was not like the variants who would go mad and lose their minds because of it. Instead, it was a form of enhancement. However, the sudden surge of spirituality, like a rising tide, still placed a great burden on the sanguine, especially those below the demigod level who had not yet mastered divinity. It could even lead to hallucinations or unnecessary dangers due to a temporary increase in inspiration. Crimson, almost black, chains extended from the void, coiling around the suddenly appearing Black Emperor and restraining the ghost ship. After completing all of this, Marquis Mistral looked at Louise and said with a smile, "We Sanguine Counts are outstanding masters of powers in domains such as darkness and moon. Our advancement also needs to be carried out under the full moon. The spiritual tide brought about by the restoration of the ancestral land is similar to the weakened side effects of advancement. Experiencing it more will be very helpful for your future advancement." Enduring the whispers that occasionally sounded in her mind and the accompanying stinging pain, Louise slowly nodded. Although she was somewhat curious why the flagship of the King of the Five Seas would appear here, she controlled her curiosity well and did not ask. During her last conversation with Duke New Moon, Chao Erna, she also learned that, apart from a few important sealed artifacts, the entire Sanguine currently had no surplus Count Beander characteristics. If one wanted to advance to a demigod, they could only wait for an existing count to die due to old age or accident, leaving behind an inheritance. Compared to humans, the Sanguine have long lifespans. Even without a title, ordinary members can live for about 300 years. In such circumstances, they can accumulate bit by bit, filling every level, and rarely have Beander characteristics in stock. And compared to low sequences, a Viscount becoming a Count is even more difficult because a Sanguine Count is already a demigod who can easily live for over 1,000 years. Those Viscounts would have to wait for generations for a Count to pass away. Because of this, as soon as a Count characteristic becomes available, it is immediately distributed rather than placed in a warehouse. If Baron and Viscount characteristics, more or less, still exist in the Sanguine treasury in the form of Beander materials and sealed artifacts, though not in large quantities, and each bestowal must be very strict, then Count characteristics truly have no surplus at all. That King of the Blood Moon from the Rose School of Thought is a very good target, but after the previous incident in Byam, he probably won't easily step into a trap again. Just as Louise was pondering whether to cooperate with Sharon again, a blood-colored gate with immense pressure suddenly appeared. Several figures walked out of the summoning gate, and Louise instantly recognized the King of the Five Seas, Nastor, who stood at the end but was highly recognizable. Bernadette looked at the unique silver moon in the sky in surprise, suddenly recalling that the fairy tales Roussel once told also featured such a moon. She was about to cast her eye of peeping, but her clairvoyant spiritual intuition curbed her impulse. Her gaze swept over Marquis Mistral not far away, and Bernadette looked into the depths of this strange world, where two more angel-level auras rose. Shatas, holding the tricky pendant, had dim silver light in her eyes. The power entrusted by Gauchinum was absolutely suppressed here. After looking up at the silver moon, she calmly said, "I have fulfilled my promise. I should be able to leave now." Elvin Gallo nodded slightly. He had already stored the collected Solomon treasures in the Gate of Reincarnation. Apart from the most precious Duke of Entropy Beander characteristic and the portions taken by Nastor and others, there were still several demigod-sealed artifacts and a large amount of Beander materials. And according to Aaron's wishes, these strategic materials would be distributed after his advancement and return. Looking at the restrained Black Emperor, Nastor, concerned about the Duke of Entropy Beander characteristic, asked somewhat uneasily, "When can Duke Aaron return? I have fulfilled all his requests, and I am willing to sign that contract." After this exploration, Nastor's mindset had changed, and moreover, the situation was now stronger than him. He had no other choice. Looking at the very self-aware Nastor, Elvin Gallo responded expressionlessly, "I cannot be certain, but at the latest, it will be in a week. During this time, you had best remain here." Under the gaze of the four angels, Nastor silently nodded. Just then, complex and illusory symbols condensed in Bernadette's eyes, finally forming an illusory paper crane in her hand. After watching it fly into Elvin Gallo's hand, Bernadette slowly explained, "Please hand this to Duke Aaron. When he returns, I wish to invite him to Emerald City." The blood-colored bat mark on Duke Purple Moon, Liana's forehead, glowed faintly, and the figures of Bernadette and Shatas disappeared from their original positions. Bernadette only felt her consciousness blur for a moment. When she looked up again, the unique silver moon had disappeared, replaced by the dawn about to break. As sunlight streamed in, the queen who roamed the five seas suddenly broke apart like a pile of soap bubbles. The light reflected by the bubbles under the morning sun refracted into different colors, like a dream. Connaught, the largest port city in Lowndes Daisy County, 49 Red Wadong Street. The light of the early sun was blocked by thick curtains. After setting up the spiritual wall, Sharon, wearing a small black soft hat, gazed at the quietly burning candle flame. She stepped back and prayed in a low voice. Whoosh! Inside the spiritual wall, the wind suddenly intensified, and a rare hint of joy and excitement appeared in Sharon's azure eyes. The candle flame swayed, expanding to the size of a human head, pale as if it had lost all warmth. A translucent head slowly emerged as if breaking through a thin film. Its hair was light gold and smooth, its eyes crimson like blood, and its appearance was bright and elegant. "Teacher." Sharon couldn't help but take a step forward, murmuring in a faint, ethereal voice. The head fully emerged, but what followed was not a neck, but an illusory hand holding the ends of its hair. After the hand, there was a dark-colored cuff with intricate patterns. Rhinette Tinacare was no longer as gigantic as she was in the spirit world, comparable to a castle. She was now just a tall, ordinary, lady. Of course, her neck still only had a cut, and she held 4 identical heads in her hand. Don't like the nickname, Sharon. Good morning. Rhinette Tinacare, dressed in a gloomy, intricate black dress, stood quietly there. The 4 hanging heads spoke one after another, using ancient Fusak. As they spoke, the light golden hair of the 4 heads simultaneously reached out to Sharon, caressing their long-separated student. However, their unique appearance made this warm scene look somewhat unsettling. The dressing mirror not far away floated on its own, hovering in front of Sharon, and lines of text appeared. I have never heard of the hidden existence that helped you, but it can be seen that she also detests the mother tree of desire. This is also your opportunity. My physical body has been destroyed by Saya. Although I have recovered in the spirit world, I still crave the integrity of my body. What needs to be done now is to lie dormant and accumulate strength in the dark. You and Marich have done this very well. Feeling the golden hair continuously stroking the top of her head, a hint of helplessness flashed in Sharon's eyes, and then she said in a faint, ethereal voice. There is also a sanguine member in the gathering I participate in. She, or rather the sanguine, is also hostile to the Rose school of thought. I think this is a very good partner for cooperation. The 4 hanging heads nodded simultaneously, and the text on the mirror reappeared. Yes, but it will take some time. Cooperation is fine, but we must never become subordinates, let alone cannon fodder. This requires me to recover further. Sharon nodded slightly, as if the previous words had exhausted her desire to speak. But looking at her teacher who had fallen to such a state, she still softly asked. Teacher, what exactly happened back then? Your current state. A hint of disgust flashed in her crimson, blood-like eyes, but this was clearly not directed at Sharon. The text on the mirror changed accordingly. Abomination Saya and King of Curses Barenka attacked simultaneously. I was unable to stand alone and ultimately fell on the plateau. The ancient Bane's ritual is to curse oneself with the ability of incantation, and infect a period of history with oneself as the source. The longer the infected history, the better the ritual effect. After successful advancement, as long as that cursed history has not been erased or occupied, the ancient Bane will have the opportunity to reappear in the spirit world, a conceptual aggregate, in the form of a curse, and borrow power from past history. The history I cursed was the Highland Kingdom once ruled by my father. Although Saya is a Sequence 1 abomination, she was born only in the last few centuries, and she does not understand the secrets of the Highland Kingdom. This is also why I was able to get a respite. Chasing you all this time was to cut off my last anchor, to make me sink into that cursed history. Highland Kingdom. Looking at the text appearing on the mirror, Sharon's pupils widened slightly. She hadn't expected the ancient Bane's advancement ritual to be like this. After a moment of silence, she continued. Teacher, I am now a puppet. I want to know the potion formula and advancement ritual for Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence. Rhinette Tinacare's 4 heads lifted slightly. As the candlelight swayed, ripples spread across the mirror. Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence. Main ingredients: the true soul body of an aberrant monster, the cursed heart of witchcraft thorns, or the Disciple of Silence Beander characteristic. Auxiliary ingredients: 200 milliliters of aberrant monster blood, 100 grams of ground witchcraft thorns. Advancement ritual: use a curse to stimulate all your malice, personally experience the eruption of desire, and maintain the stillness of your mind until the advancement is successful. Carefully memorizing the potion formula, Sharon did not bother to ask her teacher if there were any surplus Disciple of Silence Beander characteristics. After all, power could be borrowed from cursed history, but Beander materials could not be taken from the mists of history. The most practical way was to seek help from the Lord of Order at the Chaos Council. Sharon, who was meticulously recording, suddenly found another passage appearing after the formula. Disciple of Silence was formerly known as Cursed Object. The essence of the ritual is to use the release of desire to blend spirituality with curses, transforming from a puppet into a true cursed object. You must remember to maintain the stillness of your mind to avoid losing control and becoming a monster. Turning her head in surprise, Sharon watched Reinette Tinaker's four heads, which she was holding, simultaneously blink. Her figure quickly became illusory and shrank back into the pale candlelight. West Balam, Southern Continent, Nikephoros City. In a lavishly decorated bedroom, Audrey looked at the constantly changing luster of the liquid in the bottle in her right hand, which seemed to be able to shine into everyone's hearts. She thought excitedly, "Audrey, you're amazing. You succeeded in concocting it on the first try. I wonder what interesting abilities a telepathist can gain." As she thought this, she warily glanced at the door, seemingly afraid that Susie would suddenly burst in, as Susie would open the door by the doorknob. Susie doesn't know I'm preparing to advance to a telepathist yet. She should still be eating biscuits right now. Relieved, Audrey confidently drank the telepathist potion, smoothly passing the integration phase of the Beander characteristic and achieving advancement. What she saw before her eyes seemed to suddenly become much clearer, and many more things were added. Audrey skillfully used meditation to converge her scattered spirituality. As her mind emptied, Audrey's thoughts also drifted. After this, I also need to gather all the materials for Susie. Some things are much more convenient for Susie to do than for me to do myself. Every excellent adventurer needs a good assistant. Why do I have the illusion that I'm a potion testing maid? Once her sequence stabilized, Audrey smiled, cleaned the potion concocting equipment, and walked lightly towards the door. As soon as she opened the door, a golden retriever dog darted in. Audrey saw a clear expression of suspicion on Susie's dog face. "You took longer to change than usual. Were you eating something?" Susie twitched her nose, not hiding her thoughts. Audrey sat on the soft stool and gave two dry laughs. Remembering Mr. Hanged Man's previous commission and the pirate general's intelligence, she changed the subject. "Susie, tell me, how can I discreetly inform Alfred about something without exposing myself, and make him interested in it?" Then, she looked at Susie, and Susie looked at her. One person and one dog simultaneously fell into contemplation. Alfred did not wear his colonel's uniform, instead, he wore a common Backland black trench coat. His brilliant golden hair fell casually, and his azure eyes were like deep lakes in the forest. Every movement exuded an indescribable sense of majesty. Even without soldiers surrounding him, he clearly presented an aura of authority. He looked at the two ladies standing across from the desk, holding many documents, and added gravely, "Before you return to Backland, you will be temporarily assigned to the enforcement team to participate in the operation to clear Beander incidents around Nikephoros City. These documents contain intelligence provided by the Nighthawks. You can familiarize yourselves with them first. After your merits repay your debts, any remaining merits can be immediately exchanged for rewards, including potion formulas and materials." Nikephoros City generally worshipped the Evernight goddess, and as staunch supporters of the Evernight Church, the Hall family allowed Alfred to receive maximum support here, without fear of being constrained. With the support of the Evernight Church and the Eastern Talk family, after clearing the surrounding chaos, Alfred could establish a new order here at the fastest speed, completing his promotion ritual. Feeling a little nervous under the gaze of those azure eyes, Furs and Zio hastily nodded. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Audrey stood at the doorway, curiously observing the three people in the study, with Susie wagging her tail behind her. Seeing Audrey arrive, Alfred voluntarily ended the conversation. Furs, also being tactful, bid farewell and pulled Zio out of the study. Looking at the documents in their hands, Audrey gestured to Susie with her eyes. Only after seeing the golden retriever dog stealthily following the two did Audrey enter the room. After informing Alfred of the intelligence that Hurricane Admiral Keelangos had secretly landed and infiltrated Backland, Audrey intentionally did not rush to state her position, to show her difficulty and prevent her brother from asking about the source of the information. This was not part of her family education, nor was it something she learned at Beander gatherings, it was purely a skill she had figured out herself after advancing to telepathist. Hurricane Admiral. Alfred frowned slightly. A pirate general in Backland was naturally nothing, but his father, Earl Hall, was, after all, an ordinary person. Even with the protection of the Evernight Church, it would be difficult to fully protect him at critical moments. His expression immediately turned serious. Alfred looked at the conflicted Audrey and immediately responded. I will immediately telegraph this matter to Father and seek confirmation from Archbishop Antony. Furs walked down the corridor, which was covered with a velvet carpet, looking at the documents in her hand with a headache, muttering softly. Please, we are only sequence 8. A sheriff is fine and doesn't back down from a fight, but what can I, a trickmaster, do? Am I supposed to perform a trick for those zombies and ask them to lie down in their graves obediently? Preferably, they should give me all their valuable materials first. Glancing at her chattering friend, Zio put away the documents in her hand, scratched her short golden hair, and ignored her complaints, directly adding a jab in her mind. No, more accurately, these tasks also include wraiths and evil spirits. I don't think they would want to watch your tricks. Also, in the study just now, why didn't you just say it? Furs rolled her eyes helplessly and retorted crossly. The aura from Colonel Alfred was so oppressive I could barely breathe. How dare I say no? The two looked at each other, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. Zio self-comfortingly concluded. The more dangerous the mission, the higher the reward. There's no such opportunity in Backland. Perhaps we can both advance to sequence 7 before returning to Backland. As she spoke, she looked at the golden retriever dog that had been stealthily following them. As a sheriff, she had long noticed Audrey's pet dog following them, she just hadn't paid it any mind before. Now that they were going to the Evernight Church to meet with Ms. Daly, they naturally couldn't let Susie continue to follow. Her eyes slowly turned golden, and Zio's body exuded the unique majesty of an arbiter. The golden retriever dog immediately shivered, whimpered, and turned to run away. Tisk tisk, I actually saw a mix of grievance and curiosity on a dog's face. As expected of Miss Audrey's dog, it's truly unique. The open-minded Furs quickly composed herself and commented cheerfully, watching the golden retriever dog flee in disarray. Zio rolled her eyes, stood on her tiptoes, and patted her friend's head. For that colonel, who was clearly a mid-sequence Beander, this distance was not far at all. If he overheard, she didn't want to be targeted in such a dangerous place. Layers of prayers awakened Aaron's consciousness from chaos. Everything he perceived seemed to lose its substance, becoming illusory and reverting to its most fundamental essence. Constructing the world's underlying rules, chains, of various colors interconnected, intertwined, and spread infinitely, enveloping the entire world. Aaron's own chain of order was merely one link among those myriad chains. Aaron struggled to gather his body but could not find a sufficiently accurate and clear self-positioning. He felt as if he was about to get lost in this area, and his mind was filled with various symbols of unknown meaning, urging him to move forward constantly, making it difficult to return to the real world. Using the prayers, Aaron barely managed to control himself. As his consciousness gradually blurred and his body slowly descended, he desperately searched for something that could confirm his existence. Finally, he saw a broken dark gold light spot deep within the endless chains of order, infinitely high above. His heart stirred, and following his intuition, he flew towards it in a posture of soaring through the cosmos. Inside the light spot was a world completely enveloped by dark gold mist. At the center of this world was a magnificent palace, exceptionally familiar to Aaron. To the side of the palace, in an area that was originally always shrouded in mist, an illusory, moon city, rose from the ground, and its residents appeared within it. A realization dawned on Aaron. As he passed through the moon city, his consciousness naturally differentiated, completing an invisible connection and making his positioning clearer. The trembling sound of illusory chains came. The originally insignificant dark gold was gradually spreading to other chains of order that constituted the world's underlying rules. As if pulled by countless chains simultaneously, Aaron manipulated his consciousness to connect with his starting point and suddenly plummeted downwards. The dark gold mist rapidly thinned and gathered into Aaron's figure, and the chains enveloping the world consequently vanished. He didn't have time to fully grasp his current state. Subconsciously, he raised his head and looked towards the sky, directly seeing the dense dark gold mist, the ancient and majestic palace enveloped by the mist, and the illusory city beside the palace. Originally, the nation of disorder was about to be stirred by his changes, but as his thoughts shifted, all anomalies returned to calm. This proved that he had now truly mastered the nation of disorder, becoming the master of this Sephira. As for how much power it could exert in the real world, he could not yet evaluate. Fortunately, I allowed the rules condensed by the Moon City to complete the ritual, which seems to have left an imprint in the nation of disorder, helping me find myself at the most crucial moment. Aaron rubbed his forehead. That Duke of Entropy Beander characteristic transformed into a triple shadow crown dotted with specks of starlight, and attracted by the escaping aura of the nation of disorder, it voluntarily floated before Aaron. Grabbing the crown, with a slight thought, Aaron found himself upon the throne. After truly mastering the nation of disorder, its God Kingdom-like ability allowed him to directly bring sealed artifacts into the Sephira. Leaning back against the chair, Aaron didn't rush to examine the changes in the nation of disorder. Instead, he first confirmed his own improvements and digested the mystical knowledge he had gained from his recent advancement. After advancing to Chaos Hunter, my physique has further strengthened, and edicts like deprivation, mystical weakening, reality strengthening, have all been enhanced. And the new ability, Domain of Judgment, its core characteristic is to form an area that can, to a certain extent, interfere with the operation of rules through the mastery of order. This is similar to the common combat method of high sequences in the Black Emperor pathway, but unlike exploiting loopholes in order, the power a Chaos Hunter can exert depends on the rules of order interference they control. It's like adding one's own imprint to the operation of rules. He doesn't need to actively change the rules of the Domain of Judgment to create any combat environment for himself. Instead, the surrounding rules will actively support him and restrict enemies. Even without the aid of other sealed artifacts, he can achieve Beander abilities close to spatial teleportation, which feels a bit like what he says goes. And targets being hunted will be targeted by the rules of the Domain of Judgment, experiencing slowed spirituality recovery, increased negative effects from sealed artifacts, etc. The longer they stay in the Domain of Judgment, the deeper the interference of the controlled order on the rules, and the more restrictions on the enemy. Moreover, for every successful hunt of a high-level Beander from a certain pathway, the edicts within the Domain of Judgment will gain corresponding divine effects. For example, if an misfortune mage is hunted within the Domain of Judgment, one can interfere with fate, divination, and prophecy to a certain extent, and even achieve some precognitive effects, somewhat similar to a devil's malicious perception. The benefits brought by hunting are closely related to the target's sequence and rank. Aside from lacking the most direct high-burst damage, a Chaos Hunter is almost omnipotent within his own domain. Aaron couldn't help but think of Prince Grove, who was also a Chaos Hunter in the Loan royal family, guessing that his wielding of the Grade 0 sealed artifact in the Sun domain might be to compensate for the deficiencies in attack. Gathering his thoughts, Aaron's eyes instantly blurred, as if stained with a golden yellow color, and at the same time, a dense dark gold mist flowed within them. A substantial majesty emanated from him, stirring the mist that enveloped the entire world. Feeling the surging power filling every part of his body, he leaned slightly forward, extended his palm, and declared in ancient Hermes. Execution. Accompanied by a whooshing sound, an invisible and immense force swirled into a terrifying hurricane, raging within the palace. Looking at the mess on the floor, Aaron's lips curved upwards slightly. Even without the enhancement of other items, relying solely on the Sephira power he leveraged, he could exert angel-level power within the nation of disorder. After thinking for a moment, Aaron raised his right hand again and gently lifted it upwards. In an instant, the boundless dark gold mist immediately boiled. One by one, slightly dim rays of light gathered together, condensing into a translucent angel with illusory wings on its back, according to Aaron's will. Unlike the empty shell before, this was an angel with corresponding rank and power, an angel of majestic sanctity and immense pressure. I don't need to attach the Black Emperor card, nor do I need to borrow the scepter of the sun. By myself, I can leverage the power of the nation of disorder to the greatest extent, allowing the angel of the Lord of Order to become a true sequence 2 angel. However, this angel cannot respond to prayers, cannot be maintained for too long, and only exists in prayer light spots and a few attacks. It also possesses the ability to cast edicts. But that's enough. Advancing to Chaos Hunter has freed me from the last restraints. Some things no longer need to be so cautiously considered. After examining himself, Aaron moved his thoughts to restore the palace to its original state, then slowly stood up. He was preparing to leave the palace and examine what exactly the Moon City, that had suddenly appeared in the nation of disorder was all about. Within the Moon City, which was formed by an boundless dark gold mist, Aaron's figure appeared. He simply glanced around and immediately discovered an anomaly. The most obvious point was that this illusory Moon City seemed to be constructed from a blend of faith and the power of the nation of disorder. Gently touching the illusion of High Priest Nim, a broken sentence suddenly appeared in Aaron's mind. Great Lord of Order, I wish to offer everything I have, praying for you to bring salvation to Moon City. The somewhat blurry prayer became clearer and louder after Aaron touched it. Aaron was somewhat surprised to find that the surrounding dark gold mist had thinned a bit, flowing into Nim's illusion and making it more real. This was not a one-sided giving. With the increasingly clear prayers, Aaron's own divinity, which had been constantly expanding due to his recent advancement, was consequently suppressed, and his self-perception became clearer. This seemed to be a more unique anchor, and also a special product of the combination of faith and order. This was not a tool to help Aaron maintain his humanity. Its main function was to form corresponding cognition, positioning, and image, to counteract the spiritual imprints within the Beander characteristic, maintaining a subtle balance. Under this balance, Aaron's own humanity could be maintained, not being severely influenced by either side. It was somewhat similar to how the 7 Orthodox churches replaced concrete idols with their respective holy emblems, creating a distinction between the deity recognized by believers and the actual deity, preventing the image of the deity in the believers' minds from gradually overshadowing the deity's true appearance. Realizing this, Aaron controlled the dark gold mist to continuously pour into the illusory Moon City, enriching the illusory buildings and figures. The previous contact had given him a realization. The city constructed within the nation of disorder was the true cornerstone for his future establishment of a terrestrial kingdom of God. After he attained a higher rank, he could even directly interfere with cities in reality by modifying the rules of the illusory city through the Sephira. This also seemed to be the method for a sequence 0 justiciar to modify underlying rules. To some extent, the nation of disorder was equivalent to replacing the divine kingdom, which allowed Aaron to access the authority that only a sequence 0 justiciar could possess while he was still at sequence 3. The Night Emperor, back then, should have had the projection of the entire Truncest Empire in his divine kingdom, and the collapse of order brought about by the empire's demise was likely also the reason for the Justiciar's fall. But if Lilith could leave behind a divine kingdom, what about the Night Emperor? If I could obtain the Night Emperor's divine kingdom, even just fragments, I would likely benefit greatly. Calming the surging thoughts in his mind, Aaron looked again at the gradually solidifying Moon City, and at High Priest Nim, standing at the forefront. Although he couldn't truly use this authority yet, he wanted to test an idea of his own through this medium. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the domain of judgment immediately enveloped High Priest Nim, and dark golden chains seemed to connect reality and illusion. In the forsaken land of the gods, in Moon City's council hall, High Priest Nim looked calmly at Bruce and the other elder council members, speaking gently. After the Lord's holy day, many members of the Moon City hunting team reported today that their Beander potions have been fully digested. This is the Lord's grace. All inventory of Beyonder characteristics and materials will be allocated to the maximum extent possible. The Lord will surely. Just then, his words suddenly stopped, and a dense, profound darkness erupted from behind him, spreading outwards like tentacles. This was a sign of a sudden surge in spirituality and a slight loss of control over his power. However, as an experienced nightwatcher, Nim quickly regained control of his power. In a trance, he seemed to see a majestic figure shrouded in dark golden mist. Indeed, Aaron withdrew the domain of judgment, and the high priest Nim, who had been rendered black, returned to normal. Having observed through the faith light spots, he had already verified his idea. Because he hunted a living Duke of Entropy characteristic when he advanced to Chaos Hunter, Aaron's current domain of judgment also had some entropy transformation authority attached to it, and the power that caused Nim's spirituality to surge came from this. Although he couldn't directly modify the underlying rules, he could cast this weakened version of divine descent within the divine kingdom. This kind of distance-ignoring enhancement was clearly not an ability a Sequence 3 could possess. At the very least, it was something only a Sequence 2 or even a Sequence 1 could achieve after having a nascent divine kingdom. Aaron felt himself. Perhaps because he gained this ability by utilizing the Nation of Disorder, the spiritual energy consumed was almost equivalent to summoning a historical void projection of a Sequence 4 of the same level. Aaron could hardly imagine the grandeur of the Truncest Empire at its most glorious period, where one could receive the favor of rules and gain blessings simply by standing on the Empire's territory. Recalling his thoughts, Aaron pondered the moon city he had just observed. Those residents whose Beyonder potions were digested were likely due to his continuous enrichment of the Moon City residents within the Nation of Disorder. This was a mutually beneficial double cycle. After verifying his conjectures, a bolder idea subsequently emerged in Aaron's mind, but this would require some time to prepare. After taking another look at the magnificent palace and the boundless dark golden ocean outside Moon City, Aaron envisioned a future where this place would be filled with the northern and southern continents. With a slight shift in his thoughts, he returned to Lost Nuance. Standing amidst the ruins, Aaron's pupils instantly turned golden, gazing at the deep pit from which the shadowy giant had emerged. It was dark and obscure, with faint remnants of illusory waves. Aaron could confirm that this place was indeed an exit connecting to the outside from somewhere in the Chaos Sea, similar to the abandoned ancient castle on the outskirts of Backland. It was just unknown why the Chaos Sea had disappeared so thoroughly, leaving only residual aura. He had no intention of delving deeper. The first blasphemy slate that could control the Chaos Sea was still in Dark Angel Sorcerer's hands. He had already successfully advanced, so there was no need to cause further trouble. Silently lifting the Nation of Disorder's blockade on Lost Nuance, Aaron directed his gaze towards the deep sea, leveraging the connection of the rules in that area. After a glance with his true vision, Aaron's brows furrowed deeply. Although the original True Creator's phantom had disappeared, and the Aurora Order's Angel of Destiny he had predicted hadn't appeared, the pervasive pollution in this sea area made him feel uncomfortable. As he was pondering what had happened during his advancement, a dense dark golden mist suddenly appeared before Aaron's eyes, and a strange sense of crisis emerged in his heart, like a prey being targeted by a venomous snake. Without the slightest hesitation, the domain of judgment instantly enveloped him, isolating external perception. The crown of stars appeared above his head, with brilliant light flickering. A gray-blue door of exile, with 7 brass keyholes quietly appeared before Aaron. Although he couldn't yet confirm the source of the danger, anything that could bring him such a sense of crisis would surely be tracked by ordinary teleportation or spirit world travel. Only the sealed artifact, Door of Exile, a Grade 0 sealed artifact, was the best escape method. Without wasting time risking sensing the source of the danger, Aaron decisively stepped through the door. Anyway, the value of this ruin had already been squeezed dry. On the murky ocean where scarlet mist drifted, a strange, tentacled octopus sea monster's body was constantly expanding. Lumps of flesh split open, and one by one, octopuses with faint scarlet hues emerged. These monsters showed no signs of distortion. Each of them smoothly took a crystal monocle from the void with their tentacles and placed it over a position resembling a human's right eye. After glancing at the blurry island to the west, where scarlet mist continuously surged, they looked back at the deep seabed. This aura. I didn't expect there to be a complete Sephira in the outside world. How interesting. What a pity, just a little bit more, and I could have used the rules to directly appear before that fellow. That scholar of yore who entered the forsaken land of the gods seems to be his believer. I have a premonition that by following this clue, I will soon find Pallas. The octopus almonds didn't care about the continuously gathering scarlet mist, which seemed to possess vitality. Their bodies suddenly exploded, and clusters of brilliant light spots dispersed and vanished from the spot. After using the Door of Exile from the Crown of Stars to change locations several times, Aaron only teleported back to Irisol after confirming that the sense of dread had disappeared. Given my current Beander pathway, any existence that can still give me such a sense of dread must be at least a sequence 1 angel or higher. I immediately suppressed the anomaly of the Nation of Disorder after my advancement, so it shouldn't be those two from the Augustus family and the Castia family. Although the Moses ascetic order has been tracking me, the hidden sage would never act rashly after what happened last time. The greatest possibility is that Pallas Zoroast's use of the Worm of Time and Trojan Horse of Destiny abilities attracted Amon's attention. He followed the anomaly of destiny to the Fog Sea and had been waiting until I lifted the concealment. Aaron pondered the various possibilities, but his figure had already appeared in the underground hall of the Ancestral Tower, where he saw Walna Weir and Elvin Gallo, who had already returned from the Moon Kingdom. Feeling the aura emanating from Aaron, Elvin Gallo's blood-red eyes froze for a moment, experiencing a sense of daze as if the Night Emperor who once ruled the world had reappeared. His voice involuntarily deepened a few shades. Congratulations on your advancement. I have brought back all of Solomon's treasures. Materials below demigod level, Beander characteristics, and sealed artifacts have been stored in the family treasury. There are still 4 demigod sealed artifacts remaining. As he spoke, his chest, entwined with sinister vines and thorns, split open in the middle, revealing a terrifying, profound, and indescribable aura of death and pressure. Aaron, who was distracted by calming the anomaly in the Nation of Disorder, calmly watched as a gate of white bones slowly emerged from the split body. With his current strength, he could already see the true form of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Mysterious symbols, rendered in pale and eerie green, appeared one by one, intertwining on the white bones. After forming a whole, they collapsed inwards, transforming into a boundless, slowly rotating dark vortex. A total of 4 items, emanating dense spiritual fluctuations, flew out from within the vortex and quietly floated before Aaron. Tingen City. After dealing with the mad Mrs. Sharon, Klein returned alone to Zudaland Street by rental carriage. The crimson moonlight shone on his face, flickering between bright and dim. In his mind, Seenley, who had vomited out his internal organs, and Dunn, whose mouth was covered in dark red blood, appeared alternately, making his thoughts both chaotic and scattered. Seenley is dead. I remember he just got engaged. His parents are still alive. What was the captain doing just now? The complex thoughts continued until Klein returned to his bedroom. His hand, which had just picked up the letter paper, paused slightly, then slowly put it down. He couldn't judge now whether this operation was just an accident or another coincidence. After some thought, to confirm Captain Dunsmith's situation, he decided to eliminate all distractions and divine above the gray fog. The towering, magnificent palace and the ancient, mottled long table entered his eyes, as if they had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, holding the pendulum in his left hand. He silently chanted the divination statement 7 times, then closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. After stabilizing for a few seconds, he opened his eyes, their deepened color having returned to normal. He gazed at the yellow crystal pendant, and his heart gradually sank, because the pendulum was rotating clockwise, with a considerable amplitude and a fast speed. This meant the answer was affirmative. Dunsmith's anomaly would put him in danger. And the danger was not low. Closing his eyes for a moment, Klein erased the previous content and wrote a new divination statement. The reason for Dunsmith's anomaly. He put away the yellow crystal pendant, leaned back against the chair, and while silently chanting the divination statement, he entered a dream state through meditation. In that hazy, illusory world, he saw nothing, discovered nothing, besides the grayness, there was only grayness. This indicates insufficient information, divination failed. Klein opened his eyes and looked at the parchment on the bronze long table, muttering bitterly and helplessly. Klein, who had gained nothing substantial, was about to return to reality to consult Mr. Azek's advice when he suddenly heard layers of illusory prayers. Giant's language. Klein instantly recognized that it was son Derek. He composed himself and lightly tapped the expanding and contracting crimson star. In the somewhat blurry prayer scene, Derek placed a beast hide with various symbols written on it onto a simple altar. Sequence 6, Wind Blessed. Main ingredients: 6 crystallized feathers of a blue shadow falcon, a pair of dragon-eyed sea eagle's eyeballs. Auxiliary ingredients: 100 grams of dried octopus jellyfish powder, 50 milliliters of deep-sea naga blood. He got the Beander potion formula so quickly. Klein was surprised, and after confirming the formula's correctness through divination, he directly transmitted Derek's prayer scene to Hanged Man Alger. Although he hadn't yet received the compensation in gold pounds from Mr. Hanged Man, Klein still condensed the Light Supplicant and Solar High Priest Beander potion formulas into light spots and threw them into the crimson star representing son Derek. Even though he had earned a sequence 6-level Beander potion formula, Klein was in no mood to be excited. After returning to reality, he urgently wrote on the letter paper. In a recent mission, my superior exhibited some abnormal behavior. He sent me away, then half-crouched beside his teammate's corpse, his mouth covered in dark red blood. In your memory, have you encountered similar incidents? How should I help my superior? After the ink dried, Klein scanned the letter up and down, then added a paragraph at the end. Respected Mr. Azek, I received intelligence that Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos has secretly infiltrated Backland. He possesses a very powerful shepherd's glove. I'm not sure if this will interest you, but I believe it's necessary to let you know. Klein quickly finished, folded the letter, took out the copper whistle, put it to his lips, and blew hard. Silently, he saw illusory, hazy white bones being thrown out one by one from the top of the desk, forming a fountain that assembled into a giant monster. It was still nearly 4 meters tall, still covered in faint light, and still had its head poking out of the roof, seemingly no different from before. Klein flicked his wrist, threw the letter up, and saw the white bone monster firmly catch it. He then blew the copper whistle again, watching the messenger disintegrate into illusory white bones, falling like rain and disappearing on the surface of the desk. Watching the disappearing messenger, for some reason, an unprecedented sense of anxiety suddenly arose in Klein's heart. He felt as if something extremely bad was about to happen. This was the clown's premonition of danger. Backland, Sherwood Borough, Street. Wind Cathedral. In a simple, unadorned room, Hanged Man Alger, who had come to Backland to investigate Keelangos, was studying the investigation reports from the past few days, trying to find clues within them. To his upper right, there was a stack of papers covered in twisted symbols. Just as Alger leaned back and reached up to rub his eyes, he suddenly found his vision becoming illusory, presenting a dense gray-white mist. In the depths of this endless mist, there was a high-backed chair, as if it had always existed there, and a vague figure sat on it. Mr. Fool. Alger had just thought of this when he saw a young man appear in the hazy gray-white mist. Wind-blessed Beander potion formula. Alger was first startled, then revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He pressed his hand to his chest, lowered his head, and whispered, "Praise be to you, Mr. Fool." Before he finished speaking, everything he heard and saw disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Gazing at the collected Russell's diary and investigation reports, Alger's pupils trembled, and he once again felt the fool's power. This was Street Wind Cathedral, once the headquarters of the Church of Storms. Although this was over 1,000 years ago, it didn't prevent believers from still regarding it as one of the holy sites. However, Mr. Fool could still descend silently and give a response. The Tingen storyline is about to end, and these transitional chapters have been a bit of a struggle to write. Working during the day, overtime coding at night, and then hitting a writer's block, it's a bit much. I need to take a break and rest up first. Just as Alger's excitement arose, his expression suddenly froze, as he remembered that he still needed to provide £1,500 in operating funds for Mr. Fool's anonymous account. Ostensibly still a folk of rage, and with a pale avenger under his command, Alger's illicit income was already dwindling after purchasing the crystallized sun for son, Derek. Even the Russell's diary and the investigation report on Keelangos, which he had prepared to offer to Mr. Fool, were funded by the Church of the Storms. Recalling artisan Sharf, whom he had met in Generous City, Byam and had cooperated with for several years, Alger immediately had an idea. After retrieving the 4 most valuable demigod sealed artifacts from Alvangaro, Aaron returned the Crown of Stars to Varner. Sitting back on the throne, looking at the sealed artifacts suspended before him, suppressed by the Nation of Disorder as if lifeless, Aaron put away his divining pendulum. Although some of Solomon's treasures were taken by Liana, Nast, and others, that was already the agreed-upon reward in advance. Even so, among the remaining demigod sealed artifacts, 2 were at sequence 3 level, one corresponding to Horror Bishop, and the other to Mentor of Deceit. However, what gave Aaron a headache was that this time he had also acquired a sealed artifact corresponding to Classical Alchemist. Although this meant he no longer needed to trade Beander characteristic with the Earth Mother Church, Frank's mental state always made Aaron uneasy about letting him advance to demigod. Aaron couldn't be sure what bizarre things Frank would do after gaining divinity. He didn't want to discuss questions like whether a mushroom should have a soul. Suppressing some strange images that appeared in his mind, Aaron mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder. An invisible yet immense power condensed into a terrifying hurricane, directly crushing the last sealed artifact corresponding to Earl of the Fallen. Tiny black light particles seemed to be gathered by an invisible force, continuously solidifying into a translucent, pitch-black eyeball. The faintly emerging patterns seemed to follow normal rules, yet were full of contradictory meanings, directly giving a sense of power and strangeness. For him now, demigod-level sealed artifacts could help him very little. It was better to cultivate more demigods to prepare forces for the impending Great War that would sweep across the northern and southern continents. Thinking this, Aaron reached out and summoned a black hexagonal prism, within which countless soul bodies seemed to swirl, appearing exceptionally eerie and terrifying. It was the sealed artifact, Crystal of Specters, corresponding to Horror Bishop. After experiencing the changes the Moon City brought him, Aaron attached increasing importance to these devout believers in the forsaken land of the gods. And as the leader of Moon City, Nim was precisely a sequence 4 feet Nightwatcher, so this sealed artifact could maximize his strength. When the time was ripe, Aaron would also consider exchanging the Horror Bishop potion formula with the Church of Evernight. He looked up at the dome, which resembled a starry sky. On the high-backed chair originally belonging to the attendant, mist solidified into a figure. Having completely controlled the Nation of Disorder after advancing to Sequence 3, he no longer needed to pretend to be the attendant himself. After preparing, Aaron summoned the Black Emperor card, mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder, and reached out to light up the cosmos. The Grand Palace immediately surged with mist. The dark gold faded from his eyes. As Klein opened them, he instinctively looked upwards, his pupils suddenly contracting. Besides Mr. Attendant, several figures had appeared on the high-backed chairs directly adjacent to the throne, something that had never happened before. What surprised him even more was the aura emanating from those figures. Each one was comparable to Mr. Emperor, whom he had seen before, a demigod existence. The aura from the high-backed chair directly opposite Mr. Attendant, closest to that hidden existence, gave Klein the illusion of facing the snake of fate again. These were angels. Angels serving the Lord of Order. This great existence had recovered further. The same thought appeared in the minds of Louise, Sharon, and others. Unlike Klein, who was still confined to Tingen, their shock was even greater due to their various backgrounds. Looking at the silent magnificent palace, Aaron overlooked the new members who were digesting the information appearing in their minds, including Alvin Garo, Cavendish Lancer, Faust Ellen, and the Moon City High Priest Nim. Nim's body trembled slightly, not expecting that he, who had been submerged in darkness in the forsaken land of the gods, could actually see a divine kingdom that only existed in ancient texts. Suddenly, a black hexagonal prism radiating a strong attraction appeared before him. Just as Nim was surprised, a majestic and grand voice came from the throne deep within the palace. This is a sealed artifact formed by a sequence 3 feet horror bishop, and it is also a reward for Moon City. The hidden dangers in the forsaken land of the gods have already awakened. You now only need to lead Moon City to accumulate strength and await the opportune moment. Satisfied, Aaron withdrew his gaze from Nim and calmly spoke to the council members, who harbored various thoughts. The apocalypse, which even gods cannot escape, is approaching. A great change sweeping the world is about to arrive. Your time is running out. Klein, somewhat nervous from these words, recovered from the words, sequence 3 inches and, thinking he was only sequence 8, couldn't help but feel bitter. After the initial surprise, Cavendish Lancer pondered and replied, "Great Lord of Order, an anomaly occurred in the forsaken land of the gods a few days ago. It seems something happened to the true creator, so I am still staying in the King of Aberrant's city-state." Recalling the terrifying pollution pervading the fog sea, Aaron thought of Russel's hidden mysterious island and immediately understood. His tone was indifferent and casual as he replied, "That is not something you can understand now. God of Wishes Kotar, hidden in the forsaken land of the gods, is the problem you most need to pay attention to. If you discover his whereabouts, do not act rashly. He still holds a sequence 1 foot attendant of mysteries, Beander characteristic. You can continue searching along the clues of the puppet city. Attendant of mysteries." His originally relaxed expression turned solemn. Cavendish Lancer respectfully bowed, then sat back in the high-backed chair and fell silent. From the moment he heard about the forsaken land of the gods, Klein held his breath, inexplicably connecting it to the city of silver mentioned by Little Sun, guessing that the so-called Moon City might also exist in the forsaken land of the gods. Before he could lament that this existence already had a large number of followers in such a place, his hand instantly felt slightly hot, and 4 black dots, perfectly forming a small square, appeared on the back of his hand. This was the mark that only appeared when he entered that gray fog space. With the clown's spiritual perception, Klein quickly pinpointed the source of the anomaly. He subtly covered the back of his hand and muttered to himself, "Attendant of Mysteries, this title is related to that mysterious gray fog space." This thought inexplicably appeared in his mind. Klein watched as Sharon and Louise reached an agreement in a few words, preparing to cooperate in hunting the King of the Blood Moon. Thinking that he had to trouble Mr. Azek just to deal with a low-ranking pirate general, Klein immediately felt that he, as the fool, was truly losing face. Listening to the council members' conversations, which started at the demigod level, Klein silently dismissed the idea of asking about the potion formula clues after clown. Having just advanced, he was not in a hurry. Just as the gathering was about to end, Klein exchanged a demigod level, slumbering charm, with the new member, Moon City High Priest Nim, using his self-made sunlight charm. Fainapotter Kingdom, outside Fainapotter City. Aaron left Urethil after the gathering. Feeling the fluctuations from the darkness mark, he opened the traveler's door, and stopped far outside the city, gazing at Fainapotter City enveloped in scarlet moonlight. He looked at the continuous golden churches, and the holy emblem of life, surrounded by symbols of wheat ears, flowers, and springs, engraved on their outer walls. His purpose for this trip was to retrieve the creation he had previously entrusted to the Earth Mother Church, but he dared not approach too closely, fearing the hand of order in the city. Manipulating the demigod creation gifted by Matron Roland, accompanied by the spread of invisible fluctuations, a moment later, Archbishop Melanie, clad in a long robe, flew out from the sprawling palace complex covered by towering trees, appearing before Aaron in an instant. After observing the Duke who visited late at night, a hint of surprise flashed in Melanie's eyes. Without waiting for Aaron to speak, the ground beneath her feet instantly softened, turning into a swamp. Divine Favorer, this was refined according to the flesh and materials you provided. I have sealed the nightmare ability to prevent the Beander characteristic from polluting this spiritless body. As her voice fell, a naked man was spat out by the swamp. He had a high nose bridge and dull gray eyes. It was Dun Smith, created through life transmutation. After examining him, Aaron praised without any burden. Praise the merciful Mother. Life transmutation is truly an incredible miracle, but some subtle details still need to be modified. Looking at the archbishop with green hair mixed with wheat ears before him, Aaron lightly tapped his finger, and Dun Smith's hairline on his forehead instantly rose a few centimeters. Archbishop Melanie, who had originally wanted to hear some valuable opinions from this unfathomable divine favorer, immediately fell silent. Tingen City, Blackthorn Security Company. Leonard, who had just returned from investigating the disappearance of Lanris, silently looked at Klein, and at the Tingen City Honest Man newspaper spread open on the table. The most prominent position in the newspaper published a piece of news. Lady Sharon, the widow of the old Baron Hoy family, was involved in the sudden deaths of Councilman Maynard. Lady Sharon and her accomplices paid with their lives for their evil deeds, but caused the death of a brave police officer. A brave police officer. Is this how they describe Cohenry? Just like Welch and Naya before. Klein felt a surge of anger in his heart, but had nowhere to vent it, because this was the best way to handle it. According to the internal regulations of the Nighthawks, in order to guard against retaliation from evil forces against their families, even if they sacrificed themselves, their names could not be publicly glorified by ordinary people. Patting Klein's shoulder, Leonard said in a low voice, "We are a group of pitiful wretches constantly fighting danger and madness, but we are also guardians. Get ready, this afternoon, the captain will take us to inform their families, to face the scene we least want to face." Silently folding the newspaper and putting it back on the reception desk, Klein nodded slightly. Mr. Azek had not yet replied. Although he felt somewhat unsure how to face the captain, he felt responsible for Cohenry's death and could not evade this matter. As soon as the Tarot Club ends this afternoon, I'll go with the captain and the others. Just as Klein was thinking this, his spirituality was touched. He instinctively looked towards the company entrance, where a visitor stood in the midday sun. She was a young lady, wearing a lotus leaf hat and a loose dress. Her golden hair framed emerald green eyes that revealed a melancholic and serene temperament. But what was most striking about her was her heavily swollen belly. She seemed to be at least 7 months pregnant. Klein was stunned for a moment, feeling as if he had seen this young pregnant woman somewhere before. Suddenly, he heard Leonard exclaim in surprise. "Miss Megos." Megos. Yes, the young woman seduced by Lanris. She was pregnant with Lanris's child, and her mental state had been affected, saying that her child could hum and whistle even in the womb. Klein suddenly realized, and was not surprised why Leonard knew Megos. When re-investigating the people and objects related to the Lanris case, this young woman's photo had been seen by every Nighthawk. At this moment, hearing Leonard's voice, Megos looked at the two with somewhat dull eyes and greeted them politely. "Hello. Miss Megos, what brings you to our Blackthorn Security Company? Do you have anything you need to entrust us with?" Klein stepped forward 2 paces and asked. He was completely baffled by Megos' sudden visit, as his interactions with this lady were limited to the Seer Club. Megos touched her belly and smiled faintly. "I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of coming to Zudaland Street, and suddenly thought of coming up to take a look." Her mental problems were worsening. Klein remembered that he seemed not to have activated his spirit vision last time, failing to confirm Megos' state. So he lightly raised his teeth, about to tap them to the left. Just then, he suddenly froze, and a series of increasingly intense thoughts flashed through his mind. Don't look. To see is to die. The clown's precognition of danger was like a bomb about to explode. Klein stood frozen like a statue, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He felt as if he had experienced the deepest, darkest nightmare, almost unable to wake up. Suddenly, he understood something. Last time, he hadn't forgotten to activate his spirit vision. Rather, his spirituality had sensed an unimaginable danger, causing him to subconsciously ignore the matter and forget the aftermath. As Klein's body stiffened, he didn't notice that in his shirt pocket, the lucky gold coin from Atomius suddenly emitted a faint, obscure glow, and invisible waves rippled outwards, spreading along the river of fate towards a certain direction. In Illusil, at the Duke of East Tasok's mansion, Aaron was discussing the East Tasok family's arrangements in the southern continent with his father, Guzman while Evelina lay on the soft sofa, idly flicking her tail. Although the localized war in the southern continent had ended several months ago, this did not mean that the Fasak Empire and other secretly conspiring organizations would cease their activities, especially with a Grand Bishop of the God of Combat's church having fallen in East Balam. Aaron couldn't confirm how far George III had progressed, but he assumed he was at least at the King of Angels level, and the world-spanning war promoted by the Twilight Hermit Order must already be in secret preparation. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. Aaron didn't want the curtain of this war to be drawn in the southern continent, or rather, in the East Tasok family's colonies, as this could lead to unforeseen losses. Just then, a paper crane covered in writing flew out of Aaron's shirt pocket. One after another, quicksilver-colored complex symbols leapt from it, forming a short message with dense patterns and symbols. Tingnan, fate is disturbed. Tingnan, a glint flashed in Aaron's eyes. The only thing that would prompt Will Osepton to personally warn him was likely the quill of Alzuhad. At this moment, Ince Zangwil, who wielded this sealed artifact, probably most wanted to obtain Saint Serena's ashes. Aaron instantly understood Will Osepton's meaning, politely declined his father's company, and immediately opened the door of Traveler. Aaron had already marked the spirit world space corresponding to the Traveler's brooch he had given Klein, making it convenient to directly pinpoint Klein's location in reverse. Shuttling through indescribably shaped ethereal transparent objects, all colors became vivid and distinct yet overlapped. A yellowish-green flash suddenly appeared before Aaron's eyes without any warning. A foot, so massive it could obscure the 7 bright mirrors of light high above, descended, stomping Aaron into red and blue intersecting color blocks. At the last moment, Aaron, who barely managed to teleport a short distance, had his eyes instantly blur, as if dyed golden, and looked up along the massive foot. It was a rotting long leg dripping yellowish-green liquid, and further up, a colossal body wrapped in corpse oil bandages. This was the Shell Astolf left behind in the spirit world. Ince Zangwil, this name instantly surfaced in Aaron's mind. He hadn't encountered this angel during previous spirit world travels, but now, on his way to Tingnan, he was coincidentally blocked by this fellow. This must be his doing, but the situation didn't allow him to ponder further. Amidst the aura that almost solidified the surroundings, the 2 legs dripping yellowish-green pus alternately lifted. The indistinct body stretched out, an arm wrapped in corpse oil bandages, and a majestic aura of decay, accompanied by roars that made spirits tremble, swept over. His usual infallible danger premonition seemed to fail, but Aaron, who had already activated his judgment domain, could clearly observe various colored lines sweeping towards him. Ranlis's departure completely shattered Megos' will. She complied with Ince Zangwil's arrangement and went to Blackthorn Security Company. That Nighthawk who kept disrupting Ince Zangwil's plans actually has an item tainted with the aura of a high-level Beander of the Fate Pathway. No wonder the Great Quill of Alzuhad didn't detect this. That mysterious duke far away in East Tasok County has already become aware of poor Ince Zangwil's supposedly meticulous plan. With his mastery of spirit world teleportation, he will soon rush to Tingnan to kill Ince Zangwil. Strike a throw. Aaron Weil, who just entered the spirit world, was detected by a high-level spirit world creature for some reason. Entangled, he couldn't reach Tingen in time, and Ins Zhangwil ultimately successfully completed his plan. On the tallest clock tower in Tingen City, a pure white quill continuously wrote on the wall. As characters emerged one by one, a crack appeared on Ins Zhangwil's forehead, constantly seeping blood. This was the inevitable backlash Ins Zhangwil suffered from forcibly using 008 at sequence 5 to manipulate something far beyond his own Beander grade. At this moment, he was using the many spirits imprisoned within the Gatekeeper's unique inner netherworld to replenish the damage caused by the backlash. At Blackthorn's security company, Klein, who had stood stiff and dazed for over 10 seconds, finally broke free from his cold sweating state. He instinctively turned his head to look at Leonard and found that the Midnight Poet also had a face full of cold sweat and eyes full of fear. Suddenly, Klein recalled a passage from Russell's diary. The Industrial Revolution I personally initiated, the age of steam and machinery I personally forged, will become the breeding ground for the birth of an evil god. He also remembered the source of that soul-deep fear. Do not gaze directly upon a god. Klein instinctively put both hands into his pockets. One held a sun charm and a slumber charm, while the other held the Azak copper whistle. He keenly noticed that the cold but gentle Beander sensation of the copper whistle had disappeared, seemingly suppressed by an invisible force, while the two charms remained full of spirituality. Taking a deep breath, Klein entered a semi-meditative state, dispelling his panic and no longer harboring any lucky. He turned his head, gave Leonard a look, and gestured towards Megos with his mouth. Then, using his clown ability, he controlled his expression and smiled at Megos. "Miss Megos, do you have a commission for us?" Megos stroked her belly, as if listening to something, and said, "No, I just suddenly wanted to talk to you about Ranlis. I feel like you know a lot." "Who told you that?" Leonard no longer displayed his usual carefree and slovenly demeanor, smiling quite stiffly, while constantly calling out in his mind, old man, what does the true creator's offspring mean?" With an increasingly strange expression, Megos suddenly giggled. "My child told me. He knows a lot, he's very smart." Klein suppressed the urge to curse, secretly took out the slumber charm from his pocket and handed it to Leonard. He wasn't sure if this high-level charm from the City of Moon could appease the thing in Megos's belly, but at least it could buy some time. Instinctively taking the charm, Leonard's mind suddenly heard Pallas Zoroast's brief voice. "This is a high-level charm of the Sleepless Pathway. Keep it safe, it can save your life." No matter how Leonard called out afterwards, Pallas Zoroast's voice never reappeared, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Complaining about the old man's unreliability in his mind, and with no time to consider where Klein got the charm, Leonard felt the peaceful and serene aura emanating from the slumber charm in his hand. He gritted his teeth and sat on the sofa, stiffly chatting with Megos. Klein rushed to the basement and explained the current situation to the captain in the most concise words. While Dunn went to Channy's gate to retrieve a sealed artifact, he notified all clerical staff to evacuate immediately. Returning to the basement, Klein was pleasantly surprised to find that the Azak copper whistle seemed to have returned to normal. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Klein immediately took out the paper and pen for divination and quickly wrote a short letter. "The fellow who disrupted my fate and took your child's skull has appeared. He arranged for Megos to enter Blackthorn's security company at 36 Zudaland Street. Megos is likely pregnant with an evil god's offspring. The situation is very urgent." Putting away the letter, Klein stood at the crossroads, directly took out the copper whistle, blew it, and saw the huge skeleton messenger appear before him. In the deep and quiet underground corridor, the nearly 4-meter-tall skeleton messenger, clutching the paper, disappeared before Klein's eyes without causing any abnormal changes. After doing all this, Klein's spiritual intuition was touched. He instinctively turned his head and saw Dunn Smith, wearing a black knee-length thin trench coat, standing silently under the faint blue gas lamp, his eyes deep and dim. He held a palm-sized square urn in one hand, carved with mysterious patterns. The closer it got, the colder Klein felt, as if a chill was quickly seeping into his blood. The scorching white miniature sun steamed with grayish-yellow cursed mist. With the restriction of the judgment domain, Aaron finally saw the true form of this angel's body using the scepter of daybreak. Beneath the rotting, pus-dripping bandages was a bluish-black, one-eyed giant entwined with black thorns. Seemingly completely enraged by Aaron's resistance, the already irrational one-eyed giant's body emitted an even denser cursed mist, as if trying to completely pollute this spirit world area with the power of an ancient bane. Looking at the bluish-black body and the iconic single eye, Aaron instantly recalled the incident Astolf had mentioned before, and felt a sudden toothache. If it were just an ancient bane, Aaron, who possessed several Grade 0 sealed artifacts and was empowered by the Nation of Disorder, was confident he could end the battle within minutes, as this angel's consciousness was chaotic and incomplete. But if it also mixed with high-sequence Beander characteristics of the giant pathway, recalling the mark of glory that had protected the City of Silver for thousands of years, Aaron decisively chose to stop. Making a mental note against this fellow, the mark of Evernight emitted an obscure light. Aaron's body instantly vanished as if erased by an eraser. No matter how the bandage-wrapped one-eyed giant roared, it could no longer sense Aaron. After losing its target, it became sluggish again. Its two legs, dripping yellowish-green pus, alternated, carrying the bluish-black body revealed by the broken bandages, and quickly moved away, disappearing into the depths of the spirit world. Time in the spirit world was extremely blurry. The originally pervasive cursed mist seemed to be pulled, forming a vortex that gradually thinned. At the center of the vortex, Reinette Tinekare, dressed in a somber and intricate black dress, with 4 pairs of eyes as red as blood, looked into the depths of the spirit world. In the solemn and quiet black monastery, Aaron's figure appeared. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found Lady Ariana, dressed simply, standing silently before him. Without wasting time explaining, Aaron quickly drew a crimson moon on his chest. "Your Highness Ariana, please send me away." Ariana's expression was as usual. She nodded slightly, watching Aaron's body disappear as if a watercolor painting being quickly erased. Only then did she slowly say, "The goddess watches over you." His consciousness blurred for a moment. Appearing in the outside world again, Aaron instinctively looked up at the midday sky, at the astral world that ordinary people could not gaze upon. His lips moved. Aaron immediately entered a semi-hidden state, and with the help of the crown of stars, historical void image he summoned, he appeared above Tingen City. The world seemed to fall into dead silence. Fine cold sweat seeped from Aaron's forehead, and his pupils reflected a simple priest wearing a simple white robe and a silver cross pendant. The true Creator's son, the King of Angels, Adam. He knew I was coming. He was waiting for me here. As this thought arose in Aaron's mind, the eyes of the simple priest opposite opened, and his light-colored pupils were dyed pure gold. Suddenly, black stone pillars rose all around, supporting a magnificent and enormous church. In this church, every pillar, every arch, every surface of the dome was inlaid with bones of different races. They were dense, watching Aaron with different eye sockets, collectively embracing a 100-meter-tall cross. Before the cross, a blurry figure stood there, seemingly looking at everything with pity. This was a church of bones that showed no trace of grimness but instead was full of sanctity. On the walls, windows, and doors of the church, transparent, distorted faces protruded, as if countless souls were sealed within, making Beyonders unable to feel the existence of the spirit world and the astral world anymore. And the previous clock tower, and Ince Zangwil on its top floor, were all gone, repelled outside this suddenly appearing church of bones. A strong sense of dread suddenly arose in Ince Zangwil's heart, who had been extending his spirituality from the clock tower to observe Blackthorn Security Company. He instinctively looked up at the sky but found nothing. But the ancient quill he clutched tightly trembled violently, suddenly breaking free and rapidly writing on his black clerical robe. The true Creator's offspring nurtured by Megos sensed an extremely repulsive aura. Feeling danger, it prayed to the true creator, thus gaining the attention of Ouroboros. Based on certain unknown factors, it is logical for Ouroboros to descend here at this point in time. As soon as the quill finished outlining the exclamation mark, one light after another, invisible to the naked eye, bloomed in the sky above Tingan City, transforming into layers of ethereal, pure wings. Beneath the covering of the wings, a silver-haired figure was outlined in a kneeling prayer posture, then straightened up. He wore a simple linen robe, his face was beautiful, his features soft. It was indeed the King of Angels, the tail swallower, Ouroboros. Ouroboros's indifferent eyes did not look towards Blackthorn Security Company, but suddenly looked up, and his eyes immediately reflected the church of bones that seemed to exist in another world. In his pupils, beneath his feet, and within the layered wings of light behind him, one transcendental and mysterious wheel after another protruded, converging into an ethereal, flowing long river, connecting head to tail like a snake. The moment the Boneyard Cathedral emerged, mottled starlight spread from the Evernight imprint onto Aaron's body, as if enveloped by a deep night. A sense of tranquility and peace calmed Aaron's inner tension. The instant he entered this place, Aaron lost his connection to the spirit world. Fortunately, Adam, who had not yet achieved the visionary, could not sever the connection with the nation of disorder. Although the gaze from the cosmos made Aaron feel much safer, the nation of disorder could not allow him to revive like Saphira Castle. When necessary, even if it meant exposing some things, he would decisively flee. As Aaron pondered what Adam intended to do, he saw streams of light shining through the stained glass windows high up in the Boneyard Cathedral, transforming into layers of illusory, pure wings. Under the shroud of these wings, the Boneyard Cathedral instantly reverted to its initial state, where only dark stone pillars had just begun to rise. Fate restarted, feeling the familiar fluctuations and watching the Boneyard Cathedral collapse bit by bit. Aaron, as expected, saw the indifferent, angel of fate, Ouroboros. The moment his gaze met those emotionless silver pupils, Aaron's face twitched slightly. Before Aaron and Ouroboros could react further, a 100-meter-tall cross heavily impaled the center of the unformed Boneyard Cathedral, and the blurred figure bearing it then raised his head. Infinite light burst forth, engulfing Ouroboros and Aaron once again. The illusory river filled with the serpent of fate vanished, and the Boneyard Cathedral, filled with bones of different races and countless twisted souls, reformed. Aaron felt his consciousness blur for an instant, and the thought of using the crown of stars to escape solidified in his mind. The coldness from his palm and the echoing prayers in his ears pulled Aaron's consciousness back. Aaron's heart pounded violently as he abruptly looked forward. The church filled with dark stone pillars had vanished, replaced by layers of ancient stone steps. They led to the top of a towering mountain, where a giant cross stood. In front of the cross, a blurred giant figure stood, bearing everything, gazing with pity at Ouroboros, who was surrounded by the river of fate. Clusters of brilliant light, carrying an aura of destruction, expanded and contracted. Aaron, at the foot of the mountain, carefully checked himself. After confirming that the starlight-like night curtain had not changed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up at the mountain peak, which was gradually becoming chaotic and unclear, with only shifting light and shadow, Aaron admirably suppressed his curiosity and did not try to peek. As King of Angels, closest to deities, merely peeking at their battles would bring some backlash. Although at Aaron's current level, these backlashes would not cause any damage, given the unknown circumstances, caution was the best choice. Ouroboros's arrival must have been caused by 008 sensing the danger from Adam and forcibly manipulating that evil god's offspring to draw him here. Damn it, I need to find a way out quickly. No sooner had this thought flashed through Aaron's mind than he heard a strangely familiar voice echoing from the boundless foot of the mountain, precisely the thought he had just had. While looking around in astonishment, Aaron restrained his thoughts from wandering to avoid thinking about Grossel's travels, and continuously chanted, the revelation of night, in his mind. Just as Aaron turned his head to look, his body suddenly stiffened. Rows of black, high-backed chairs had appeared there at some unknown time, but there was only one worshipper. This worshipper sat in the center of the first row with his eyes closed, wearing a rather simple white robe and a light gold beard that covered the lower half of his face. His hands were clasped in front of a silver cross pendant on his chest, and his expression was gentle and serene. Aaron had no idea when he had arrived. At this moment, Adam raised his head, revealing eyes as clear as a child's. He released the cross pendant and gestured to the seat beside him, his expression peaceful. With his vigilance at its highest, Aaron stopped pretending and directly replaced the revelation of night. He was chanting with the Evernight goddess's honorific name. Amidst the rising and falling prayers, he sat beside Adam. Ignoring the layers of prayers and not looking at the battle on the mountaintop, his clear, light gold eyes gazed at Aaron for a moment. He spoke calmly. All gifts of fate require a price. I look forward to our next encounter. Adam, dressed in a simple white robe, withdrew his gaze, slowly rose, and walked step by step towards the ancient stone steps, which stretched towards the chaotic mountaintop. After Adam rose, the rows of prayer chairs rippled, twisted, and then dematerialized, finally forming a palm-sized bone cross. On the cross was outlined a grayish-white stone dragon, covered entirely in scales, each one like a solid stone slab. Its mere vague outline seemed to draw one into its depths. Looking at the cross floating before him, Aaron did not touch it, but the voice in his mind echoed outside. Is this a gift? Adam stopped on the grayish-white stone steps, tilted his head slightly, and quietly admired the light-shrouded mountaintop. His gentle voice, however, echoed in Aaron's ears. This is an invitation, you may leave. Before Aaron could form another thought, he suddenly felt an irresistible repulsion. His body involuntarily floated up and flew out. During this process, he saw Adam walk to the top of the mountain and merge into the brilliant light. A familiar sensation of disorientation swept over him. When Aaron opened his eyes again, he saw the blazing midday sun, the nearby clock tower, and the bone cross clinging to his side like a maggot on a bone. An invitation from the Twilight Hermit Order. Looking at this creation given by Adam, Aaron, after processing the information in his mind, was momentarily unsure how to deal with this item. Carry it with him. Wouldn't that constantly tell Adam his location? Hand it over to others for safekeeping, or just leave it in the Nation of Disorder? What if Adam had a hidden trick inside? That would be terrible. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Aaron suddenly saw the night curtain on his body slowly retract, taking the bone cross with it, and disappearing into the Evernight imprint. As if long expected, there was no resistance throughout the process. This, Aaron shook his head, directly connected to the Nation of Disorder, and used his true vision to look at the sky. Through the dark gold mist, he saw the huge cathedral, dark-based and inlaid with bones, standing in the void. Only after confirming he had truly left did he breathe a sigh of relief. Aaron withdrew his gaze from the boneyard cathedral, which flickered with light and shadow but remained silent, and looked at the graffiti-like writing on the wall at the top of the clock tower. After Ting'an City received the true creator's boon, the offspring within Mago Oz's body actually exceeded Zhangwil's expectations. Even with all their methods, the Nighthawks could not escape their fate of being hunted. The rampaging evil god's offspring will continue to destroy Street Selena's church after killing the Nighthawks, which will allow Zhangwil to successfully obtain the ashes. Due to Ouroboros's appearance, the existence hostile to the true creator did not intervene. The Great Quill of Alzuhad successfully led the fortunate Zhangwil away from Ting'an, evading pursuit. Looking at the writing, which seemed to have just been inscribed, Aaron's lips curled into a cold smile, and his figure instantly blurred and vanished. You want to kill my child. A sharp shriek, accompanied by an infant's cries, echoed through Blackthorn's security company. Amidst the terrifyingly sharp sound, Dunn pressed down on St. Selena's cinerary urn and opened its lid. Inside was an extreme darkness, within which were countless brilliant specks of sand. This scene presented a dreamy beauty, like the night cosmos contained within a box. The surroundings suddenly darkened, and a profound gloom enveloped the entire reception hall. The air was filled with countless black, cold, and slimy threads. They surged towards Mago Oz, who barely resembled a human anymore. At this moment, she had fleshy protrusions on each shoulder, mixed with blood vessels and blue veins, round like a child's head. Seizing the opportunity, with Leonard's slumber charm, as a combined effort, Klein endured the stinging pain in his mind and spoke in a low voice, uttering an ancient Hermes word. Light. Without hesitation, Klein directly threw the sun flare charm, which had transformed into a small sun, at the restrained Mago Oz. The reception hall instantly became bright. The profound gloom and dimness vanished simultaneously, and the black thread's entanglement around Mago Oz sharply retracted, as if instinctively avoiding something. A brilliant, sun-like white light exploded. Before Klein could breathe a sigh of relief, an arm-length, exceptionally sharp white bone knife appeared from nowhere and slashed out. Even with his clown's danger premonition and timely evasion, Klein was still almost cut in half. The flesh on his chest split open, and intense pain filled his head, driving away his thoughts. Slumber. Leonard's eyes were bloodshot, and the black charm in his left hand disintegrated bit by bit. Seeing the monster stop, Klein also seized the opportunity to roll in another direction, leaving a trail of crimson blood. Mago Oz's head exploded on its own. Charred skin and flesh splattered everywhere, directly knocking the exhausted Leonard flying. His bones cracked, and blood continuously overflowed from his mouth. He had no desire to struggle and simply fainted. Yet, that headless body managed to break free from the influence of the slumber charm. Looking at the terrifying monster charging towards him, and at Leonard, who was unconscious, Klein deeply regretted not preparing more sun flare charms, and why he was so weak. The cries of infants pierced his brain, one after another. His severely injured body also prevented him from taking 4 reverse steps to the gray fog above. Klein had lost his greatest trump card. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A crying sound, like a nightmare in the deep night, arose. The countless black threads, carrying an exceptionally cold and serene feeling, tightened again, firmly and tightly restraining the charging Mago Oz. Captain, Klein watched wide-eyed as Dunn, who stood in front of him, almost without hesitation, spread his 5 fingers and, with a squelch, plunged them into his own chest. Splattered blood dripped into his eyes, staining the world crimson. Even the gushing tears could not wash it away. Klein watched as the captain placed his still contracting and expanding heart, filled with the tranquility of night, into street. Selena's cinerary urn. Dunn, wearing a thin black trench coat, turned his head and looked at Klein. His pale face bore a gentle and relaxed smile, and his voice was as mellow as ever. Actually, I've always wanted to indulge in dreams. There, everything I cherished was not lost. This time, I want to sleep a little longer. Dunn's gray eyes seemed to shimmer with light. His composure and depth dissolved considerably at this moment, along with his gradually weakening breath. I'm sorry, I might have to break my promise. If you can survive, if you can still see daily, if she still remembers me, she will tell you my story with her. If possible, please apologize to her for me. Looking at Klein, who was desperately trying to crawl up from the ground, Dunn's tone became serious. As your captain, please let me be self-indulgent one more time. I cannot protect Tingen, but I want to protect my team members one last time. Klein, now, I order you, run. Escape and await rescue from the church. It shouldn't be like this, there must be a way. Klein's expression froze on his face. Intense emotions overpowered his physical pain. Struggling, he stood up. He had to go to that gray fog world. Before he could take 4 reverse steps, he suddenly saw Dunn, whose eyes were dim, trembling as if trying to pounce on him. Klein's pupils contracted, and he froze on the spot. He lowered his head and stared blankly as a slightly pale hand pierced through his left chest, covered in blood. Mago Oz isn't dead, no, a new enemy, that mastermind, am I going to die? Klein's thoughts rapidly scattered, his gaze almost losing focus, and his body slumped sideways. His breathing gradually stopped. He only felt that hand suddenly pull back, and he only saw a pair of shiny leather boots and a descending hand, a slightly pale hand. As his consciousness plunged into darkness, Klein saw a figure in a pure black clerical robe. His left hand held a beating heart, and his right hand clutched a dull, lusterless quill of Alzuhad. Zangwill casually crushed the heart in his hand, looked back at the lifeless Klein, and a smile played on his lips. Ignoring Dunn, who lay on the broken floor, Zangwill picked up Street Selena's cinerary urn that had fallen to the ground. Looking at the brilliant, sand-like particles and feeling the craving from the depths of his spirit, the smile on his face was no longer suppressed. Despite all the unexpected events, he had succeeded. Before the smile could spread across his face, a large hole suddenly ripped open in his chest, splattering blood. An ancient longsword, covered in blood-red patterns and without a speck of rust, pierced through Zangwill's chest, pinning him to the ground. Because this spirit world was disturbed by the battle of two King of Angels, Aaron's teleportation was interfered with, so he could only throw the Sword of Judgment first. Zangwill, instantly severely wounded, his smile froze. The door of the underworld on his forehead slowly opened, and countless souls wailed. He finally pulled out the Sword of Judgment that had pierced his chest. For a gatekeeper, as long as the core of the underworld is not damaged, physical injuries can be recovered. The wailing souls were scorched to ashes by the crimson flames released from the Sword of Judgment, and Aaron's figure, standing before the shattered gate of Blackthorn Security Company, was reflected in Zangwill's blue-black single eye. Spirit world teleportation is forbidden here. The moment his gaze met those golden pupils, the door of the underworld that had already opened on Zangwill's forehead was forcibly closed by an invisible power, and even his perception of the spirit world was blocked by an even more immense force. Just then, a shrill shriek, filled with resentment and fury, echoed, like the whimpering of an infant. Behind Zangwill, the giant cocoon, originally shrouded by countless black threads, silently split open, releasing a viscous, pitch-black ocean, filled with a corrupted aura. Blasphemer. Amen. Aaron, who had enveloped the entire Blackthorn Security Company in his domain of judgment, paused, instinctively scanning his surroundings. Upon realizing that the intense hostility was directed at him, he remembered that he had indeed provoked the true creator recently, so the title, Blasphemer, was quite fitting. A horribly sharp, corrupted language emanated from that ocean, and Zangwill felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. But this also freed him from his body's rigidity. Taking advantage of the fact that the offspring of the evil god, whose state was unknown, had drawn attention, Zangwill clutched the dimmed 008 and swiftly wrote on his robe. Aaronwill, who arrived for unknown reasons, stunned Zangwill on the spot, temporarily depriving him of all connection to the spirit world. However, the terrifying evil spirit formed by the resentment of the offspring of the evil god's inability to be born successfully helped the fortunate Zangwill evade Aaronwill's interception. The terrifying fluctuations from another battlefield disturbed the corresponding spirit world in Tingen City, causing unpredictable changes. An unknown existence was drawn by the battle, felt great sympathy for Zangwill's plight, and decided to help him, taking him away from the spirit world. Above the ruins, a blood-yellow arm covered in writhing rotten flesh suddenly extended from behind Zangwill, who was wearing a clergyman's black robe. It grabbed Zangwill's shoulder, intending to drag him into the void, into the chaotic spirit world. A cold glint flashed in Aaron's eyes. He did not continue to summon an angel projection to keep Zangwill. Keeping him was more valuable than killing him, but he still needed to teach him a lesson. This sword, once drawn, will surely hit. Accompanied by the low, ancient Hermes language, the Sword of Judgment slashed out. Under the blessing of the domain of judgment, the sword light, seemingly capable of shattering everything, appeared directly in front of Zangwill with an illogical speed and trajectory. Feeling the deathly aura so close, a frenzy flashed in Zangwill's eyes. He blocked his forehead with the white quill, placed Street Selena's cinerary casket on his chest, and leaned his body actively towards the blood-yellow arm covered in writhing rotten flesh. A sharp explosion briefly overwhelmed the roaring, corrupted language. A blood-stained arm fell to the ground, the lid of the cinerary casket was forcibly shattered, and a heart, already gradually decaying, dropped out with it. An angry roar sounded. The blood-yellow arm, with 3 fingers turned to dust, dragged the unconscious Ins Zangwil, who had lost an arm, into a chaotic spirit world. Ignoring the fleeing Ins Zangwil, Aaron tilted his head, his eyes instantly blurring, as if stained with a golden color. He saw through the various wicked corruptions interwoven within the corrupted ocean, locking onto the hidden source. Leaning forward, Aaron raised the sword of judgment, and once again declared in the ancient Hermes language. Movement is forbidden here. The corrupted shall be judged. Amidst a wailing sound, an invisible and immense power layered upon itself. A single swing of the sword directly split the dark ocean in 2, revealing an infant-like creature with seemingly 3 faces, oozing foul, viscous fluid. A slow wriggling, somewhat ethereal umbilical cord connected to an unknown place at one end, and to the pitch-black infant at the other, which continuously uttered corrupted language, in an attempt to resist the domain of judgment. The brilliant sword light shattered, and more than half of the corrupted ocean evaporated. The terrifying infant rapidly expanded under the nourishment of the umbilical cord, instantly transforming into a giant 2 to 3 meters tall, covered entirely in cold, black armor. 2 shadow-shrouded heads, one young and one old, grew from its shoulders, flanking the grotesque infant head in the middle. It raised its long arms, wielding spirit flesh blades, capable of corroding flesh and blood and annihilating souls. As one of the core Beyonder abilities originating from the corruption domain, it could nullify the defenses of any creature with corrupted intentions. Having been forcibly brought into existence by resentment, it had not devoured or hurted powerful souls. This was a deliberate act by Ins Zangwil, who had worried about things spiraling out of control. Even though the true creator's blessing had granted it a demigod-level status, it was unable to cast the most terrifying, hurting, ability of the secret supplicant pathway. Through the eye of insight, granted by the domain of judgment, Aaron immediately discerned the creature's true nature. If he had originally only intended to prevent the offspring of the evil god from further damaging the Church of the Evernight, he now coveted the creature's corrupted language. If I kill this guy, the decrees I pronounce in the future will carry the effect of corrupted language. This thought flashed through his mind. Aaron directly mobilized the Nation of Disorder, his golden pupils growing even more intense as he looked at the umbilical cord connecting to the unknown place, and directly declared, "Death." As the umbilical cord snapped, in a trance, Aaron seemed to see a cold eye hidden behind a curtain. Even with the blessing of the Nation of Disorder, and being infinitely close to an angel in the real world, a layer of viscous black liquid still appeared on Aaron's body. A brilliant sun rose. Aaron, with the sword of judgment in his left hand and the staff of sun chasing in his right, watched as the black-armored 3-headed monster continuously tore itself apart and reformed, finally turning to dust and vanishing. He beckoned, drawing the remaining evil god umbilical cord from the ashes. Aaron directly sealed it. After dealing with it, he connected to the Nation of Disorder, and with the aid of the staff of sun chasing, Aaron expelled the contamination that had invaded his body. He did not lift the domain of judgment. With a slight thought, Klein, Leonard, and Dunn appeared directly before him. A stone of life, radiating intense vitality, flew out of the large hole in Dunn's chest, and his barely sustained vitality rapidly dissipated. Aaron casually put Dunn's heart, which he had recovered from Ins Zangwil, back into his chest. Then he kicked the unconscious Leonard, urging him exasperatedly, "Old man, stop playing dead. Do you think that guy won't find you? If you keep slacking off, I'll just throw you to Aemon. Hurry up and get to work." After a few seconds of silence, an old sigh sounded, filled with helplessness. "The last time I helped you in the Fog Sea, my accumulated power was already almost depleted, and besides..." Before he could finish, a rectangular, diamond-shaped charm was thrown directly onto Leonard's forehead. One could seemingly see layers of complex symbols extending into the void from the constantly refracting light. It was the "Yesterday Reappears" charm. Watching the charm silently disappear, Aaron directly took out the custom-made Dunn Smith from his spatial pocket and placed it beside Dunn, whose vitality was about to cease. A colossal, ancient and mottled clock phantom emerged, and the ethereal long river entwined around it rippled, enveloping the two Dunns. The large hole in the chest of the real Dunn mysteriously vanished, and his vitality reappeared, while the other body almost perfectly replicated the original death state, its heart falling out and losing all vitality. The clock phantom dissipated, and an aged voice spoke with a hint of incomprehension. That stone of life just now could have completely revived him. Why did you still make me perform a fate transplantation? Are you trying to help him complete the undying advancement ritual? Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect you to be so generous. Glancing at the unconscious Leonard lying on the ground, Aaron curled his lips slightly. What do you know? This is sentiment. I'm paying for sentiment, it's none of your business. And this only gives him a chance. Whether he can truly achieve undying still depends on his advancement over the next period of time. Looking at Dunn, who was breathing steadily as if asleep, Aaron stroked his chin and asked, how long can you maintain this level of fate transplantation? Not understanding what Aaron meant by sentiment, Pallas was silent for a few seconds, then replied. He is currently only sequence 7. In my current state, I can maintain it for 1 year. So, within 1 year, he must reach the level sufficient to consume the undying Beander characteristic. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be in vain. He will completely become a luckless one, losing all connection to the real world, and slowly die. That stone of life won't be able to save him either. In Empress Borough, Backland, at Duke Negan's mansion, a grand ball was underway. It was divided into 2 sections, a ballroom on the ground floor, paved with ornate flagstones carved with intricate patterns, with the Duke's excellent band in the corner. Up the stairs from the ballroom was a circular gallery on the 2nd floor, where guests from different factions held wine glasses, standing by the railing, overlooking the dancing below, similar to watching a fencing match from a viewing stand. Regardless of whether the new party and Conservative Party were at loggerheads in Parliament, Duke Negan, as a true great noble of LotM, still smiled and raised his glass to Earl Hall nearby. This generation's Duke Negan, Pallas, dressed in a dark blue admiral's uniform, set down his crystal-polished cup, took a sip of the blood-red Ormir wine, and said to his secretary beside him, after the banquet, please invite Earl Hall separately. I want to discuss raising factory workers' wages, improving their working hours, and revising the poor law with him. These are all motions he has been strongly pushing recently. When inviting him, you can first hint to Earl Hall about the matters I wish to discuss. My Negan family must get a share of the interests in the southern continent. Swish, swish, swish. The secretary beside him quickly recorded Duke Negan's instructions. From Military Intelligence 9, and already at Sequence 5, he was Duke Negan's most trusted confidant. The other person accompanying him was a middle-aged man in a black tailcoat, with brown hair and blue eyes, and little expression. He was the Beander guard provided by the Church of the Storms, a Sequence 6 wind-blessed. Earl Hall, at another center of guests, skillfully dealt with the enthusiastic people. Just then, a man in a black suit, clearly unaccustomed to such social occasions, approached and whispered into Earl Hall's ear. Earl, something has happened in Tingen. Archbishop Anthony needs to handle it personally. The Admiral of Hurricanes you mentioned earlier has not been found yet. For your and your wife's safety, I suggest you return to your mansion first. Earl Hall subtly nodded, his expression unchanged as he extricated himself from the surrounding guests. Just as he was about to quietly inquire what had happened in Tingen that required Archbishop Anthony's personal presence, a sharp cry suddenly echoed through the banquet hall. You are not Grimir. Who exactly are you? Instinctively looking in the direction of the voice, Earl Hall's pupils slightly contracted. In front of Duke Negan appeared a man in his 30s with a distinctive wide jaw and dark green eyes. With Audrey's reminder from the southern continent, Earl Hall, who had already seen related wanted posters, instantly recognized him. It was none other than Admiral of Hurricanes, Keelangos. Looking at Duke Negan, who had almost instantly broken free from the nightmare, Kilangos glanced with slight surprise at the small conch tightly clutched in Duke Negan's hand, and responded hoarsely. "Dead men don't need to know." As he spoke, the black glove on his left palm suddenly writhed as if alive, and a layer of dark golden, fine scales appeared on its surface. Kilangos revealed a cruel, pleased expression, and his dark green eyes turned pale golden, emotionless vertical pupils. Duke Negan felt a buzzing in his mind, but being someone who also wielded spirituality, he still blew into the small conch filled with strange patterns. Whoosh! A low-tide sound spread out, rushing quickly towards the Holy Wind Cathedral. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. An invisible wave swept outwards. Gentlemen and ladies alike simultaneously fell into uncontrollable fear. They left their hiding places and ran aimlessly everywhere, and the scene instantly became exceptionally chaotic. This made the Beyonders hesitate to act rashly, fearing they might harm relatives and friends. Seizing this opportunity, Kilangos's figure quietly appeared behind Duke Negan, his dark, cold eyes locked onto the target. His right fist, enveloped by rapidly swirling gale, stabbed like a blade towards the target's back. Flesh and blood splattered. Looking at the still beating heart in his hand, Kilangos sneered. Having succeeded in one blow, he did not linger. Hurricanes swirled around him, and he ran at high speed, crashing through a lounge door and a bay window. Amidst crashing sounds, he lunged outside the house, and with the blessing of the wind, he actually flew a considerable distance, flying out of Duke Negan's mansion. From shedding his faceless disguise, ambushing and severely injuring Duke Negan's guardian, to killing the Grand Duke, Kilangos took less than 3 minutes. This was the combination he had finally settled on after 7 or 8 years of adjustment, constantly changing the souls herded by creeping hunger. Their abilities complemented each other, making Kilangos appear quite terrifying. Backland, at the intersection of Hillston Borough and Empress Borough. Alger Wilson walked out of the Backland Bank with a slight ache in his heart. After much deliberation, he decided to sell a Beyonder material he had collected. With his original savings, he had a total of £300, which he deposited into the anonymous account Mr. Fool had previously provided. This afternoon was the Tarot Club meeting for the week. Although he felt that Mr. Fool probably wouldn't bother with such a small matter, having already obtained the wind-blessed potion formula, he still felt he should be more proactive. Just then, a commotion came from the more prosperous Empress Borough. Alger turned his head in surprise, his eyes flickering. He pulled down his hat brim and quickly headed towards the source of the chaos. Kilangos, fully utilizing his wind-blessed abilities, passed through the woods and over the artificial lake with the favor of the wind, shaking off his pursuers. Once the news spreads, my reputation will spread throughout the northern and southern continents, surpassing the 4 kings. After obtaining the blasphemy slate promised by that organization, I might soon become a true demigod. The smile on his face was uncontrollable. He looked around, intending to create the illusion of escaping by submerging into the Tussock River through the drainage ditch, then turning to run into Backland's economic center, Hillston Borough. By the time the official organizations reacted, he, disguised as a faceless, would have already swaggered out of Backland. Just as he was feeling smug, his vision suddenly blurred, and the various colors in the darkness became unusually vivid. The greenish-blue trees became even greener, the bright red fruits became even redder, and the deep blue water became even more profound. Everything was like a canvas splashed with oil paint. The clear and bright sky suddenly revealed countless transparent shadows of indescribable forms, with clear, different-colored glows containing mysterious knowledge. Kilangos found himself paused, floating in midair. Beneath his feet was a constantly rising dark water surface, and beneath the water surface, pale hands were reaching out. Damn it! Kilangos realized he had fallen into an ambush, and the ambusher's strength was definitely not low. A giant humanoid skeleton suddenly appeared before his eyes. This monster was 4 meters tall, with pitch-black flames burning in its eye sockets, and its white bones were ethereal and hazy. Kilangos gazed at his enemy emotionlessly, a cold smile playing on his lips. At the same time, the glove on his left palm burst into brilliant light, appearing as if made of pure gold. Qilangos leaned back, arms spread, as if embracing the sun. A pure, blazing light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the giant skeleton. The entire painting-like world vibrated violently, and the pale hands beneath the dark water surface evaporated one by one. This was the Beyonder ability of a priest of light. This was a Sequence 5 Beyonder ability of the Sun Pathway. This was the bane of the undead. The brilliant pillar of light dissipated. The giant skeleton's pitch-black flames in its eye sockets instantly extinguished, then it became transparent, dissipating inch by inch into the air. Before Qilangos could use the Priest of Light's ability again to break the painting-like world, his expression froze. He saw another giant skeleton appear to his left, nearly 4 meters tall, with black flames burning in its eye sockets, exactly like the monster from before. Immediately after, similar skeletal monsters appeared one after another around Qilangos. 1, 2, 3, a total of over 100. Those hundreds of pairs of eyes burning with pitch-black flames simultaneously focused on their target. And below, the dark water surface was rising higher and higher, almost touching Qilangos's feet. Pale, ethereal hands grew out again, constantly waving upwards, trying to grasp at a lifeline. Alger, who had rushed quickly from Hillston Burrow, suddenly stopped. His eyes reflected the cold lake surface of the clear blue sky, revealing a tall figure near the waterline. This figure had a distinctive wide chin, brown hair tied into an ancient warrior's topknot at the back of his head, and dark green eyes that were cold yet empty. Hurricane Admiral Qilangos. Alger was first stunned, then both shocked and delighted, barely believing his eyes and suspecting he was hallucinating. Before he could react further, he suddenly saw Qilangos's face rapidly decay, rotting until yellowish-green pus flowed, until flesh fell off piece by piece. Crack, 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 only white bones remained of Qilangos's face. His 2 empty eye sockets detached from their hollows, smashing onto the ground by the lake almost simultaneously. Amidst cracking sounds, Qilangos completely fell apart. His clothes lay on top, covering the rotting flesh and pale white bones, concealing the shimmering light. In less than 20 seconds, Qilangos, one of the 7 pirate generals, died so bizarrely before Alger's eyes. This horrifying scene was deeply imprinted in Alger's mind, making him suspect he was in a terrifying nightmare. What happened? He was a Sequence 6 wind blessed. He was the master of creeping hunger. Who did it? Why kill Qilangos? Just as countless thoughts uncontrollably flashed through Alger's mind, a strong gust of wind blew past. An old man wearing a black soft hat and a black robe embroidered with storm symbols, with unusually serious silver eyes, flew in at high speed. He was the Storm Church's Cardinal Archbishop, the Archbishop of the Backland Diocese, god of songs, a snake. Forcibly reining in his thoughts, Alger revealed his identity and quickly approached the punishers who were gathering around. He also learned about Duke Negan's assassination. His body trembling slightly, Alger quickly speculated in his mind who had killed Hurricane Admiral Qilangos. Was it the person or organization who commissioned Qilangos to assassinate Duke Negan? Was this a case of discarding the donkey after crossing the river? Unable to confirm his thoughts, he immediately prayed silently to Mr. Fool, but to his surprise, he received no response. Mr. Fool. Alger was startled, thinking of a possibility. The one who acted might be Mr. Fool's favored one. He happened to be in Backland, so he happened to help. Only if Mr. Fool's favored one acted would it make the matter seem strange and lacking clear purpose. As his mind wandered, Archbishop Snake was silent for a moment, then said to the other punishers who were gradually gathering. Qilangos is dead. A high sequence Beyonder killed him, or perhaps a sealed artifact of the same rank was used, but that's quite dangerous and unlikely. After initial observation, I believe it was a high sequence Beyonder from the death pathway, perhaps a member of the numinous episcopate, but not the one I know, or possibly a member of another hidden organization. The motive is unknown. Immediately report this to the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam, and cooperate with the royal family for a thorough investigation. A high-sequence Beander wandering in Backland who was not under control was enough to draw the attention of the kingdom's government and the three major churches. Although Beanders of Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 might not be able to withstand the bombardment of battleships and cannons, they had no need for direct confrontation. They possessed too many bizarre abilities. Therefore, they were more dangerous than ironclads, as could be seen from the title, Demigod, alone. High-sequence Beander. Yes, only a high-sequence Beander could kill Kilangos in such a short time. Could it be that one of Mr. Fool's favored ones is already a high-sequence Beander? This is a demigod. Alger, standing on the outermost edge of the Punishers, looked again at the pile of rotten flesh and white bones. His entire state was very detached, as if he had lost all emotions, staring blankly at everything. If one day, I betray Mr. Fool. He suddenly had this thought. Immediately, the horrifying image of Kilangos rapidly decaying flashed in his mind. Alger involuntarily shivered and lowered his head. At the same time, he also relaxed. Since he couldn't escape and it was difficult to resist, he could only choose loyalty. However, with Kilangos dead, no one would threaten him with that secret anymore. He let out a sigh, completely settling down. Backland North District, inside a hotel. Azek, with bronzed skin and a mole near his ear, sat at a desk, gazing at a glove placed before him. The glove was very thin, as if made of human skin, seeming as though it could transform back into a hand if filled with flesh and blood. Azek looked for a long time, then suddenly showed a pained and twisted expression, muttering softly. I seem to have cooperated with them. Space rippled, and a skeletal messenger, with half its body already gone and a rather miserable appearance, suddenly appeared. A tattered letter drifted down with it. Tingen City, Blackthorn Security Company. A gray-blue gate of exile, with 7 brass keyholes opened. Dunn Smith, still unconscious, was lifted by an invisible force and disappeared into the ethereal door. Looking at Klein, who was thoroughly dead, Aaron casually said. This incident caused too much of a stir. Amon's gaze must have already turned here. After the matter in Tingen is over, I will recommend Leonard to join the Red Gloves as soon as possible and leave Tingen for Backland. Hallez's voice did not sound again, implicitly agreeing to this arrangement. Looking at the ruins everywhere with burn marks and shattered objects, Aaron held the evil god umbilical cord, and dispelled the judgment domain, seeing the Punishers and Machinery Hivemind members lined up on the street, ready for action. The skeletal cathedral above Tingen City, invisible to the naked eye, had disappeared at some unknown time. A deep, thin line cut across the sky and transformed into Anthony Stevenson, wearing a black and red archbishop's robe, in front of Aaron. Although a little surprised that the archbishop had come personally, he still nodded in greeting. Facing those deep eyes, Aaron raised the evil god umbilical cord in his hand and explained. Ince Zangwil escaped using 008. Although that evil god's offspring was dealt with by me, Saint Selena's ashes were still stolen. Looking at the ruins and the 2 Nighthawks who had lost their lives, Anthony Stevenson's expression was gloomy. After a long silence, he said word by word. Ince Zangwil. 2 Narcissus Street. Melissa sat in the single armchair, looking at the sunset appearing outside the window, feeling inexplicably irritable. Since it was Wednesday, Benson and Klein both had to work, so only she and the maid Bella were home. Suddenly, she heard the doorbell ring, ding dong, ding dong. Looking at the clock on the wall, Melissa, thinking Klein had returned, hurried to the door. After opening it, she was stunned, as she did not recognize the visitor. It was a young man with dark hair and green eyes, quite handsome, but his face was unusually pale, and his eyes held deep sadness. May I ask who you are? Melissa asked confusedly. Leonard, who had been treated by ritual magic, wore a black formal suit over his white shirt. Hearing her, he replied in a hoarse voice. I am your brother Klein's colleague. Melissa's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Instinctively, she stood on tiptoe and looked behind Leonard, but found nothing. Her voice trembling inexplicably, she asked, Where's Klein? Leonard closed his eyes for a moment, then took a breath and said, "I'm very sorry, your brother Klein died at the hands of a vicious criminal while trying to save some people. He was a hero, a true hero." Melissa fell to the ground, her eyes somewhat vacant, listening to Leonard recount the sequence of events. Ever since she was kidnapped by the tuxedo clown last time, she had already guessed some things about Beyonders and knew that Klein's job was by no means just the security company on the surface. After a long silence, as if she had made a decision, Melissa spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. "I want to know who the murderer who killed Klein is. I want to become a person like him." Just then, a voice came, immediately attracting Melissa's and Leonard's attention. "I can fulfill your request, but once you embark on this pathway, there's no turning back. I can give you some time to consider. Make your decision before I leave Tingen." Following the gaze, Melissa saw Duke Aaron, whom she had met once before. Putting down the slightly strange mechanical construct in his hand, Aaron, who had spirit world teleported here, turned to look at the stubborn Melissa. He pointed to a palm-sized wooden box that had appeared on the desk and said with a smile, "However, it seems you've already made up your mind. Inside here are your brother's relics, which can help you on this pathway." Without giving Leonard another chance to speak, Aaron grabbed his shoulder, and their figures instantly disappeared. Melissa stumbled to the desk, holding back tears, and tremblingly opened the wooden box. Inside lay a blood-stained light blue brooch, and beneath the brooch was a piece of parchment. Trembling slightly, she picked up the parchment. Melissa saw that the front was a Sequence 9 Savon potion formula, and the back simply had a passage written on it. "The fool not belonging to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who controls luck. Deepest within St. Selena Cathedral." Dunn sat up, looking somewhat bewildered at the Evernight sacred emblem hanging on the wall. His memory was still fixated on the hand that pierced Klein's chest. After that, it was as if he had entered an endless nightmare. I'm still alive." He instinctively lowered his head, unbuttoned his clothes, and looked at his left chest. The gruesome wound and missing heart were now completely intact. "Don't worry, this isn't an illusion created by a nightmare, but in a sense, you are indeed still a dead person, right now." A somewhat familiar voice made Dunn's muddled brain instantly clear. He turned his head to look at the prayer room door and subconsciously asked, "Lord Envoy." Aaron stood with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly, and calmly explained to Dunn, "I have a sealed artifact that can graft fate. I extracted your flesh and blood to create a body, then grafted your dying fate onto that body, thereby completing a swap." Dunn listened, half understanding, but a strong hope suddenly surged in his gray eyes. He asked with a dry voice, "What about Klein?" Meeting that hopeful gaze, Aaron controlled his expression and said with feigned regret, "When I arrived, he had already been killed by Ince Zangwill. I was blocked by a demonic offspring and sealed artifact, 008. Although I severed one of his arms, Ince Zangwill still escaped with St. Selena's ashes." His steps faltered slightly as all the information Dunn knew surfaced in his mind. His fists clenched tightly. Ince Zangwill, the renegade archbishop, a gatekeeper who failed to advance, and sealed artifact, 008. And I'm just a Sequence 7. Glancing at the somewhat dejected Dunn, Aaron added, "Fate grafting is not without a price. The grafting only lasts for 1 year, and after a year, the fate of death will return. However, this isn't entirely bad. The corpse collector pathway and sleepless pathway can be interchanged at high sequences. Your situation is actually very suitable for becoming a Sequence 4 Undying. Although Moon City did not have an Undying, it did retain the corresponding potion formula, which was one of the few demigod formulas preserved by Moon City. The ritual required building a mausoleum of specific size and structure, isolated from the spirit world using special methods. It needed to contain detailed murals and documents recording the life of the advancer. The advancer had to consume the undying potion in a dying state and enter the mausoleum alone until the advancement was complete. Due to the loss of the undying Beyander characteristic in the past dark years, the records of the ritual's essence were very vague. Aaron could only guess that the essence of the ritual might be to allow the advancer to pass through the cognitive disorder brought by divinity between life and death, and truly experience death to usher in a new life. And the information provided by the murals and documents could help the advancer quickly reawaken corresponding memories after losing them due to death and rebirth. After all, someone who forgot they were advancing would inevitably fail their advancement or even lose control and die due to their unconscious inaction. The mausoleum isolated from the spirit world was equivalent to a special altar. On one hand, it could assist the advancer in gathering temporarily uncontrollable death power to create an environment suitable for advancement. On the other hand, it could prevent the foundation of the advancement from being destroyed if the advancer lost their memory and couldn't control their power, causing the sublimated core of the underworld to be assimilated by the surrounding spirit world. Undying, half god, half human, Dunn murmured like a dream. When he looked up again, a madness capable of destroying everything burned in his eyes. Nodding in satisfaction, Aaron casually tossed a mask, textured like human skin, to Dunn, reminding him. Archbishop Anthony has resealed the Chinese gate, but due to the loss of St. Selena's ashes, the Ting'an City Nighthawks team's standing has been lowered. Items with living characteristics or those difficult to seal need to be transferred to the Backland Diocese. Also, today is your incline's funeral. Dunn trembled all over, his lips twitching slightly without a sound. He slowly but firmly placed the human skin mask over his face. His flesh eerily wriggled, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. The only thing unchanged was his pair of deep gray eyes. Non-human roars emanated from the bottomless, gloomy deep valley, like the legendary Devil Abyss. All around were gray rock walls stretching upwards, seemingly supporting the entire area. A faint light came from glowing moss growing in different places. Darkness and depth were the main colors of this world. At the deepest part of the gloomy crack, there was an altar carved with various complex patterns. Although there was no glowing moss here, it wasn't dim. Countless sparkling fine sands floated, like the cosmos at night. Countless black, cold, slimy threads spread, merging with the bizarre patterns on the altar. Ince Zangwil, sitting in the center of the altar with the half-skull of a death descendant in his arms, took out a pure white quill with his remaining right arm and quickly wrote on the altar beneath his feet. Fortunate Ince Zangwil, with the help of the demoness sect, recovered from his injuries and finally successfully advanced to Nightwatcher. After doing all this, Ince Zangwil immediately locked the quill in a metal box with layers of symbolic runes and magical markings. Waving his hand to draw in the sparkling fine sand, which had merged with other auxiliary materials, the gate of the underworld on Ince Zangwil's forehead slowly opened, swallowing the Nightwatcher potion. His eyes instantly turned deep black, as if stained with ink, and the intricate patterns around them slowly extended, forming strange and twisted mystical symbols. Accompanied by a suppressed, mad low growl, Ince Zangwil's waist and ribs, his clothes swelled, and his flesh wriggled. Four skinless, blood vessel-wrapped arms suddenly grew out. These arms quickly became covered in white feathers, and a deathly aura rippled outwards. At the same time, Ince Zangwil's teeth elongated one by one, becoming sharp, their surfaces embedded with many blurred, tiny faces. In the blink of an eye, this gatekeeper had already sprawled on the ground, becoming a strange monster with 8 legs and white feathers. The entire gloomy deep valley instantly fell into a deathly silence. The insects in the soil died one by one, entering eternal slumber. The half-skull in his arms eerily melted, flowing into the patterns of the altar. From the abyssal gloomy crack, illusory black liquid immediately seeped out, and the water level continuously rose, with pale arms reaching out wildly. This was the fusion of the power of darkness and death. In this bizarre and eerie environment, a pure white quill, emitting a faint glow, suddenly appeared, continuously writing on the altar. Fortunate Ince Zangwil, though he advanced to Nightwatcher, he has thus fallen into an even greater vortex, for only a gatekeeper who has obtained divinity can long contain a powerful evil spirit. Sauron Einhorn Medici, trapped in the ruins, would be very willing to cooperate with the Great Quill of Alzuhad, because they have a common enemy. After writing these 2 paragraphs, the ordinary-looking quill stopped writing on its own, its surface dimming slightly. More and more illusory black liquid surged upwards, submerging Ince Zangwill on the altar. The dense death intent and surging darkness rapidly receded after reaching a critical point, being swallowed little by little into the gate of the underworld, which was now almost real. Ince Zangwill, whose aura grew increasingly sinister, suddenly stood up, his single eye completely turning black, his smile appearing horrifyingly ferocious, until he saw the pure white quill lying on the ground. The dark tide, heavy with death intent, completely corroded the altar. Ince Zangwill couldn't even find the words he had written earlier. A faint unease stirred in his heart. He suddenly turned his head, looking upwards. There, a beautiful woman in a simple, pure white robe had appeared at some point. It was Saintess of White, Katrina. This demoness sect high-ranking member, who constantly exuded feminine charm, paid no attention to Ince Zangwill's somewhat gloomy expression. Her melodious voice carried a smile. Congratulations on your advancement to Nightwatcher. Duke Negan of Lowen was assassinated. This is good news for us, but the king also demands we speed up. Don't make that face. This is the price you pay for receiving shelter. Tingen City, Raphael Cemetery. Leonard stood in the corner of the group, his expression blank as he watched 2 coffins being buried. After the priest's eulogy and their respective prayers, shush, 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 earth began to fill, gradually covering the black coffins. Looking at the 2 erected tombstones and listening to the prayers echoing in his ears, Leonard clenched his fists and roared hoarsely in a low voice. Why? An old sigh sounded in his mind. The 008 in Ince Zangwill's hand attracted a very terrifying fellow. Even merely speaking his name will draw his gaze. Even at my peak, I would struggle to face him, let alone in my current state. I'm already so old, with old arms and legs. There's no need. I definitely have to hide a bit. Leonard was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. After a few seconds, he realized another key point revealed in the words. Is that an angel? Was the old man also an angel at his peak? His lips moved for a moment, his hands loosening and then clenching again. He froze for several seconds before speaking in a low voice. What should I do? The old voice gradually weakened, responding briefly. The blasphemer is coming. You need to apply to join the Red Gloves, and go to Backland as soon as possible to escape Amon's threat. There, you will have a chance to seek revenge on Ince Zangwill. Melissa stood in front of the grave, her eyes unfocused, staring blankly at the tombstone. It bore Klein's black and white photo, a very scholarly one. After a long while, meeting Benson's worried and sad gaze, Melissa said in a hoarse voice, slowly and firmly. Benson, let's go to Backland. Benson, who was worried about his sister's mental state and was about to comfort Melissa, saw the black-haired man, who claimed to be Klein's colleague, approaching. Her tear-stained face rarely showed a hint of stubbornness. Melissa stopped Benson, who was about to say something, and walked up to him alone. In the sorrowful atmosphere, Leonard somewhat dared not look into the girl's eyes. I respect your choice. Afterwards, I will leave Tingen and go to Backland. If you need help, you can take this to Backland, and I will be able to find you. Saying this, Leonard slipped a somewhat mottled, clearly Solomon Empire-era ancient gold coin into Melissa's hand. He took one last look at Klein's tombstone. His epitaph had 3 lines. The best older brother. The best younger brother. The best colleague. A low voice, like reciting a poem, came. Melissa clutched the gold coin in her hand, her lips tightly pressed as she watched Leonard walk away. We are guardians, and also pitiful wretches who constantly face death and madness. The lingering glow of the setting sun cast upon the lonely Raphael Cemetery. A gray-eyed man with an ordinary face but an exceptionally composed demeanor slowly walked in, stopping before a tombstone, gazing at its epitaph. A true guardian, the most trustworthy companion, forever captain. After a long while, a suppressed, painful voice emerged from his dry throat. I'm sorry, I wasn't a qualified captain. He looked at Klein's tombstone on the other side, his hands trembling slightly as he brushed over the grayscale photo. Standing up again, he was like an evil spirit crawled out of hell, seeking revenge, his deep gray eyes like a dead sea. "Dunn Smith is dead." He took a deep look at the photo and inscription on the tombstone, then slowly drew a crimson moon on his chest. After that, he didn't look back, his steps heavy as he walked away, preparing to head to the chaotic southern continent. The space beside the tombstone instantly became rich in color. Azek, with bronze skin, walked out of the abstract oil painting with a bouquet of white flowers, standing before Klein's grave. He frowned slightly as he watched the receding figure. After gazing for a moment, Azek withdrew his gaze, sighed, bent down to place the bouquet of white flowers in his hand, and turned to leave the cemetery, also leaving Tingen. Above the gray fog, a crimson star suddenly expanded and contracted. The ripples it cast out gradually overlapped with the ripples created by the other three, turning into a tide that surged and echoed throughout the entire mysterious space, causing a slight tremor. The crimson moonlight shone on the tombstone, with an indescribable tranquility and desolation. Suddenly, the stone slab sealing the grave was moved, and a slightly pale hand stretched out from the soil. Whoosh! The stone slab was pushed open, the coffin lid was pushed open, and Klein sat up, clutching his head, his expression somewhat pained. The resonance of the Tarot Club members' prayers echoed in Klein's consciousness. A dense gray fog appeared before his eyes. Within the fog, a brilliant gate, tinged with some greenish black, was faintly visible. That gate was composed of countless layers of overlapping light spheres, each light sphere being a mass of twisted worms huddled together. Some of these worms were transparent, some translucent, bearing symbols and patterns that were either complex and unspeakable or profoundly meaningful. Before Klein could clearly see the specific details, his mind suddenly buzzed, and in an instant, his consciousness returned to the real world. Suddenly opening his eyes, Klein looked around, a little bewildered. His memory was still fixated on the gleaming leather boots and the hand holding Saint Selena's ashes, after which it was like entering a dreamless deep sleep until he was awakened by the continuous prayers. That's right. The Tarot Club. Klein's previously somewhat muddled consciousness instantly cleared. He seemed to have heard a voice he was extremely familiar with amidst the layered prayers. It seems I skipped a Tarot Club meeting, but these prayers are almost turning into a chorus. Klein rubbed his forehead, feeling like electric drills were going off in all directions. Yet, in this atmosphere, he also found that his connection to the gray fog space had further strengthened. Although he could no longer sense the fleeting door of light, he could now vaguely see the fool's high-backed chair and a few contracting and expanding crimson stars. Taking a deep breath, Klein suppressed the discomfort in his brain, flipped over, and stood up. Although his thoughts were still scattered, he knew he had to deal with the scene quickly and not be discovered by anyone. After all, resurrection was not something a normal person could do. After closing the coffin, he found a secluded spot nearby and took 4 counterclockwise steps, entering above the gray fog. Klein sat in the fool's position and saw 4 crimson stars constantly rippling. Besides Mr. Emperor, who had already requested leave, another crimson star had appeared. Cautiously extending his spirituality, Klein saw a room he was extremely familiar with, and he saw a girl staring blankly at the candlelight. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he abruptly stood up, exclaiming in disbelief, "Melissa! How could this be?" Klein stared intently at the prayer scene unfolded by the crimson star. The faint candlelight illuminated the desk, and the traveler's badge, originally gifted by Mr. Emperor, was now placed in front of his sister. Klein instantly thought of Mr. Emperor. After all, only members of the Tarot Club knew the fool's honorific name, and the only one who could appear in Tingen seemed to be that duke. He recalled his promotion to clown under the witness of Mr. Emperor. Even Mr. Azek, who hadn't recovered his memories, could see his abnormality. Had the semi-god, semi-human Mr. Emperor discovered anything during his promotion? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Klein's forehead. He inexplicably remembered what Mr. Emperor had said after his promotion, and his conjecture gradually formed. He discovered the residual aura on me. In his eyes, I am likely a dear of the fool. The mystical item he gifted back then, and informing Melissa of the honorific name this time, were likely tests of the fool's attitude. Klein's expression changed. If the hanged man had privately leaked the honorific name without permission, as the fool, he would certainly give him a small punishment at the next Tarot Club meeting. But if it was Mr. Emperor, even above the gray fog, I would only be beaten. Feeling emotional about his weakness, Klein, who had too many debts to be bothered, quickly suppressed the surging thoughts in his mind. Knowing the dangers of a Beander, he instinctively wanted Melissa to stay away from this pathway. Just as he was about to hide this crimson star deep within the gray fog, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of parchment at the edge of the prayer scene. Sequence 9 Savon. His raised hand paused slightly. As a Nighthawk, Klein knew this was a Beander pathway controlled by the god of steam and machinery Church, which was indeed very suitable for Melissa. His palm lifted and then fell. Klein ultimately couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. After all, his constant attention was better than Melissa going astray. As for future implications, he couldn't manage that much now. After reciting the honorific name, Melissa looked at the quietly flickering candlelight. Suddenly, crimson light surged before her eyes, completely engulfing her, catching her off guard. By the time Melissa reacted, towering stone pillars had appeared before her. They stood above an endless expanse of grayish-white mist, supporting a magnificent palace like a giant's dwelling. Melissa was stunned for a second before realizing that at some point, she had sat down at the side of a mottled, ancient bronze long table. Around her and opposite were high-backed chairs that exuded a sense of solemn majesty. At the head of the mottled long table, a figure was shrouded in thick gray fog, leaning back leisurely in the chair, seemingly looking down upon everything in the world. As this figure entered Melissa's sight, a feeling of inner dread filled her heart. She instinctively wanted to leave her seat and worship the existence before her. Just as she was about to stand up, she was pressed back down by an invisible force, and a low, calm voice echoed in her ears. "No need for such trouble. You can call me Mr. Fool." For some reason, Melissa's heart, which had been fearful of the unknown, instantly calmed down. Although she was still worried about what would happen next, she felt a strange sense of peace. She cautiously raised her head slightly and spoke in a mumbling voice. "Great Mr. Fool, I want to ask you to resurrect my brother. I know my request is a bit presumptuous, but I am willing to pay anything. You can make me do anything." Listening to the earnest, even pleading voice, Klein used the clown's ability to forcibly control his body's trembling and responded in a cold tone. "Resurrection, even for gods, requires a price. I believe in the principle of equivalent exchange, but you clearly cannot pay an equivalent price." Klein, who was constantly monitoring the color of Melissa's spiritual body, deliberately left a glimmer of hope to prevent her from being struck again. Melissa evidently understood the implied meaning, as if she had seen dawn in the darkness, and responded with somewhat clumsy etiquette. "What do you wish to obtain?" After a brief pause, the fool's voice sounded again. "No need to rush. Perhaps in the future, I will ask you to do some things, to provide some help to certain people. They are similar to you and will come here to regularly hold gatherings. This can help them quickly improve and become high-sequence Beyonders." A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Without any hesitation, Melissa bit her lip and earnestly pressed on. "Respected Mr. Fool, can I join that gathering?" Nodding indifferently, the fool at the head of the bronze long table materialized a deck of tarot cards, raised his hand, and pointed. "Yes, but they each picked a tarot card as their codename. You can also draw one. The cards that already have owners have been removed from this deck." Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Melissa didn't dare to ask more questions. She extended her right hand and drew a card from the deck of tarot cards. After flipping it over, she saw the Holy Priestess holding a scroll and sitting upright, the High Priestess card. As soon as she touched the tarot card, streams of light surged into her spiritual body, and her mind was instantly filled with incredibly detailed Beander knowledge, including the acting method and various ritualistic magic. "Go back. The gathering will be held punctually at 3 p.m. every Monday, Backland time. The fool, shrouded in gray fog, raised his hand, causing Melissa, who was still digesting the knowledge in her mind and seemed a bit dazed, to disappear from the ancient palace. Looking at the disappearing figure, Klein gently sighed, pinching his brow. Since he couldn't stop it, he would do his utmost to protect those he cared about. Klein pursed his lips, seeing the majestic palace and the ancient, mottled long table materialize a yellowish-brown parchment and a round-bellied steel pen before him. Ince Zangwil had successfully advanced to a demigod. The ashes of Saint Selena were the main material needed for his advancement, which was also why he had meticulously plotted against the Tingan Nighthawks. Klein tapped the edge of the bronze long table with his hand. Through divination, he had already learned the beginning and end of the matter. He only knew that Ince Zangwil and Ranvelis were now both hiding in Backland, that city of hope. Backland. Klein's eyes turned fierce, and he quickly made a decision. He enveloped himself in spirituality, simulated the feeling of falling, and left the mysterious space above the gray fog. Returning to the real world, he slowly walked out of his hiding place and returned to Dunsmith's grave. He gazed deeply at the photo and inscription on the tombstone, then slowly drew a crimson moon on his chest before turning and walking out of the cemetery. In the nation of moonlight, crimson to dark chains extended from the void, coiling around the Black Emperor. Nast, wearing a spurred crown and a magnificent black robe with silver trim, sat silently on a 2 to 3 meter high mottled stone chair. He had been in this place, which even the spirit world could not perceive, for almost a week. For a Beyander of his level, food was not a necessity. What was harder to bear was the anxiety about the future. As if sensing something, Nast suddenly stood up. His deep black eyes, flowing with dark red light, looked at the silver moon covering the sky. Ripples spread above the Black Emperor, and a blood-colored bat portal opened. Aaron, dressed in a magnificent duke's attire, slowly walked out. Nast immediately felt himself locked by an invisible force, and an uncontrollable tremor rose in his heart. He looked at the smiling Aaron with disbelief. Having also perceived the change in rules, he was certain that the feeling was not caused by a sealed artifact of grade 0. Even if he was mysterious, he had only just advanced to sequence 3 a week ago. The dark red light in his eyes shifted, and the words Nast had intended to say suddenly caught in his throat. The atmosphere became somewhat stiff for a moment. Calming the surging prayers and whispers in his mind, Aaron, who was secretly mobilizing the power of the Nation of Disorder, nodded to Duke Liana, Purple Moon, who had instantly appeared beside him, then gestured with an inviting hand towards the still open blood-colored portal, meeting Nast's gaze. Nast pondered for a moment. After confirming that the terrifying Sanguine Angel had no intention of stopping them, he left with Aaron. After completely escaping the suppression of the God Kingdom fragment, Aaron unfolded his domain of judgment to envelop himself in Nast. After isolating this area from the spirit world, he slowly began to speak. As the first Black Emperor, Solomon of the Fourth Epoch resurrected and rebuilt the Solomon Empire after his demise. Your eagerness to take us to the Solomon ruins was probably because you thought there might be a fallback for Solomon's resurrection, believing that the power of my lord could stimulate or even awaken your emperor, who might still be in slumber. Although you may have obtained some information when you acquired the Black Emperor, I must remind you that while a Black Emperor can resurrect from the order they established in the past, the birth of a new Black Emperor signifies the complete demise of the previous one. And several centuries ago, Russell had already successfully advanced to Black Emperor. You can dismiss those unrealistic ideas early. Nast's head was slightly lowered, making his expression unreadable. After a moment of silence, his deep voice echoed. Respected Duke Aaron, I am willing to follow the great Lord of Order. Aaron didn't care much about the sincerity of Nast's words. In any case, after truly offering a prayer and receiving a response, Nast, who belonged to one of the 2 pathways corresponding to the Nation of Disorder, no longer had a chance to go back on his word. A smile appeared on his face, and Aaron nodded with satisfaction, then added. The more devout your faith in my Lord, the greater the blessings you will receive. You might even be granted the Duke of Entropy Beyander characteristic. Even if you don't achieve angelhood in a short time, you won't need to fear anymore. As he spoke, that life-level tremor once again surged from Aaron's body. The dark red light in Nast's eyes expanded a few points, and he slowly chanted the honorific name of the Lord of Order. Thick, dark gold mist surged and expanded. When Nast opened his eyes again, he saw the magnificent and majestic figure in the deepest part of the palace. He was suddenly astonished to find that as a Sequence 3, all his abilities were suppressed to an unimaginable degree within this palace. Most critically, he had lost his perception of the surrounding order. Even in the Sanguine's nation of Moonlight, he had not experienced this level of suppression. His true combat power now might barely be comparable to a newly advanced demigod. Mobilizing the power of the Nation of Disorder, it formed an all-encompassing suppression on Nast. At both ends of the throne, a triple shadow crown adorned with specks of starlight and a tarot card depicting Emperor Russell simultaneously appeared. The majestic voice of the Lord of Order, which seemed to touch the soul, sounded. Descendant of Solomon, a great change affecting the world is about to come. Secretly develop my faith. More devout believers can allow you to receive my blessings, and truly free you from the shackles of fate. Feeling the desire emanating from all parts of his body, Nast stared intently at the Duke of Entropy Beyander characteristic and the Black Emperor card he had been searching for a long time. Suddenly, much information about the Holy Scripture of Order appeared in his mind. As the most renowned pirate king of the Five Seas, who had roamed freely for centuries without being annihilated by the navies of various nations, Nast was not a muscle-brained brute. He quickly understood the meaning of secret evangelism. Raising his palm, Nast's illusion disappeared within the palace. Aaron looked up at the dome above, at the dazzling star that had appeared in the brilliant cosmos, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly upwards. On the majestic mountain range, Nast, who had returned to reality, no longer saw the Duke. Before the doubt in his heart could reach his lips, strong spiritual fluctuations emerged, and a huge black three-masted sailboat squeezed out in a crude manner. Thanks to the ghost ship's peculiarity, the Black Emperor, having just escaped the nation of Moonlight, directly entered a semi-spiritual state and did not crush this mountain range. Nast was silent for a moment, looking at the pattern formed by the scales of order and the scepter of dominion that appeared on his wrist. Then, his figure appeared on the deck of the Black Emperor, and in an instant, he entered the richly colored spirit world. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.